Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need.
Hello, hello. Well, I was just quickly compiling a list, but now that I've heard Myriad say that, I'm intrigued. How's it going, folks? Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. Myriad, what have you been up to? I noticed the certain Jean activities in group games that you may have been a part of on your other account. But now I'm quickly glancing at what you've been doing. 3 days ago on Myriad account. You got anything interesting here I should know about? Maybe some Golden Pit action might go into the list. We've got some games to get through, though. We'll definitely have a look at some of yours. Feel free to bump me any specific ones that are quite intriguing. I'd love to check those out. But I've already been compiling a list. I know, I'm just so organized. So, where to start here? I think, I mean, you know me. I like to start off with Beastie if we can. And I know you guys, well, it gets the clicks. There's no denying that. But, we can't. Damn it, there were some very interesting games he had last night versus Elio, which I believe is Eliona, but sadly, both of them privated. So, there was a hope that Louis wasn't going to be privated, but that is going to be, of course, doused, as I would expect. Dimmu is always privated, so why even bother? There were some interesting happenings with Du Bois, I guess you could say. One of which was good old Myriad in the chat now. The Jeanne d'Arc. Yeah, I've got to check that out. So, we won't bother with the 1 minute and 40 seconds. Okay. But we will go for the Golden Heights one. I'm intrigued. Your Spirit of War versus Dim on Golden Pit. Ooh. Interesting. Is your Spirit of War account still privated, though? I remember last time I tried to look, it was privated. Is it open now? Ooh, bloody hell, it's cold. Actually, I need to double check the way my scenes work to make sure we're able to capture things correctly. I think we should be able to. Yeah, there we go. fact, I can't remember if it auto does it. So look away if you don't want things to be ruined, folks, because I need to check. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, so we'll clip that in. Boom. You're gonna unprivate for me? Okay, awesome. I'm gonna look through these ones first, then we can hop in that afterwards. Thank you for that. But I wanted to check in on this because let me just update the title because we're doing some research, guys. Team games are important too. We need to know about the broken strat, so I'll be sure to check them out afterwards. Appreciate you, Mirad. But let me go ahead and pause the music now. Let's get to the action because this one, dude, when I saw it, like I couldn't resist it. All right, honestly, the moment I saw it, I knew I had to cast it. Boys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Welcome back to the Jeanne d'Arc special. No, screw these folks in the north. I'm sorry. We got to go right down here because we've got a stacked lobby for 4v4s. In the teal, we've got Beastie. In the pink, we've got Corvinus. In the green, we have Numidan. And in the blue, we have Myriad. And the reason why I have not quoted the choice of Civ is because they are one. They are the Jeanne. We have got the quad. What would you call this? The quad Jeanne d'Arc? No, that sounds too simple. The Jeanne Quad Arc. There we go. We've got the Jeanne Quad Arc performing here on Golden Heights in a 4v4 versus Mateo in the orange, who's playing as the Rus. Then the purple, we're going to have a front man, Hossein, playing as the purple Malians. Behind them, another Malian picker in the red. We've got no one. So we'll just forget about them and move on, I guess, because on the flank, we've got Seleka playing as the English in the yellow. I had to check this out. Folks, these bullies in the south, they had a game before this where they'd done the quadruple Jeanne. And literally 2 minutes in, the enemies just left. And they processed what had happened. They clearly discussed between them and said, this just isn't worth our time. It's already going to be an uphill battle versus the pros. They've all picked Jeanne d'Arc. And the reason that this could be a very cheesy strategy, folks, is Jeanne d'Arc right now has nothing that scales around team play. And what I mean by that is not her abilities, because actually some of her abilities do, like the Divine Restoration, from what I can recall, does affect teammates. I believe the attack speed or you get later does as well. But there is no XP escalation, and it doesn't take Jeanne more to get her levels. Which is kind of nuts, because in team games, you tend to see a lot more death, which means a lot more XP. In fact, another kind of crazy detail here, folks. When you play 8-player games, there happens to be quite a few boars on the map. And something I want y'all to process here is that all these boars, well, there's nothing to stop them sharing XP. You know, Jeanne isn't a fussy person. If she needs to share a meal on a plate, she's willing to do that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to get the entire one tech up with the Chamber of... What? Okay. This almost feels like we're just trolling now. It's a quadruple Jeanne Chamber of Commerce build. So the quad cock build is coming out. Jesus, I never thought I'd say that in an Age of Empires forecast. And on top of that, most of them are being built by 1 or 2 max, which means that Jeanne should more or less be ready to go the moment she completes tech up. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're all going to run over to the boars one by one. Because, folks, those are 50 XP each. I think was that 400 to get to level 2 to 3 or 500? But you're already going to strike off 250 of that requirement. So this is going to be some very aggressive timings around the level ups on Jeanne. In the meantime, on the north side, we are going to be getting the Kremlin out of Mateo. We are going to be getting the Mansers, which is just standardized for the Malians. And it is probably going to be the council hall for the English after they do a little bit of fishing here. So this is a very interesting choice by the Southern team. Like, they are realistically choosing to try and trade into a corner, hoping that it's not going to get revealed early. If it does, there is a clear defense point for all these players. But I guess you could argue maybe that's a bait in that it means you could attack elsewhere with the Jeannes, or even if you have to fight into that location, folks, what you have to remember is that when your opponents have to come contest trade, that means they have to fight you. Which, by the way, is why, in theory, Jean trade builds are going to be super OP, because right now the counter to Jean is you don't actually fight Jean until Castle Age, right? You just ignore her. Trade always changes that equation, right? It makes you have to consider fighting them, especially considering the trade build is decent, especially in 1v1s at least, because this is still French in terms of the eco discounts. They still get 30% off of all these upgrades, so quite cost efficient to escalate trade. There's rules for this. There's not exactly bullying. I'm sorry, did you really just say that after you quadruple picked John? Well, the trade has been scouted. That's step one for sure. We're already seeing Chamber of Commerce getting ready to pump some people out. Whoopsie. It looks like Corvinus may and also Numidan did not actually get tech ahead of their tech up. Actually, wow. Okay, Spirit of War. So the only one who done this optimally was Beastie. So basically, folks, you want to be dropping your Lumber Camp and researching Forestry straight away, because Forestry can be researched in the Dark Age, which means you immediately get a trader. The surprising part is only one person bothered to do that. And that one person, I'm waiting for him to kick up the trade. I think he wants to get the safe half first into the corner, and then he'll come back to the neutral trade afterwards. So interesting choice. Makes a lot of sense, though. Meanwhile, Jeans are on the move, folks. Here we go. This is... this should not be legal. Wait, we've got Hunter, Jean? Okay, well, I think it's fair to say that Myriad is not getting XP. And people asking, why do you want Forestry? You want Forestry because it's super cheap, only costing about 50 resources, and it produces a trader. So the idea is that if you, because Forestry of all these techs is the one that you can get before Feudal Age, you grab it, then when you arrive, you already have a trader being pumped. And then Wheelbarrow gets you your second trader, so it immediately escalates you. But here we go. So it looks like, was that Divine Arrow shot? Yeah, that's kind of a waste coming out there from Corvinus. Looks like they're just trying to disrupt the Roost a little bit, because the Roost has been getting a lot of Gaia units, but now the XP's coming the way of the other lads. That's one. We're not going to stop at one, though, are we, folks? In the meantime, I do... Wait, is Myriad griefing? Myriad, come on, buddy. You're meant to come with the team. Okay, so Myriad, I think, just sniped one of the boars. Please tell me he's not going to snipe another one. I think he sniped one over here, right? Because I remember seeing one in this area. I can't find it because I'm not wasting that much time. But, yes, there already appears to be one boar carved off the center. Rest of the team going to move over. A nice job making sure Mateo does not get the bounty gold from the kill on the boar. We've got Warrior Scouts coming out. Now, this would be a great solution to range Jean. If you could just find a range Jean on her own who's almost dead. I mean, if there was only a range Jean out there somewhere, he's living life on the edge and could easily be killed right now. Wait a second. What, you know what, folks? I think there is a Jean that fits that quota. And I think they just found her. Go, go, go. There's no way you let... Ah, it's too late, Divine Restoration, right? Yeah, so you have to back away. So far, we have annihilated a lot of the Pumbas on the map. There's still, what, one more in this area to go? And the others have been taken. So this is still going to be a good XP game, but there we go, John. Ooh, he remembers. And it looks like it's going to be use of the Divine Arrow, but the problem is you're taking too much damage and doing too little in return here. So it looks like it is going to still be Myriad losing his John. Noob. I'm sorry, Myriad. It is kind of depressing when you lose your hero unit to 2 scouts, right? Like that's got to hurt a little. Meanwhile, the others are too busy hurting wildlife still, as more wolves and boars go down. Dude, I wonder how close they are already to level 3. I wish I could check. Oh, wait, I can, because we don't have a capture age. They're already halfway there. Good lord. And now they're being fed knights? What? I mean, sure, you killed a sheep, but really, buddy, was it worth it? Mateo, I'm not convinced of this right now. Claps are coming out. They're going to get that Knight low. Not able to finish him off. Unfortunate there. They need a Divine Arrow charge because then you can get the easy tap. But yes, you did just see that correctly, folks. Divine Restoration is totally reasonable. Oh, God. More Knights are coming, though. Now, keep in mind, Knights are the counter to Men-at-Arms, right? And this is Women-at-Arms. Although they are stronger and better, they're not good enough here. Divine Restoration coming in clutch again, though. Keeping them alive here. And yes, you are seeing this correctly. Just to reiterate to people, Divine Restorations work for your teammates. However, one has been sniped. It looks like Jeanne d'Arc Hunter is going to be next to flop. And by the way, I think we know who to blame for all this because he's still not even there. Myriad, Myriad. Myriad, please. Myriad, please. Hey guys, this is like that scene where the person's like, hey guys, I'm finally here. And they just open the door and everyone's dead. And they just slowly close the door. So Myriad's down again. Jesus. With Jean playing like this, I'm going to rename him the carpet. He spends so much time on the floor. So Myriad is not having a great start to this game. First, because he was far off away from the teammates, he ran to the opposite ball, right? So he took away Gaia XP from them. And then he arrives late to the west side, so he misses out on the Gaia XP there. So this is a rough game for him so far. And I'm not sure if the plan is fully being realized here. Now that Knights are starting to break through, right? We've got Orange charging forward with the Roost Knights. On the right side, we've got Purple adding in the Donzo's Javelins to go alongside the Warrior Scouts and harassing onto the Eco. Myriad, definitely feeling the pain there. Has at least got Will Barris, who should be able to retreat away. But, I mean, when do you retreat here? Like, your opening play has kind of flopped a little. Because now you've got the English diving into Blue's base. Blue, who, by the way, of all the Jeans right now, is the weakest, right? Because the XP block, the fact they were away so long, like, look how far away they are from level 3. And on top of that, what are your teammates doing? They're being greedy motherfuckers. You've got Corvinus going 2 TC. And then if that wasn't disgusting and greedy enough, you've got Numidan in the pocket position now going 3 TC. You guys aren't going to be helping, are you? Meanwhile, Teal on the left side. Looks like BC's at least going to try to wall this in because they got walled out of the tray. All right, guys. I think, and once again, I can't believe I'm saying this in the Age of Empires forecast. 4-cock may be too much. This is... Turns out when there's only one trade post on the map, it's a bit easy to shut you down. Now, they do at least have trade via the fact they can trade with teammates, right? But... even then, this is looking grim. Myriad, he gets spotted trying to go for another TC. I say another, this is his secondary. But I'm counting them collectively as a team right now. Javelins do, by the way, do a decent job of countering both the range form as well as the melee form because of the high base damage. And they are definitely doing that right now. And these cleaves, dude, it just doesn't work against Warrior Scouts. Oh, man, what a harsh game. Divine Restorations are still ready to be pumped, but this is not looking good right now for Jean Quad. Oh, sorry, Jean de Quad. There we go. What do we call it? The Quad Arc? I think we call it the Quad Arc, right? I think that's the name of the strategy. Looks like the Yellow is having a little bit of a issue getting their rams to work properly, but they are going to start shuffling their way in. I don't think this is going to end well for the boys, if I'm totally honest with you right now. Beastie just lost so many villagers here. Oh, no. Was it just too many villagers, or did he try to garrison and repaired? That's a lot of dead villagers. It looks like he may have accidentally tried to repair there. So they are all having a hard time, except for one person. The savior of these lands, Numidan. Every time he looks at his teammates' bases and sees them lose additional villagers, his thought is, it is okay, my brothers. I will build more town centers to replace your villages. And Numidan, that's not quite how games of Age of Empires work, but okay. Farms also coming out as well as the guild hall. Jesus. Like, has Numidan built a single aggressive unit? I don't think so. I mean, he's aggressively trading, but I don't really think that counts. By aggressively trading, I mean he's essentially running them into the enemy's arms here. I don't even know why they're going there, by the way. Has he just left the rally point up in that area? Nope. So, where are they going? Why are they going? Oh, they ain't going for long. Looks like they are going to be chopped down. A lot of stone being gathered, so it seems Numidan's goal to recovery is to kind of just set up some keeps, kind of block out any raids through. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him try to hop skip into Imperial Age, but that's a long way off. And you're not far off being missing a teammate here. Looks like Myriad is at death's door right now. In fact, I think he ran, yeah, some villagers to the south side here, but this is what, just to get an extra TC? Oh, buddy, I don't know if you're going to be able to get those TCs. It looks like, actually, oh, Numidan, you sick, slick Rick. He actually drags the army away, buys that critical time to disengage. So it looks like now Now Myriad should be able to stay out of range, out of vision of his opponents. So great move there by Numidan, and somebody he can get away with more easily because he just got to level 3 Jean. How are we looking elsewhere? I don't even want to look at Corvinus as XP, right? That's not XP, that's an XD. Beastie, that's not XP, that's an XD. How is it that Myriad is closer to level 3 than Beastie? Well, actually, in fairness to Beastie, Myriad has probably been getting a little bit of XP underneath that TC, you know what I mean? Or is definitely the word I'd emphasize there, considering the town center is now gone. Meanwhile, Southside Wolves are now going to be going up, so it looks like Numidan is trying to provide shelter for his teammates. This is reminiscent of watching Wham and free-for-alls. Dude, Numidan is just the sheep gatherer right now. Just herding those bad boys. Problem is, in this case, the sheep have teeth and talons, and they do hit pretty hard, so it needs to be respectful of that. Wolves. Oh, there's a gap, there's a gap, there's a gap. No. Wait, has he got enough torch damage? I mean, if he uses the spears. Oh my god, I can't believe... Wait! No! Numidan! After all that effort, not only is he going to lose the villagers, but he doesn't even complete the walls, so... Death to his villies. Walls are now open, and poor little Myriad. Buddy, build a wall right now. You've got enough stone. No, you haven't. Maybe he has just enough stone to build a tiny wall here. The problem is they'll just walk around it. So this is getting grim, folks. Left side is going to be orange and red, both contesting Beastie. You can see that there's a little bit of help coming in from Corvinus, but it kind of feels moot and irrelevant now that he's going to be forced back home. Numidan now coming in with the defensive keeps. The waves just keep on coming from the north side team. These guys, I mean, how about this, folks? When we got into this game, who thought that it would be this good for the north? Right? Like, who looked at this and was like, man, I could definitely see a world in which, you know, the Marley, double Marley and Maroos and English pick take this versus quadruple Jean. How many of us thought that quad Jean was going to reach level 3 before 12 minutes? Be honest. Because... realistically, that is quite possible. That can happen. I do wonder how strong this strat would have looked if they didn't have one loosey-goosey on the other side of the map. Like, that's not to target Myriad here. It's just his position made it very difficult. The weird part is the comms from them was to directly go here, but that was a long way from Myriad, so maybe they should have met in the middle instead. But either way, it's a big what-if in this game. I think it might remain that way because things are starting to look grim. Jean is going to stay alive, but barely. Divine Restorations are still on cooldown, so needs to be careful. Almost ends up losing Jean Dark Knight. Will indeed lose Jean Dark Knight. Jean indeed has gone dark, and well, the keeps are going to protect them for a little bit. The problem that I see with this right now is they have one player who's completely dead. They have another player who's completely dead. And then they've just got two that have been eco-booming in the center. With very limited resources, it must be said, right? Like, the farms are coming out from Corvinus, but outside that, no food to speak of. Numidan has a similar number of farms and has a small reserve of deer that will exhaust quite quickly here. So you have to kind of play out your base soon, or you have to find more wood for the farms. This castle, I don't know if it's really going to go up. I've seen some ambitious castles in my time, folks. This might take the cake. There is no way. I mean, Numidan is living in a world of delusion right now. Villagers have to be pulled to deal with the rams. Can't even cancel the castle at this point, right? Because you get less than half in return. So this looks pretty done. If they somehow recover this, I'll be amazed. Where is Beastie? Beastie, okay, he has got some villagers down to the south. So there is a world in which Beastie can rebuild his base. It's going to take some time, though. And admittedly, these villagers may be giving away the plan. Also, keep in mind that right now, I wouldn't necessarily say Numidan is surviving the onslaught of two players here. And there's about to be two more on the way. So this is where you kind of get that pincer maneuver coming in from the left and right. And no. The good old free French TCs to recover. No. They're French TCs now. But Myriad right now is festering. He's saying, if I ever make my way into Imperial Age, this isn't a recovery TC group. This is a discount line of keeps. By the way, I don't know if he's going to get to that point. Outposts are coming up. They kind of just need to deny this vision. Their one hope of actually getting back into this is making sure their opponents are blind. Walls are go. Oh god, that is not the way to build. Wait, what? What is that cursed little wall? I think this completes. It looks a bit wonky up against the wall there, but looks like, yeah, he will be able to completely block this off. Did cost him a villager or two due to the outpost fire. But now I'm kind of worried, like, what's happening on the north side of the map? We've been so distracted by the south, we haven't really talked about the economies of the north. Grand Fulani. Okay, that's pretty much all we need to say about the north, isn't it? On top of that, the English over here are having a field day. Literally the type of fields that Theresa May would love to skip through. Triple farm setup already configured. Should be easily inflating their gold amount, their food amount quite soon, to the point where they could easily think about Imperial Age in the next few minutes. On the left side as well, Orange is having a good time. Looks like they have got plenty of pocket resources to work with. They've even built farms in the center after they played onto the deer. For good reason. They're never actually going to be harassed here, because I don't see a world in which the Jeans do anything but defend. Like, if they somehow get back to that area of the map, the game's already over the other way. Jean struggling right now to stay away from this. And this is one of the big issues, guys. Mana Jean is really not impressive. Not in the Archer form, anyway. Let's not talk about the Foot Soldier form. Guys, does he get level 3 before the game is over? We are 20 minutes into the game, and Myriad, is he the only one now? I think so. It is just him that has not reached level 3. Oh man, this poor guy, he's not having a good time. He just said he'd unprivated his data so I can cast it. After the fact I chose to cast this game, I have a feeling he's immediately going to be reprivating. Oh, and it is going to be the Ram spam. So I think we've gone from playing a competitive 4v4 to playing a zombie apocalypse survival game now. How long can the heroes in the south survive? Because I'm just seeing the trickle of troops across the map, and it feels never-ending here. Look at purple and red especially. Orange also coming inside. Yellow's a little bit more lacking behind, but that's just because he stopped off for Rams randomly here. Decided he wants to start denting immediately into this keep over in this area from Corvinus. I'm trying not to look at these two scores. Something to keep in mind is Beastie didn't even get out of a Feudal Age either. So you have two Feudal Jean factions, two Castle Age Jean factions. We have got an Imperial Age one, though. Corvinus did make his way up in the end with the Red Palace. This could be their saving grace. Which, but wait, am I correct in seeing that as Corvinus? Okay, he has. Yeah, so he went for the Jean's champions. We'd love to see him starting to produce them. They're pretty good against the English men-at-arms. But I like this idea of just getting into the Ram spam. You kind of need it up against the Arbalest defenses. 2 Rams isn't going to be enough to end this keep, I don't think, especially with the villagers nearby, but it's a start, right? This is kind of one of those things where it's a stacking effect with more siege workshops being added in. Looks like we're going to be seeing a switch into Trebs. Meanwhile, south side, it's not looking good for Numidan. Numidan, who is now at risk of being annihilated himself. John's just trying to march in. Looks like they're not going to get pinched here. It kind of just doesn't matter, right? One of them is about to go down because it looks like the southern one does get pinched while Beasties is able to walk away. Now with Rams onto the castles and no Imperial Age, I'm not sure they have the Gatling guns to defend this anymore. Oh, man. Okay, so little spoiler alert. Well, it's not really a spoiler. It's just a nice teaser to look forward to. This is not the only game they tried this. They already had one game of Jean. Dude, that was sick. Okay, so folks, what Corvinus just done there is he baited with the Wololo, and you know how people are. They're like, oh, that's a Wololo, I'll kill that. The moment they went in to try and kill the Wololo, he primed the Divine Restoration, gave 30% health back to the Monk, and that's why the Wololo went off. That was a really cool detail. I mean, it's a sick little trick. It's someone you'd expect out of Corvinus, but we are still in a losing game right now. But this wasn't the first game. Technically, they had a game before this, but it lasted 2 minutes because I think Jigglypuff was on the other side. And they were like, nope, instantly left. There is another game after this, so we will be able to check in more to see if they actually optimize the strategy. But this was definitely not the one. I think the biggest issue I could see in this game was communication more than anything else. Kind of screwed them. I do not know where those villagers are going. In theory, this can be a very strong strategy, though. Depending on the map, especially like the way that the boars spawn, the idea is that you rush level 3 as 4 so quickly, it's hard to combat. Well, lol, again, but this time, no one is going to have the correct reaction and walk away. Like 1 or 2 of the Warrior Scouts of another opponent did, or Sophos rather, did get converted. Red Palace is coming out. Okay, if Numidan could somehow, by some miracle, get this up, maybe. In fact, right now, dude, look at what they're doing. That's so crafty from BC. He's dragging all of these Sophos north into the Arbalest lines to the north. It kind of looks like he's griefing Corvinus, but the idea is these defenses should be good enough. And also, at the same time, he's protecting Numidan's age up. So it looks like we are going to get a second Jean into Imperial Age here. However, there's not much left of the base they had, if we're being totally real. There's a lot of Sophos coming in. I think the goose is cooked. Yeah, despite the fact he gets the Red Keep up, it's going to be flopping soon after that. So Wallow is going to be a cute idea, but they're not even going to try for this time. The Divine Restoration bait works once, and that's all you get. But now, the Imperial landmark down, I think we might be approaching the end here. Myriad... Myriad's like, hold me, protect me. Numidan didn't protect me. You'll look after me, right, Corvinus? Just built a town center literally in the middle of the base. Problem is, I don't think he's going to protect you, buddy. Because he's about to lose his red pass too. Oh, this is brilliant. I'm looking forward to seeing how they iterate upon this. Dude, I can't imagine what the stream perspectives are like, right? Because I think, yeah, Myriad does stream occasionally. He might have been streaming this one. Corvinus and Beastie probably were streaming it as well. What a hilarious game. The best part is I don't seek Beastie losses. But of the ones that I've encountered over the years, this is one of the most comedian ones. You know what I say, guys? Experimentation is what matters. Screw the meta. You gotta find the next one. They might be onto something here. Let's be real. If a team tournament comes back, I guarantee someone's gonna try this comp. And look at that. BC, he somehow reaches level 4 despite the fact he doesn't have a base. No, really, guys. BC literally has no base. Another reason to pick Jeanne d'Arc in your team games. When you lose your entire base, you'll always have a hero unit to play with, so there's that. Oh, blimey. But we will definitely check in on the next game. In fact, I'll rush us into that one because this one was quite the entertaining little bout. However, I think it is about time it comes to an end. I mean, by some miracle, they kept the red pass up, but that's not going to last any longer. GG is going to get called. The 4 Jeans will be seen face down in the mud. Maybe next time they can lift the trophy. All right, guys, let's rush into the next one. I want to pull that up ASAP. We'll try to keep this as one recording, so let me hop out of this. I love how laggy things get at the end of a game of Age of Empires 4 when you try to clock out quickly. But let's have a look at what else we got treated to from these 4 lads. So let me pull up on their accounts. And so we just had Golden Pit. We're now going to go in... Oh, sorry, no, we had Golden Heights. We're now going to go into Dry Arabia for another one. And I believe this one, someone said, featured Jigglypuff. I don't know about that. I do see the Devils clan. Garfield's in there. But let's get to it. I don't know how this one's going to go. But I'm excited. Wait, no, guys. I already know. Byzantines have been picked. Wait, the other ones crashed? Oh, okay, rip. Okay, guys, instead, let me know if you want to see more of this. If so, I'll try to hunt down more Jean de Quads in the future. But fair to say experiment number 1 was a bit of a fail. I guess, well, they won 2 out of 3 then because their opponents crashed. So technically, they are positive on their wins. All right, that's unfortunate. Thank you for letting me know about that, though. All right, so let's instead turn our attention towards Spirit of War. So Myriad, you said you had an interesting one against Dimmu, right? I think that was one of the people you said. Let's have a look here. So the two you mentioned, it was on Spirit of War versus Dimmu on Golden Pit, and then you also had a Japanese Mirror versus SAS. Interesting. Do you remember which map the Japanese Mirror was on? What's up, Farman? How's it going, buddy? Rocky Canyon. Awesome. Okay, so we'll start with the Dimmu versus Myriad one. And then we can hop on True. Damn. 15? Wait, I thought it was 15 last time. You're griefing yourself now. Because I remember it was 15 last time. So your number's griefed. What's going on? Isn't it not 16 now? What the hell? I think it was 13. Was it 13? I thought it was 15 last time. Oh, I could have sworn. Oh, okay. Well, look at you go, man. We've got to get you a life one of these days. Nah, we'll keep you around. You're like furniture at this point. All right, boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the Golden Pit for some Age of Empires 4 action. With some Golden Boys. That's right, because to the north, we've got the one and only Team Liquid's own Dimmu playing as the Zhuji's Legacy, a.k.a. most busted of civs, up against the small cousin of one of the most busted civs in the current meta. It is not going to be the Ayabids. It's going to be the Abbasid dynasty in the hands of Spirit of War, better known as Myriad on their main. Myriad, a very talented upcoming player. Hoping to see more of them in tournament play. And they have definitely been performing well on the ladders. They've been performing well in the small tournaments I've seen, but they've also been able to whoop some boys in shape when it comes to some of the top players. Curious to see if they're going to be able to do it here in a matchup on a map that can work for both these civs quite well, I'd say. But considering how kind of oppressive the RNG Meditation Gardens are at the Zhuji's Legacy right now, and how good Dimmu is historically at playing Chinese and now the variant, you'd have to favor him slightly here. So curious to see what the approach is going to be at the Abbasids. I think Abbasids can work very well on this map because they have a lot of flexi in terms of approach, right? Like you've got a good layout for going multi-TC builds via Eco Wing. You could even go for the Trade Wing on these maps due to the corner trade post spawns. So see which way he wants to go with this. On the other side, I'm going to be intrigued to know where we're going to get the Meditation Gardens, because I'm already seeing a decent location here for an absurd amount of stone, by the way. That'd be 60 stone a minute, plus the 48 food. Would be able to even get some tree line. In fact, you could drop it right next to the trees and get the entire tree line, so that'd be about 25 wood. Alternatively, you could drop it right here at your beginning and just get gold, berries, and a lot of wood. But I imagine the meditation is going to be going down the south side. What I love already out of Spirit of War, Myriad is coming in with the military wing to look for an opportunity to shut this out. Sadly, due to it being Zhuji and them having that fast build speed, it's hard to see a world in which they can deny this completely. But what the military wing does potentially give you is a way of trying to block out the effectivity of the Meditation Garden while slowly killing it off. In fact, something that could be really cool in this game out of Myriad is if he intends to save enough wood for a ram and build it over here. Because a ram that early on in the game, that far out of the Chinese base, is something I don't think Dimmu could easily handle. We'll have to see, though. Tech-up's coming out from both, and it is as predicted here. He's going to go as deep as possible in terms of placement. He actually could have came one tile further down, which I think should have netted a few more trees, but it can be a bit finicky sometimes. So this might be the maximum. Dimmu would have looked, because you can actually check on each grid location how much you're going to get paid. Jiangnan Tower also now on the way as the tech-up does complete, and it looks like Myriad is on the move. Now, Myriad doesn't know about the location of the Meditation Garden yet, but he expected a Meditation Garden all the same, which is why he went for this opening. Behind this, he is, of course, still going to go back on the stone because it's quite popular to go to TC with the military wing, especially against Zhuji's Legacy. I think Zhuji's is one of the hardest civs to kill outright, just because of some of their units being very effective, some of their early landmarks being incredible as well. It's better to kind of play for that mid-timing around 20 minutes where you can end the game. So shift in and shift away. Dimmu quick to make sure he moves across onto the wood here, as he's already going to have that stone now ticking in with the absurd amount he's getting from this. And oh my dear God. Guys, that isn't the final tick. We said like 28 wood. It's a lot more than that. So 60 stone, 48 food, and what, 33 wood? Oh my God. Do I need to go on another rant? No, I think we all get it by now. I think we're all in acceptance of this. This landmark is not reasonable. Good, like, I don't know what it is with Dumu and getting these type of spawns. I mean, it might just be that we catch him a lot in the GGs. I'm sure plenty of people getting these type of spawns. But he's literally a screen away from his TC. And this landmark, if it was unharassed, would have generated, I want to say, 130 resources. Now, that's why it's important that Myriad went for this play. He needs to block out this landmark. So being in range, disrupting the peace of this garden is critical to ensuring that the Shuji do not get out of control. Nice snipe there on the scout. He's going to lose a spear for it, so that's less to torch down with. But it seems like Myriad's goal was never to torch down this meditation garden tool anyway. So he's just going to shift away after the Jiganu come out. Jiganu that, by the way, Dumu didn't spend any food or gold for, right? He literally just went hard on the wood and then immediately spawned 2 out of the Jiangnan Tower. So something else that's just amazing about the Civ. I think right now, I'd say Jushi's probably got the best feudal landmarks. In the, for a start, the Chinese can go back and do both the landmarks, right? But you always go Meditation Garden, you get an absurd amount of economy from that, and then you get your follow-up landmark because Song Dynasty is so strong anyway. But getting Jiangnan along the way doesn't feel bad because of the reactionary phase it gives you, where it gives you these surge points in terms of unit production that other civs don't have, because you're also getting a huge tax rebate. Right? In this case, you paid 150 resources of one type and got 80 resources of different types back. If you build stables, you're going to actually get yourself a 120 resource rebate on 150 resource building. It's pretty nuts when you think about it that way. But now, we're going to see the disgusting follow-up for this build. Dumu is hard on the stone. Looks like he's got enough to go 2 extra TCs. I'm expecting that here, considering the Abbasids are already up to 3. So, cool read here by Spirit of War to go in for the third. He knows that Dumu is not going to stop. Like, Zhuzhis are kind of relentless when it comes to their greed. But this, right, dude, this is just insane. Like, the more I look at it, the more I want to hurl. This is not reasonable. That's actually like 140 resources. If the scout stays out of range, I'll show you in a sec. The numbers are absurd. And we have got the second IO out, which means that we are going to see a big scale in terms of food and stone income that's going to allow for that third TC. I think what's really interesting about this build for Zhuzhis is that the Chinese had to sort of move away from this build. And what I mean by that is that in terms of efficiency, it just wasn't justifiable anymore. You need to be near new resource pockets to make the TCs really feel good, right? Like, maybe you could do 1 extra TC near your standard starting one, but after that, it felt like you had to come out. I think Zhuzhis, although they'll benefit more from coming out, don't need to because of how much they save. This is more like the old TC prices. 240 resources of wood, 350 of stone. So it's a lot more affordable than for other civs, where you can see for Spirit of War, partially because he has the map control, partially because you need it to justify it, you have to spread these TCs out a bit more. He stuck 1 on the stone because he knew it'd be optimal getting more stone over here. And then the third one has to be away from the primary onto a new resource pocket, which is the deer in the wood. So, rough start in that I don't know if I'd say Myriad was able to do enough of his initial aggression. I think he always knew that was coming, though. He just wanted to kind of shrink the economy a little bit. But now that it's fully inflated, we can see 60 stone, 48 food, 31 wood. That is insane. That's 139 resources a minute. What makes it especially crazy when you get these kind of configurations as well as the stone, because stone is a very limited resource, arguably the most limited resource on the map. And you're going to infinitely have that going, right? Every minute, an extra 60 stone. Even into the hyper late game. If this turned into a 2-hour game, just imagine how many extra keeps that would be over what your opponent's capable of. Now, Myriad, with the free TCs operational, we are going to be seeing aggro. So it's not just going to be an immediate greed into Castle Age. Understandably, if you try to do that, there's a risk that Zhuzhi is going to beat you to that punchline, and then on top of it, they'll be able to play into relics pretty fast. So looks like he's trying to turn the screws a little. Interesting. A single horseman coming out is going to force the reaction of a camel archer from Myriad, which is not ideal considering that they're facing off against Master Shigenu here. Dumu, I think he's just going to keep it pretty basic here with that Master Shigenu. So he's already got the blacksmith, can rush into Steel Dagger. Really need to see that blacksmith being rushed up by Myriad. Kind of surprised it's not already there. Usually the moment you see a few Shigenu, you know you need Undermesh. But it might be that maybe Myriad doesn't want to hang around too long. In fairness, getting Boot Camp offsets some of the damage that the Shigenu can do. but it's still very negligible to not have a blacksmith prepped at this stage, considering that Undermesh is going to strip away 3 damage from each attack. Which, if you think about the raw numbers here, right, like right now, stripping away 1 damage from each of these attacks is taking a quarter of the damage away from the Chuginu. Actually, it's one more about it. It's higher than that, right? No, I'm right. My brain for a sec had a fart. Oh yeah. So, looks like Myriad is actually going to just keep the scaling going, which is, I mean, it's respectable what he's doing here, because if you think about the raw economy numbers, like just having the level 1 Golden Age, you have a 15% gathering rate increase over your opponent. It doesn't fully offset the power of supervision, but the difference is that right now, Myriad is playing pocket economies, while Dumu is now transitioning into the farms. Now, they are a lot cheaper with the Song Dynasty, but it's still a surplus of resources going into eco instead of military. The military might is now being swung here by Myriad as he moves in. Archer is just able to follow up. Horseman tanking as the front line here. The Sealed Arrows is about to come through, and this is where Dumu can start to just defend himself more efficiently. The problem here is you can see the difference. Myriad, because he was so late going into the Undermesh, he's going to be forced away. And I think this might be where he reassesses and thinks about going for Castle Age. There was a window where if they had Undermesh already pumped when they dove in there, I think it's a very scary game for Dumu. But now, he has to be feeling very confident with his one-punch format, right? 26 Chuginu scaling. I don't know if he'll be able to do any serious damage to Myriad before that tech up is realized. A few more horsemen are coming out. Looks like the army is going to be forced to fight here. It should start to scare away a little bit, but Undermesh still hasn't come in, so loses additional horsemen before it finally does. This way it gets a bit more tanky. So Dumu, the cool thing about what Myriad has now done here is Dumu, it looks like a fight that he'll win, but the cost in doing so might make him paranoid. It might make him double down on the repeater crossbows. In fact, that's exactly what he's doing. Another tough part is those archers, if they do skirt the range, they can stay out of range of those Chuginu. And really, that's all that Myriad needs to do. He needs to skirt this fight. He needs to delay it, because Eco Wing is indeed on the way. The question is going to be whether Dumu is going to have enough mass on the front line to punish once that tech up comes in. Right now, it's about 20 Chuginu. There's over 30 in the field in total. They haven't arrived yet. And I can't help but feel that this is playing out to Myriad's advantage, in that right now, Dumu isn't diving towards the base. That would have been the perfect play right now. Obviously, we have God Vision. We can say that. You can see Dumu's perspective. He sees nothing. He hasn't got a scout. That got taken out very early on, which is why he's hesitant to go in. Something you have to keep in mind with Golden Pit that's really scary is this map has this stealth forest ringing around where all the gold is. So whenever you come up to the close to your opponent's base, it's always a bit of a gamble what's on the other side if you don't have a scout. And that element, that kind of gamble, shall we say, that fake show of force from Myriad might be his redeeming quality here. Army marching forward. Chuginu need a breach. They need it fast, because right now Myriad, remember, because he's playing as the Abbasids, he's getting a hell of a lot of extra resources to work with, so he can spam horsemen up the wazoo. Laytech coming in as well. Not sure if that's going to be quick enough before this assault comes in. The problem right now is the Chuginu, they'd have to dive into the TC, and it's a pretty tanky TC. 2,500 HP against this many Chuginu. It's not going to be a quick kill. Essentially as efficient as one ram. That's unfair to it. It's 2 rams because of the attack speed, but still. Dive starts to come through. Tech up complete. You can see already Myriad is trying to delay the fight, but instead he has to charge forward with the horseman. Moving in here. Arrow fire coming out from the town center, as well as the follow-up archers. Is going to be scary though. Dumu having to start a step back here. Right now behind this, he's getting his own tech up ready. Mount Lu Academy is now on the way. Needs to be careful not to lose his entire army though. Horseman upgrade, still not there. Still a long way away. Problem I do see, though, is it's taking a very long time to kill these horsemen. And the crazy part is you have to consider the amount of time it takes him now. It's going to get worse and worse as the fight goes on, as he loses more and more the Chuginu. So just enough horsemen here to tank, allow those archers to push through. Dumu, at risk of getting cleaned up here, has to turn and burn immediately before the upgrade comes through. A good read there, as the veterancy is still 15 seconds away. Gets himself a little bit of space, backs away with it, keeps some of the army alive. is now able to just surge forward on that tech up. I'm wondering, are we just going to be getting more archers here? Because I think it's a bit negligent to only go archers now. Like, the Chuginu were decent, but now you know you're going to be up against heavily armored units. In fact, you know your opponent has stables. Logical play is what we're seeing here. Myriad going into the Lancers. People saying mass Chuginu are disgusting. I agree, but I don't think they were that disgusting in this game. I think Myriad had done a good job of stopping them from reaching mass. That is the catch against Chuginu, is you need to counter it before it reaches critical mass. Or you have to wait long enough that you have 20, 30 horsemen with undermesh to assault your enemy. So the issue you'll usually see when people lose to Chuginu is they go a little bit too late or a little bit too early, and that they don't wait out that mid-period where Chuginu is strongest. There we go. Knight's now chasing back against this. Farms are being set up on the front side, so Dumi needs to be a little bit careful about this. I notice people asking for timeouts. My mods know what to do. Give them their timeouts. We are nothing if not deliverers of what the people want. And I think right now, if I'm correct in the way that I sense this, do people want the Chinese variant to lose? I feel like any time we see Chuginu, you kind of feel like you inherently have to root for the other side. Because it always feels so disgusting. Even when it's losing fights, it's the rapid attack speed, the way they shred through targets. It always spooks us out. But in this game, they're not shredding anymore. In fact, you can see he's still trying to lean hard into it with the balanced projectiles, but it's difficult. Especially with these knights. 9 of them now until on the front side. Spearmen are being added in, but folks, those spearmen haven't been upgraded at all. I think they've actually just been coming out from the rack spam. It's interesting because instead of actually getting spears together, because he's up against mass archers, Dumu's only choice is to go into Palace Guard. And that means he doesn't have a counter to knights right now. Really needs to get into those crossbows. He's only got 2 of them. Got the spears. Even though they're only Dark Age spears, they can at least be useful in terms of bracing, because if you're bracing, you're stunning. Like, it sounds like coping, but from that perspective, they're efficient, and that compared to these Lancers, one of these boys stunning someone out is totally worthwhile. But the reality of what's happened here is this is just from the racks being dropped. Remember, the Jiangnan Tower spawns spears for free every time you drop a rack. So right now, looks like we're going to see a few villages being dropped. Nice little raid in by 2 of the Lancers, so not too much being committed here because he needs everything to defend. The Palace Guard wave is quite big, and Ghoulems have been prepped. Myriad now adding into them, adding crossbows as well. And plenty of knights here to scare this away. I think Dumu may be a little bit caught on his timing. Jumped the gun, went in, and instead of actually having the Palace Guard there to fight, they were back home dealing with the 2 Lancers. So I think that might have been a misread by Dumu. At a critical point where if he had those 10 Palace Guard diving towards the enemy, he might break. Instead, he optimizes around defending. Decides that the villages are more important, understandably so. But now, Myriad has a window of opportunity here. Knight's going to keep milking this on the front side. There's plenty of Chuginu going down. Palace Guard are now arriving. Crossbows haven't really been added in yet, but the composite bows are decent. Remember, the Palace Guard, they have less ranged armor than your standard men-at-arms, which means this does sting. Continue to start a step back. You see the pain already. Like, these Palace Guard really do not feel that tanky. And the crazy part is when things like this happen. Like, when you're Dumu and you're hitting the A-click and a single Ghoulam comes out or a single Knight, you're wasting your potential damage output entirely. And instead being fully reset, because now Dumu, despite feigning that aggression, look what's been happening with the numbers. Militarily, he looked scary, but the reality of what's happening is because Myriad is trading better, his numbers rather are increasing. Dumu's aren't really. They're hanging around that 40 mark, and he's even taking a break. I wonder if he's considering Imperial Age here. That would be incredibly scary to do in a game like this, but considering that Myriad is used to bigger numbers and is a bit scared, you can see he's hesitant to move forward. Now Mango's coming in. Let this read. The reality of things that Dumu can do with Imperial Age, if that's the play we're looking at here, which I think it is that Grenadiers usually kind of come into the forefront with a little bit of time, right? You try to quickly get towards those. He's still probably going to want to play Chuginu to a certain degree, just because they're quite effective against the archers. The Mango is going to reign supreme. And that's one area I think Juji struggles with a bit, is that they don't have the power of your standard Chinese when it comes to siege. They don't have the clock tower that gives the extra health. Wall on the side. Looks like it is going to be denied, though. Let me get those timeouts sorted. I know people really want them. He thought he could get away before we get him, folks. Whoops. That's not the right command. All right, back to the game. Flash coming in, and this is a bad time for Dumu right now. He only just teched up. He hasn't got the upgrades coming through yet. In fact, he's not even supervising them, so this is the worst time to be caught taking a fight. Oh my goodness, and look at what's happened. Consider where the granaries are here, right? Half of the farming inco for Dumu is on the front of his base. That's going to go fully idle. Dive continues. Myriad behind this, also saving up a lot of bank. He can think about Imperial Ace soon himself. In the meantime, he's fixated on one target, and that is killing everything in Zhuji's economy and their military. And he can do exactly that. I mean, this many archers at this stage kind of just holds everything hostage. A few heavily armored units to focus the fire of the Chiga Nu, which means he'll win outright. And now a trip up in terms of military count and scaling. Dumu, like, where's the switch? He's trying to get into the elite pass guard now. That's going to be super sick up against the archers. Issue, however, some crossbows have started to be added in, so unless you've got enough Raxes, this simply doesn't work. And unless you've got enough food, this most definitely won't work. Oh man, dude, what a read, what a timing there. That was super sick, actually. The way that he done that, just ensuring that he was in position from the moment the tech up came out. And this is kind of a downside to Dumu's layout, right? Like putting the farms on the front side instead of further behind, because it's kind of limited on space. The crazy part is these are the areas he walled, and yet he chose to set this up forward of his base. So kind of just hanging himself out to dry there. Now to die. Because Myriad will keep those numbers down. He'll keep the food income low. And on top of that, he'll make his way up into Imperial Age as well on a delay. So Culture Wing coming in a minute and 20 seconds. For the time being, the really scary detail, folks, is that Dumu doesn't have a standing force to defend with. In fact, right now, he's kind of Congo lining of death, where he's got these troops coming out that just die. So got to be careful about that. Keep is going to go up on the backside. And Knights right now are attacking it. Myriad, we got to talk. Oh boy. That's unfortunate, because if those Knights have been attacking the right targets, that could have been 5, 6, 7 villages going down easy peasy, right? So it looks like the keep is going to go up. And Dumu will be able to stabilize for the moment, but the rest of this game is looking a little bit worrisome. On top of what's just happened in terms of the dents he's been taking, now Gold kind of lies in control of Myriad with his position in this game. That's going to be critical to long-term play into quality units. You might see Dumu struggle on that front. Dumu right now, I don't even know if he's got any Imperial officials left alive. They're all dead. Yeah, they're all dead. Every single IO is dead. So his gold income is zilch. He has at least got the elite upgrades for his units, but he's still missing some of the blacksmith upgrades. And also keep in mind, you need that gold to build a lot of these units anyway. The crossbows and the pass guard both require gold. So he needs to fix that taxman issue, and he needs to do it fast. And people saying that Sushi doesn't need gold mines with 8 IO. Okay, but here's the issue. Sushi has no IOs. This is the thing that I'm highlighting here, folks. You can huff the hopium of like, oh yeah, you only need taxmen. Dumu has none, and I don't know if he's noticed yet that he has none, because he's still not producing any. So this is kind of problematic, right? Right now you have 4 TCs and no taxmen coming out at all. Instead, it's just more villages to rebuild the difference. By the way, that is a substantial difference right there. 144 to 84. There's no denying that Myriad done the damage. You can see it in the worker kills as he continues to find more on the left. Now I'm kind of worried, right? Like, Rams now being scaled into 3k surplus wood to work with. You've got the lightweight beams coming through, probably greased axles alongside it. This game is about to go from hard to almost impossible for Dumu, despite the fact that Zhuji's is usually seen as so bloody strong. There's no denying that when you get into the hyper late game economy, you're up against one of the beasts, one of the best. Abbas's dynasty, they're top 2 for me, easily. Their economy is so incredibly strong, especially when you play Eco-Wing and you start to move to things like the agriculture and the improved processing, which I'm expecting to see soon, immediately, in fact, after we get the preservation of knowledge. Looks like there's at least going to be some grabbing of the gold on the front side by Dumu. This is critical, right? He ran out of gold at home. Remember, you only get 2 veins near your base. These walls, however, are not really protecting. He's in again. Now, even if he doesn't kill these villages, that's idle time, right? Idle time when Dumu doesn't have a big reserve of food to work with. So he's going to start burning down those farms. By the way, I love the way that this just looks so cursed because of the berries. But continues to raid in. Villagers think they can go back to work. It looks like he baited him because he's distracted him now elsewhere as the main army does come in. Ram shuffling towards the keep. And we're going to see finally some garrisoning coming out, but the Knights definitely getting their value here, just idling out, forcing a retreat, and forcing a reaction while he takes a frontal fight, as Myriad is now moving in with the main army. Composbo's going to be there for the archers. Hand Cannoneers also added in here as well. Hand Cannoneers do not die as quickly as you'd think against Chugenu, due to how high their HP pool is. Rams just continue to shuffle through, so this is getting a bit worrisome right now. It continues to be the case that Myriad keeps the military lead, as Dimmu getting close to being doubled up in that department. If this Rams, if they get through this castle, I think you're just going to see all the front farms go down, and at that point, you're going to be talking about a late game Juji economy reliant on 2 granaries with only a level 1 food eco upgrade. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that detail. I mean, that's not a good sign, folks. What he's trying to do right now, Palace Guard, Chugenu, Grenadiers, this is a lot of food. He does not have the food to keep this going. In fact, he's at risk of just being annihilated right here and right now. Keep moving in. Myriad looking to drop his own in the areas. The Rams are getting rid of the Chinese castle, and the Ghulams are just eviscerating the repair crew. And I don't know how he holds on anymore. Dimmu, the moment this goes down, the floodgates are going to go open here. Mangonels are moving forward. Hand Cannoneers also up to the front side. And a new castle coming up from Dimmu, but with Rams just a stone's throw away. I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't know how much longer he's got. I mean, he's got 1 Grenadier to his name. It's not exactly the strong defense force you're looking for here. Dude, I love the timings around this aggression from Myriad. Juji's is really hard to crack, especially on maps like this where they get absurd 139 eco meditation gardens. But credit has to be given to Myriad here. His timings were on point. The military win, you can argue whether it found maximum bang, but it did block out a lot of passive resource generation. It forced a reaction into archery ranges before the TCs. And then after that, he utilized his own eco benefits as the Abbasid's to go trip TC and stay ahead. And from that point on, the moment he got his resources together, it was all about that constant aggression. That's critical here. You have to find those timings, and you have to be good at understanding the power spikes of the different armies. Because Juji's does have windows of opportunity where they have critical mass of Chugenu that you cannot fight. And the big lesson that people should take away from this game is the way that Myriad played around those timings. He didn't just dive headfirst into them and feed the game over. Now, instead, it's going to be a feeding frenzy for the Abbasids. Cannons just came in. Another castle down. And Dimmu really just doesn't have a leg to stand on anymore. He's been breached on all sides. His military mass is under 20. This is most definitely the end for good old Benny Boy. And I've got a slight smile on my face, I'm not going to lie, because Juji's right now does feel like a default win in plenty of games, and it's not easy to overcome a 139 resource meditation garden. But Myriad done it phenomenally. He gets the dub, he gets the win. If you have not checked out these two players, you should. They do both stream. Dimmu quite frequently in the early hours of Europe. Myriad can be caught around the midday as well, so be sure to give him a check-in. And be sure to subscribe to this channel, because, you know, why aren't you subscribed already? We cast so many games and you don't like ads. Sup, M7? That was a pretty cool game. Oh, thank you for pointing that one out, Spirit. Spirit? Myriad. Now I'm calling him Spirit of War. Good old Myriad. So he had another game he was saying. It was... Did you say it was on Rocky Canyon? I think so. So you had a mirror, he was saying. But wait, guys. Hear me out. It's a Japanese mirror. Okay, so it's cool. It's kosher, right? Right? We accept those. Myriad made your beastie number 3. Damn right he did. Dude, I'm pretty sure I've been saying this like before the expansion to watch out for Myriad. I'm telling you guys. Kids go and turn up. Wait, who's Brett is my senpai? Do I even want to know? You've been having Byzantine mirrors as well? Rank 413. I don't know who this person is, though. Okay, so there was... You said it was Gorge, right? For the Japanese mirror? No, it was... Was it Rocky River? Yes, Rocky River. Okay. I think it's really good to look at mirrors with the new civs as well, because it kind of gives you a different idea of the builds that are happening and which ones are more efficient, right? Doesn't mean they're always going to be more efficient for every matchup, but there are usually big strides we see. One big stride we've been seeing is the Daimyo Mana Rush. Let's have a look and see if that comes in the picture. Boys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Oh god, it's a mirror. It's a Japanese. Nope. Calm down, folks. It's a Japanese mirror, which means it's new civs. And I think mirrors are actually really important to watch, especially in the early days of big expansions, of big patches that change civs, because it gives you an idea of what's the most efficient approach. In fact, just before we got in this game, I was talking a little bit with the chat about how we've already been seeing some big evolutions. I think, namely, Dumu and Corvinus have been kind of leading the charge on this build, where you go onto the gold for one load and then shift across the stone to get a fast timing on the Daimyo mana plus the second TC. Now, that's a build iteration that's good for land maps. I don't think we're going to get it here where water is going to be in contention, but we could see some interesting iterations. I'm curious to see if we're going to get Shinobi on Shinobi action. Curious to see if we're going to get an early TC transition, because I think, actually, especially in the Japanese mirrors, getting ahead on Bannerman is a very big edge that's kind of underrated right now from the matchups I've seen. But we've got two talented folks to clash here. In fact, we've got two Turks. It's called Sassy and Myriad. So, kind of a... who's the best Turkish player in Age of Empires 4 battle? I think that this will be the one that decides it. That's how that works now, folks. Especially seeing as Kazra has left us. RIP, miss UK. Hope we see you again soon. But this is going to be an exciting one. I think Rocky River is going to be one of the absolute go-to maps for the Japanese in competitive play. Wait, is Myriad not Turkish? I thought he was. I could have sworn he told me he was Turkish before. Wait, no, it's because he plays... Why do I think Myriad... I know why. It's because he plays Ottomans all the time. Don't ask me why I thought that. He's Hungarian. That's right. Apologies, Myriad. Wait, he's Brit? Hungarian and Romanian. There you go. I was about to say, he's definitely not a Brit. Hungarian and Romanian. You know why it is, Myriad? If you guys don't know Myriad, he's got quite the reputation as an Otto main. He plays the crap out of them, in fact. And thank you very much, Fatblop, for the sub. You've given Myriad access to some of the best emotes on the planet. But, no, I know why I thought he was Turkish. He's almost honorary Turkish because of how much time he plays the Ottomans. I don't know if you guys have seen him in competitive leagues, but basically, Ottomans it has to, at this point, be Myriad's most played civ. I think you used to be an English main, if I'm not mistaken, right, Myriad? But nowadays, I'd say you're more in the Ottoman camp than anything else. Sassy, of course, is going to be the Turk representation here, though. And it looks like we are going to get some Shinobi representation. Koka Township on the way from Myriad. Sassy, however, there's a very big difference already we should talk about. We got distracted by the nationalities. Apologies for that, because we're already seeing something huge here. He is going to play fishing, I'm pretty sure of it. But he's not starting off with fishing. Instead, Myriad is going for a fast feudal to block any response on the lakes from Sassy. This is a super sick read. I actually think this is the right read as well in a Japanese mirror when you're playing Water Hybrid. And big shout out to Fitz. I know that he's got all the right reads when it comes to the Byzantines. Hopefully you had a good stream, my friend. Thank you for the raid. If you haven't checked out Fitz, be sure to give him a check-in. But this is going to be super powerful. So think about the difference in timings here. This is probably going to be 2 extra Shinobi for Myriad. I actually don't think at that point Sassy can go Shinobi. If he does, it's just a losing battle. Even with the extra food coming in, right? It's only food from one pond. It hasn't boomed to a ridiculous degree right now. So let's have a look. Oh, dude, he doesn't go for it. He goes Kura. Okay, this is exciting. So I don't know if Sassy scouted that recently. I imagine he went over there. No, he doesn't even know. Okay, that's cool. So Sassy is doing this because he sees his opponent isn't on any of the lakes. Because he can see that blue hasn't gone out to a single pond, he knows what build this is, right? So there's no point going into Koka Township. You might as well just go eco, get bigger benefits there, and then play into something more food heavy, right? You could try to Zerg a bunch of archers. You could go into horsemen. Anything to try and counter out the Shinobi. Realistically, you want archers. Archers is your #1 counter to this. The tech up is so far away, man. Double Shinobi already arriving, so that's going to deny the dog. The scary part, by the way, is you do need to be a little bit careful with your Sassy here, because if you have to gather away from your initial resources, there is a risk these Shinobi just start sniping you before you're ready. So you're going to have to keep an eye out for that. But for the time being, it looks like he's going to be distracted by the dock. 4th Shinobi is on the way soon. I really hope that Myriad is going to peel 2 of them off and head towards the economy, because if you leave 4 here, it's just a complete waste. Looks like he's now going to move out for those docks. So we did mention that on a delay, he will come to play for these. The cool thing about what's now happening is because Sassy didn't go for the Koka Township, he hasn't got an easy way of stopping you fishing at all. And if you start to react with archers or whatever, it now means that Myriad has the ability to get his archer ships out without any clear counter. So it's a really cool read. What I think's going to happen now, I actually think Sassy's going to rush Castle Age. His resources already suggest we're heading there, and it kind of makes a lot of sense because if you can't easily block the fishing now, your best opportunity is to try and play for relics with a few knights to guard you, and then essentially control the mid-map, come back for this fishing afterwards. We'll have to see, though. It's got a decent amount of people on wood. Consider there's 10 there. It could be that we're looking at maybe a stables drop here, which would make a lot of sense. I don't think you want to build Rax units necessarily into Shinobi unless you're planning to go mass on a Bugisha. You will take a lot of damage, but the logic on a Bugisha is you attack really fast. And, these trees look really weird today. I mean, they're very black and blue. I don't remember. Oh, they're not trees. They're assassins. And yes, that is a lot of sheep. That's actually an insane amount of sheep. Did he get, what, 50? Yeah, he's clubbed 2 down. He's got 2 more there. Realistically, this is a very big deal for him, but it doesn't bode badly for Myriad in that Myriad is now getting fishing going, right? So he's blocking them on these docks. Sassy just trying to take the last bit of fish he can before he's denied in this area. But it looks like this should easily end up being 3 docks for Myriad, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's considering Castle as well. Like, we're now seeing Yuumi getting added in, so Sassy is going to react to this play. Interesting choice. I do like Yuumi. I think Yuumi are incredibly effective up against Shinobi in this matchup. Nice little snipe there, though, with that Shinobi blinking in with the Shunshin, is able to find a villager. But the reason why Yuumi is so good is, unlike other archetypes, they can stay away from the Shinobi. The Shinobi move at 1.38, and these Yuumi archers move at a pretty impressive 1.38 too. So it means as soon as you see a Shunshin happen, you back away a little bit more, they can never touch you. And what's that? Fitz said that he doubled his rank on Byzantines from rank 500 to 1,000. And that, ladies and gents, is why we're watching a Japanese mirror, because we were interested in winning civs. Looks like it's going to be a little bit burnt down in the forge, but I've got the outpost coming up now. So the more I look at this, the more I do see this probably turning into a fast castle build from both players. Because I think Sassy, if he just scales Yuumi, he loses this game. Like, the way you scale Yuumi, it's a very hard thing to do right now. I think there is a place for it in the meta, but for me, Yuumi requires prolonged feudal play where you see your opponent is actively engaging. We can see that Myriad is actively engaging with fishing. That's it. Like, he has no interest in playing these weird fights out, right? So you need to instead try to find something stronger than massing Yuumi, because they just don't scale quick enough. I think the cool thing about Yuumi to me is kind of prolonged feudal play into the eventual introduction of Bannerman. That is super strong because it gives you this huge surge in damage that makes you comparative to regular archers, but cheaper and faster. Shinobi are going to be thrown away, though. Interesting thing about that, by the way. Yep. Myriad didn't scout the final pond, so realizes last second. Beautiful dodge there from Neo. But now he's lost to Shinobi, so he can't now play to deny this dock. He could try to rebuild them, and he's going to do it, but I think at this stage, it's too late. The archer ships come out, and you're up against Yuumi. So the more Shinobi that Myriad builds here, the kind of worse it gets. So I'm really hoping that he's not intending to build more than one. In fact, the fact that he built one here did slow down his timing slightly on the tech up. We're going to see the drop of the floating gate at the backside. Now, keep in mind where he's placed this. There's now room for buildings in front of this. I'm really hoping we're going to see a stable being dropped right next to this. Something that is going to be a really big sticking point for me on optimizing Japanese is the way you drop your floating gate and what you drop it next to. Your goal whenever you go for the floating gate build should be for both of your Yoroshiros to be popped into whatever you're looking to pop them into within 8 seconds maximum of your tech up. Which means if you put the buildings right in front of you, actually you're done in about 5 seconds, 6 seconds max, after which you can then go after relics. Shinobi is going to be kept at home, so looks like there is no play on the map for him. Floating gate isn't being accompanied by... Oh, yeah. So this is kind of one of those awkward suboptimal things, but it does matter. So Myriad built the stable here. He could have built the stable here with this villager instead, and it would have been 1 tile away. So you would have dropped the Yoroshiro off in about 4 seconds and walked in. This could make sense if his plan was to drop Yoroshiro and walk for the relic over here. The problem with that plan is you know that's that direction your opponent's coming from, right? So realistically, you wanted the stable more south side to play for the safe relics. We have God Vision, there's no denying that. But there's also a reality that of the areas Sassy's like to play into, you can see he's building an outpost here. You can see he had fishing here. And you can see he's got a dock up here. So it's more likely he's gravitating towards the north side of the map already. But Yoroshiro's looks like one is... Wait, where did he bank the first? Was it Forge? No, he did go stables. Okay, so we are getting stables plus the TC escalation. So this TC, now it takes 16 seconds to produce villages. The stable play is super sick. It allows you to get Mounted Samurai out in 12 seconds. Let's check the other side. How's Sassy doing? Okay, so Sassy, his stable's going to be a lot closer than the comparative. It is still far away. This is still not optimal. The crazy part is how often people do this type of play, when in reality, like dropping the stable right next to the floating gate is not a bad thing. Especially considering that if your argument here is I wanted more room for farms, you already built your floating gate here. So your floating gate's already kind of blocking farms. So Sassy does rush up with 13, so it doesn't take him too long. In the meantime, he has a little bit of map control, but the problem is that's not going to last long with the amount of samurai coming out. So archers are going to start to be pushed away from this. He's going to attempt to snipe out the Shinto priest, and keep in mind he moves quicker than this religious unit. So good read there. Sassy arguably getting a lot of value out of this now. Like the Yuumi, they deny the shinobi, he denies the Shinto, and that's already forced the reaction of a Shinto shrine and the second priest coming out. But that means even though Myriad reached up first, he isn't seeing the relic gathering advantage you usually get when you go Castle Age ahead of your opponent. And also on top of that, we are now getting into Onimusha play. So Onimusha, super effective. Remember, this is the mounted crossbowman for the Japanese. So you get that plus heavy damage. It's going to sting. Samurai, one hit away from death, is going to go down. This is really cool, actually. I like this build from Sassy. The Shinobi get countered by the Yuumi, and then you play into this, knowing your opponent is going to be going from out Samurai. He did also drop the stable, though, which is the intriguing part for me. So it looks like the goal for Sassy is get enough Onimusha together to counter out your enemy's cav, and then have the follow-up cav to raid him. And if he ever tries to take a direct fight, the cool thing about this build here from Sass is that he'll have a front line while his crossbowmen attack. One of the big issues that you'll run into is that if you don't have a front line for this comp, Onimusha require a lot more micro, because they're basically horse archers. Looks like he is going to be able to scare away Myriad to start with. Wolves are also going up, so Sass, not easy to breach right now. We'll look to corner his opponent, and well, that A-click just works against you, doesn't it? Nice kiting coming out from Sassy as well as he drags him towards the back line here, just minimizing the damage on his Samurai. Looks like he will be able to yoink his second. Oof. Just about misses out. Behind this, though, we are going to now see a commit. Whoa. Wait. Really? Okay, so we're getting the Uma Bannerman. One, because it just comes out so quickly. Two, because it works nicely with your Samurai Warriors. But the follow-up is very intriguing here. Because Sass went for these Onimusha, the reaction coming out from Myriad is now to go back towards Yuumi, which is a super sick play here. It's a very cost-efficient counter to Onimusha. Onimusha are incredibly squishy, 80 health, but they do have extra range, so if your opponent's paying attention, it doesn't work that well. The difference here, however, is how quickly the Yuumi attack. Yuumi attack much faster than the Onimusha, which means you can kind of catch them when they animation lock for their shots to get in range for return fire. And you're now going to be a 70 health unit versus an 80 health unit that costs about 3 times as much as you do. Dude, that is a super sick read, but he needs to get more together right now. If it's just going to be the archers on their own, he's going to be in trouble. Upgrade does come through, but right now, Sass is swarming. Oh, man. I love the idea from Myriad, but I can't help but feel he jumped the gun. And the reality is there's no excuse to this. He's holding over 1,000 food in reserve. He could afford to be producing a lot more things like Knights right now to give him that front line. Well, not Knights. I'd say like even Horsemen here. Horsemen would be incredible. He's going to try to fix that, though. Double stable being dropped. So this is now 5 stables in total. He can get a very strong timing into Horseman, and he needs to be strong about it as well. The Onimusha numbers are swelling. Up to 14 and scaling already for Sassy. As Sass looks to control more of the relics. So far, we are going to see more go the way of Myriad as they've both banked one, a second one on the way home for Blue. And keep in mind, by the way, dude, you've got to give him credit. Myriad, he didn't take the safest relics. They're still in play for him, so keep an eye on that. There's a world in which... Okay, ignore that. Sassy's going to take one away, but this relic should still be going the way of Blue, which means it's going to be a 2-3 split in favor of Blue. The numbers need to bump up a little bit quicker than this. Once he has them, they're super effective as well. 4 ranged armor against a unit that has 10 damage and such a slow attack speed. It's going to be very difficult for Sassy now. Knights are going to chase in. Villagers just can't react to it right now. Onimusha are going to be peeled off to address that, though. As Horsemen also come out, and the chase away is effective here. So Sass, he's going to be reset. It looks like he did commit to the Uma Bannerman, so quite frustrating here. He went all in on the cavalry play and already finds himself now counted. He could play into Horseman himself and just try to mirror this out, because the problem right now is that Myriad is going a comp of anti-armor and anti-range. So realistically, like, you need to kind of mirror this or move away from Cav entirely. Looks like he's thinking about moving away from it. So we are seeing archers now added in, which is a curious choice considering your opponent is massing Horsemen. I hope that's a misclick, because I don't like the idea of that composition up against the unit that outright counters everything coming out of the archery range. And not just counters it normally, folks, it counters it better, right? It has got the Uma Bannerman, which means the extra 15% damage being done. It definitely adds up. Armies of similar size right now. Horsemen are going to turn around for the engagement. Onimusha need to target down those samurai and just move to the back line with the Horsemen there. Just try and counter him out. So good micro coming out here from Myriad as he splits up the fight desirably. Looks like the samurais are now going to start getting sniped down. And the Horsemen is more cost efficient to throw them away like this. They're carrying this unit and they're also losing less. But the demo ship on the backside does find at least one cav unit for his troubles. Not the big wallop that Sassy was looking for, though. In fact, I'm wondering if Myriad could try to do similar on the other side now. Looks like he does end up losing the fight because Sassy still has the range numbers in his favor. 17 Onimusha and counting. Now more samurai being added in. Kind of cumbersome the way that happened. The difference there is, although that they were militarily comparative, there's more quality to Sassy's army. And then on top of that, he had more of his total force count on the map in that location, while Myriad kind of jumped the gun while he's still trickling in. So lessons to be learned in that moment. Quite lucky that the demo ship didn't take out more. Notice someone was mentioning that the Japanese Miro has 0 Rax units. Yes. It's pretty interesting, right? I think part of that is due to the fact we're on a fishing map, though, so you're able to afford these higher food cost units more frequently, right? Because remember, the Samurai, Mount Samurai got to be 140 food each. Even the Onimusha are quite pricey at 80 food each, so it definitely helps. It's also, because you're playing on these ponds, you need more mobility. If you didn't have this mobility on such an open map where you played out to fishing, your opponent would just go down the flanks, right? So I think part of it's forced by the map dynamics more than anything else. I expect to see a lot of games where it's melee on melee and demo. Okay, that got its value. 5 Onimusha, almost 6 going down. The low price of almost 1 Onimusha total. So good exchange there for Sassy. Now putting himself firmly in the driving seat here. 35 to 12 military. Eco still does favor Myriad. If we go late enough, he also has the relic advantage. But right now, you might lose that eco advantage. You can see there's a little bit of hesitation there. Sassy considered diving in. This is a very fragile army. It's very easy to dive in as well because they have got the Kaburaya, which gives you the extra movement speed when you're moving towards targets. Instead, just going to be calm and move away. Interesting that it had the glow on, but it wasn't showing the movement speed still, which was weird. I think for Sassy, it's really important to find fights right now. Myriad is kind of just being allowed to bloat his economy, right? That's something scary because the difference here as well is, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Sassy never dropped the Yorishiro and the TC. So right now, you're seeing the eco lead increase for Myriad because he actually gets villages every 16 seconds compared to the 20. How high are we? It looks like that's going to be, yeah, level 1 still, right? But level 2 coming through. Okay, so this is a really big deal in that now, if Myriad wants to add in a new unit type, he can actually get the Bannerman for it as well. A little bit of poking and prodding coming out here. Sass needs to be careful not to hemorrhage units like this because of what we just mentioned. Myriad's eco is getting bigger, so little losses like this might seem irrelevant in the moment because you know you have such a big military lead. That's not going to be true in about 2 minutes. In about 2 minutes, the numbers should start to favor Myriad. Although the army value is still firmly in the favor of Sassy, it still puts him on the clock. Like, you need to do something with this army value. You can't just sit by anymore. Nice little snipe downs. We'll find one the Bannerman for free. Army continues to retreat away. Is Myriad not ready for the fight yet? Myriad, in fact, he's hoarding a lot of stone. I'd love to see like a second TC and then just upgrade on the front side, but this looks like he's going to try to rely on the Shogunate Palace, or Castle rather, to get him through the hard times. Bannerman have been sniped down. The interesting part is Sassy doesn't have his Evo, right? Like, not for the full army. He peeled off the Musha. So we'll re-engage here. Horsemen need to be careful, though. The problem is because you don't have that bonus damage coming out, these Onimusha aren't making quick work of those Samurai anymore. It feels like it's taking a little bit too long. So a bad fight coming out as Myriad once again forced back. Farms on both sides. Let's do the count because the difference here, yeah, Myriad has a lot more to work with. And he's going for the Shogunate Castle. This is going to be a substantial increase in food income right now. He already has a ridiculous lead considering the fishing, but that's now drying up for both players. So the difference is going to be raw farm count and the fact that we can see Myriad's willing to take the risks out onto berries, while for Sassy, he's just been ignoring that resource deposit. That's a big slip up in my opinion, because the reality of what you're doing here, you're at a stage in the game where you could realistically have 3 levels of Willpower. He hasn't, but even with 2 levels of Willpower, this is as good as your farms. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, oh wow, yeah, Sassy never got more than level 1 Willpower. That feels like an oversight, right? Like, you're 20 minutes into a game and you still don't have Takazaiku. I think he just maybe forgot about it, which wouldn't be surprising. Like, I think one thing that's kind of uncomfortable about the Japanese until you get used to it, it's the same thing that we see with other civs where they don't get Willpower straight away, right? Like, your muscle memory is, I've clicked Willpower is done now. That's not the way the Japanese work. The way the Japanese work is, I've clicked Willpower once, I need to click it again. I've clicked Willpower again, I need to click it again. By the way, did anyone else notice this? Okay, it seems irrelevant, but that detail around Willpower, I'm wondering if Myriad has looked now, because these villagers keep coming in range of this. It's possible he doesn't even know, because this is on the very edge of the map, so it doesn't really show clearly when it comes to division. Dude, Billy the Sheep is doing all the hard work, though. Like, he's getting that critical scan info. Like, if he sees that there's no Willpower here, that means that Myriad knows 100% he's ahead on Nico. And he needs to be, because he is hemorrhaging elsewhere. It's like the raid. North side is going to find the 5 villages, so whoopsie-daisy there. Sassy should be able to even the eco count with this move. There is a move coming from behind, and this might be critical right now. It looks like Myriad's weak, but he's not. Numbers swelling, and Sassy cut out of position here. He could get cut off. Horsemen need to ride around the right side of the trade post. Instead, they're going to chase in, so shots coming out from those archers. Baits away, the Samurai wraps around on the south side, and Sassy, because he A-clicked, mistakes are made. Horsemen are in, and that should be a big pinch. Immediately traps all the Samurai, a decent amount of Onimusha. What a move from Myriad. And that's going to be a cleanup on Isle Dead. Sassy needs to run for the high hills, and while he's running, you know he's going to keep gunning for you. Horsemen chasing at max movement speed, and you're going all the way home. Meanwhile, the reason why Sassy wasn't as strong there, he took a second wave, he took it elsewhere. This wave could be a redeeming quality. The issue right now, however, is that Spirit of War, Myriad, he has got the Shogunate Castle. So if you dive under this, these units are not going to last long. Demo ship coming out. Nice move away just in time. Horsemen are going to be thrown away chasing down the Onimusha, but right now, Onimusha count favors Myriad for the first time in the game. Oh, wow. That's insane. Like, look at the quick reaction here. I wasn't sure he'd have this many troops together, but 11 horsemen instantly there to answer. So Sassy doesn't even have any counter damage to do on the other side of the map. Now the chase down continues. Villagers caught out of base. Aren't going to be targeted. Looks like A-click was used there by Myriad. We'll start to shift by now, but this could idle out a lot of economy right here. This is critical. That mistake made by Sassy chasing those 5 villages could be his undoing. For this entire game, since we moved past the Shinobi weirdness, military lead has sat with Sassy. But now, he's doubled up. Now, it is Myriad's game to win or lose. Villagers are going to get caught doing nothing here. Mistakes made there, so as soon as I say his game to lose, he loses the eco advantage. But military, still heavily in his favor. He has double the army value, and he's looking to push it. Dive comes in. No level 3 Shogunate coming in, so no rockets to defend your base. The Onimusha count just keeps rising right behind this. Looking at the resources, Myriad, if he wants at any stage, he can stop and just go Imperial Age. I don't see a world in which Sassy can do the same. But why would you stop when you've got the pressure in your favor? Horseman count also looking good enough to dive here. A lot of armor on these bad boys. 5 ranged armor to speak of against a defense that's doing 10 damage. So Daimyo okay, Shogun is coming in. This is really big. It's only going to take 20 seconds. This is going to buy time for Sassy, but my issue right now is what do you do with that time? If you think about where his economy is, most of it isn't at home. Most of it is abroad. Dive in. This could work out well for Sassy if it's quick enough, but it looks like the Shogunate Castle's a little bit too late. Horsemen get on the backside. Onimusha have to stand their ground. Everything is idled up right now, and it's looking thumbs up for Myriad. Myriad will now see the rockets coming out. This should be the moment of maybe thinking about backing away. Instead, he decides pedal to the metal. He goes even deeper. Musha are going to be cleared up. Sassy with no standing army. And you can't help but feel like the writing is on the wall. And it all came down to that one play north side. And I don't think that's an exaggeration, guys. This was a crazy game, actually. For a mirror, like the differences we were seeing in builds, the optimization around farms, the Kolka Township versus the Kura Storehouse, there were differing elements here, right? Where Sassy was doing a better job of taking the initial fights and making the transitions happen. But where Myriad came out ahead is in his economy and in his timing. That one move north side obliterated Sass. That one move shut down everything he'd been working towards. And because he'd peeled his army, he didn't even get the thumbs up of finding an exploit elsewhere. Just everywhere, Myriad across the map read him perfectly. The villagers baiting him into the corner, the second wave to defend the west. From there on out, Myriad, sitting in the driving seat, refused to give it over. And I think this should be GG point. Forges are going down, so that's Yorishiro is also lost. No access to gold except from the north side. There's not really enough here to protect Sassy in this area, so if that ever gets discovered, this game is definitely over. But I'd argue it already is. I mean, we're talking about 80 eco to 56 here. And the crazy part is even though he's been diving non-stop in his Shogunate Castle, he's still got himself a nice, healthy 45 units to play with. Oh, man. What a game. What a really cool game coming out from both players. I love that this wasn't just a mirror. I love that just the landmark choices were different, and you can see the merits of both. I don't think this was a game where you literally just looked and went, oh yeah, Kura Storehouse sucks. You always go for Kolka Township on these maps. I'd argue that actually the players of Sassy looked good into Castle Age. It fell apart because of the moves he made, which I think is what I usually like to see is like, you know, the choices in terms of positioning, right, and the way that people take fights being a way that the game's decided instead of it just being economy. But now, with that economy lead being so big, GG is going to get called. Myriad will win the Japanese mirror. Let me know what you guys thought of this one. I think this is a very interesting show and tell of Japanese. Funny that we're still seeing it so often on Rocky Canyon. Hoping we get to see, or Rocky River rather, I hope we get to see it elsewhere soon. Sup, Zuby? You're a sub and Twitch show you ad. Don't accept sub. Wait, what do you mean? No, if you're subbed, you shouldn't be seeing ads. That's literally how Twitch works. I'm not sure what would be causing that otherwise. Yeah, that's a bit weird. All right, pretty cool game. Yeah, both players went into different techs, and even though they both came to Onimusha, they came to Onimusha with different complementary elements, right? Like, that was another cool element within that game. So, really cool games from Myriad. I'd appreciate you pointing those ones out to me, buddy. What else did we have here? We had some interesting ones, actually. I think we had... I noticed Lucifron had played a few. I don't know if he's privated that account, though. Probably has. But did Antoxo on the other side? Because I remember... did. Why? Antoxo, why? Come on, bro. Is Antoxo still trying to go pro? It's kind of weird when people try to like hide their data when they're not going pro. I don't think you should ever be ashamed of your gameplay, right? I get players hiding their data for secret strats. I never get players hiding their data for like shame or whatever, especially if they're trying to go pro. Just because like the reality is your gameplay is always going to be shown eventually, right? That's what I love about like Mist. I've literally had him in an interview before where he's been like, yeah, I had an idea. I didn't get a chance to test it beforehand, so I just went in and done it. It didn't work. And I was like, dude. Yes. 100% yes. Okay, guys. How about Poppy Paw versus Shelby? This should be an interesting one, actually. Because Shelby right now is ranked, I think it was 36th, which is kind of crazy. So let me start that game up. We saw 0 racks? Yes. For the Japanese, considering the Japanese have the most, I'd say, flexible and diverse racks right now, seeing 0, really fair point to make. It's actually pretty crazy. All right, you guys ready? Let's get to. I feel like I just can't get away from this map. Always with the rockiest of rivers. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action. I'm kind of getting sick of this map, but I'm definitely not getting sick of the matchups on it. We have got Jeanne d'Arc versus Japanese, and a very interesting clash here, because on one side, we have got the illustrious Poppy Paul, one of Canadia's one and true prides coming out, one of the top players by far. Absolutely talented lad, a Red Bull Wolo finalist. But he's playing Jeanne d'Arc, so I know all of you are already rooting against him. But in his way, a powerhouse of this map. A Civ that I actually think has been discriminating others on Rocky River. It is, of course, the one and only Japanese in the hand of Shelby TV. Now, this was exciting to me to see. I needed to feature this because I haven't cast Shelby in a while. I think we cast them back in like Season 4 when they were an up-and-comer ranked around like 200, 300. Coming in to this season, they are already sitting 36th on the leaderboard after, how long has the expansion been out? Like 3 weeks? That's pretty respectable. I'm excited to see what they can do. They have been known to stream occasionally. I don't know if they ever were trying to go pro. I think I've seen them participating in some of the things like the War Chief clubs before. It would be a really big morale booster if they could flex some victories over Poppy Paul. And I say some victories because we've got 2 games they play in a row. This is the first of the 2. We'll see how this one goes. I'm already favoring his Civ choice, but I'm hoping Jeanne can surprise me because I haven't seen Jeanne on this map at all so far. Right? Like, I actually don't think I've seen Jeanne outside of Himayama on any water hybrid maps. And in fairness, if we're being real about Himayama, Himayama is a water hybrid map, but I feel like I see players actually play for the pond less than like 10% of the games, right? So, curious to see what they can do. Especially considering that you don't really have any big upside as the French playing onto water, right? Like, you don't get cheaper docks, you don't get faster fishing boats. The days of having access to hulks and being the only people to have sprinkled ships in the feudal age are gone. Something that could be cool to see here, though, is the ability to build up docks and build up outposts fast with Jeanne to get an edge. Doesn't look like we're getting that, though. And I'm wondering if Shelby was paranoid that that was going to happen, because instead of going for water themselves, they're going for a fast tech up, and it is going to be the Korka Township. Now, this is a really cool play. And I think this might be a really cool play, not just on water maps for the Japanese, but for land as well against this specific Civ. Can you guys guess why this build could be really good against Jeanne d'Arc? Might it be because no one goes Hunter? Hunters that would actually do a lot of damage against ninjas. Hunters that would actually make for good traders versus those very expensive ninjas. Instead, you go for the Woman at Arms build, right? And if you get swarmed by ninjas, sure, you're going to get good cleaves. But if they don't swarm you, if they kind of sequentially go in a few at a time, those ninjas do substantial damage. They get bonus damage versus melee, folks. In fact, with your upgrades in place in Feudal Age, you can do, I think, 25 damage in total to Woman at Arms per hit. And then that gets, well, you negate, I believe it's 2 or 3 of that. So a lot of damage going through into the raw HP. And also, Shinobi move quick enough that they can stay in sync with Jeanne. She can't move away. Also, keep in mind, with enough of those Shinobi, you can Shinshin behind the body block retreats. And before you're like, well, you never want to surround her because she'll cleave. Someone else that's awesome with the Shinobi, but it just doesn't get mentioned in the listing because they just have so many things to detail. Shinobi heal out of combat, which means that as long as you don't just get slapped down and out by Jeanne, you can keep coming back for more. Yeah, this is what I mean, by the way. Look, literally, can disguise enemy villages, high damage versus bonus versus melee, fast move speed, low health, scouts can spot. But like, there's so many things they're already listing, they forget to put in the healing element. This is what I'm talking about, right? You get the +5 damage already with the Wakizashi against melee, which means you're doing 25 damage to Jeanne. Then you can get 2 melee techs because you've got Tatara plus the level 2. Remember, the Japanese get 4 melee techs in total. That's an insane amount of damage to put into Jeanne. Jeanne, who has, I think it's 200, was it 220 health? Plus the melee armor. But the reality of what's happening there is, even with the melee armor, you're putting through about 24 damage per strike per Shinobi. And he's going to be scaling into those Shinobi. So third one already on the way. Doc is also going to come down the center. Cool thing about going Docs now, that's going to give you the fishing to afford additional Shinobi pass. And look at the reaction from Poppy Paw. He actually goes into the Hunter. Was this a reaction to the Coca? I think so. There's no way Poppy Paw didn't scout that, right? But that's unfortunate because the problem of now going into Jeanne d'Arc is you'd think that Jeanne d'Arc Hunter counters Shinobi because you see, oh, extra damage versus light melee. Great. Folks, I kind of actually doesn't. Especially if you get caught like this. Oh, villagers. Now, the only upside is they're not going to get the bonus melee damage. But the reason it doesn't, folks, is due to the Shunshin. They can gap close and they move quicker than you. And right now, the boar's adding a lot of damage in. Poppy Paw, mistakes were made. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Jeanne, she's down. Villagers will try to get the snipe, but he didn't even get the XP. Oh, my God. And the Shunshin moves come in. One villager down. Second one could easily fall because this is a no wheelbarrow play out of Poppy Paw. In fact, I think that is going to be 3 villagers dead, right? If he's targeting the low one, that's another one dead. Shelby with the moves. Also, that's a buyback coming out from Jeanne. First Knight is going to hit the field. But Knights, I mean, if they get target, they don't count like you think. Shunshins are available as well. So Jeanne unlikely to get away from this. One goes down. Second one hits the deck. Can he get the kill? Shunshin needs to be used here. Instead, just hangs around, gets the final strike, and gets away with it. Knights go down, but a worthwhile exchange for Shelby. Shelby, who, which, by the way, has already set up the docks, already has 2 fishing boats out, now has forced double death on Jeanne, killed a few villagers, and even forced the buyback of 250 gold at the 6-minute mark. Shelby, who is an unknown person to most, versus Poppy Paw, one of the GOATs of NA, one of the saviors of NA. Man, he is looking well and truly crowned right now. It's going to come out. Villager should be denied on the docks. That's actually a big deal there. Interestingly, he went for the scout, but makes a lot of sense because then you can start kind of, exploiting your opponent with the spy, right? But this is really cool because if this just turns into Knights versus Shinobi, Shinobi can actually win that. I'm not even exaggerating, folks. Great use of the Shunshin to break the charge also. The reason why Shinobi can win that is because their melee damage is so high. He's already got the +1. He does 26 damage to these Knights. One Knight of which is going to go down. So nice snipe there with the TC. Dude, what a crazy opening. The first 6 minutes of this game were insane. And Poppy Paw, now is just hard locked out of Jeanne until she comes back, right? Because, he doesn't want to buy her. Right? You had to wait so much longer that it's just not worth buying now. So just let her come back naturally. But that means this whole while, Jeanne has not been getting XP. Right? Of the 8 minutes of this game, I'd say for about 4 of it, she's not been XP gathering, right? She didn't even get the ball, remember? So that's a permanent 50 XP has been removed from the map that you can't get. Now Shinobi count continues to scale again. I'm really surprised that Poppy Paw isn't trying to get into an archery range. It's really expensive at this stage, but at the same time, scaling Infinite Knights doesn't help you here. Because as long as Shelby has something to tank the charges, the Shinobi will win those fights. They're very cost-efficient traders. So Jeanne back in the mixer. A single archer to his name. XP not looking great. Interesting amount of fishing boats, by the way, from Shelby. I would say a little bit overkill going up to 6 fishing boats here. They are insanely cheap, but I guess for Shelby, they just felt like they needed a huge surge of food. I'm wondering if they're considering getting a bit greedy here and going towards Castle Age. Could just be a game-winning play. For now, though, more Shinobi on the move, and the Knights are guarding here. But, folks, if he tanks with the Scout, these Knights will lose. It's like Jeanne will be able to move over to the dock, so unfortunately, Shelby didn't cancel this, which is kind of surprising. So now she's going to get paid for that, right? So it should be 150. So it should be 50 XP if I'm not mistaken. Shelby is so crafty, man. He's going to pull the scout in to aggro the Knights away. You cheeky git. And now he comes in with the Shinobi. Shunshin in. A move away, but Poppy Paw, no wheelbarrow to work with. And remember what we said about these Knights. These Knights do not win, folks. Look at that damage! Dude, this unit needs to be respected. Now, if Shelby turns around and tanks the charge with the scout, he'll kill this knight as well. That's something to keep an eye out for. It looks like for now he's going to keep backing away. But these are super sick plays by Shelby. Great read there by Poppypaw, though. Denies the second lake from going up. So that's now a second villager being taken out. He needs to find these kills because of the losses he's experienced on land. Scout goes in with the tank. Good maneuvering there, but there should be a Divine Arrow available. So he's trying to hold it. That might be a mistake, though. Dude, the micro from Shelby here. He's going to lose the Scout. He's going to lose to Shinobi. But now the Horsemen, they just need to flood through. If they just get on top of Jean, she's dead. Instead, they're going to take everything out. So Cavalry going down. Good exchanges again. Poppypaw, as soon as he gets a little bit of XP, he's once again going to lose Jean. I mean, she's not getting away. Divine Restoration way too late. Shunshin in. Immediate snipe. And Jean now dead for the third time in 10 minutes. Dude, Shelby is just writing a masterclass on countering Jean right now. She's not having a good time. Shinobi need to be a little bit careful, though. I think you need to tank these Horsemen. There we go. Goes back in a little bit late, though. Unfortunate. It's going to move away with the Shinobi. Remember, the reason why he's throwing the Horsemen away is that the Shinobi are not easily replaceable. They come out of a single building. You can build more stables if you need more Horsemen. It's actually a really smart read by Shelby. Dude, this is so cool. So, interesting fact coming through from Bolt Action Jackson. Used to see Shelby play in the Latin America SE2 tournament. Solid player. Wonder how dedicated he is to AoE 4. This guy's been playing a lot of Age of Empires 4. We've seen a lot of Shelby on Age of Empires 4. And you know what? Like, I could believe it. And the cool thing as well is I think that actually playing a Civ like Japanese with the Koka Township build lets him thrive with that SE2 micro. I think that Shinobi are probably the most micro-intensive unit in the game right now. The flexibility and the things you can do, and my god, dude, the flexibility he's got with this comp. The Horseman going for the raid, and the damage he just done there. Even turns around for another villager. Okay, we mean business now. Shelby, once again, with about a 10 eco lead. Fishing close to drying up in this area. Needs to actually reallocate the ships here to go for that. Meanwhile, the push into his base. Looks like it did find some damage, so Shelby definitely taking a bit of a dent in return, but still has that eco lead due to the fishing. Needs to find his way into an extra pontoon. Looks like he did actually on the south side, so it's about to get another 2k food to work with down here. The archer ship now coming in is pretty bloody annoying if you are Poppypaw. It's not much damage, but it definitely adds up. He doesn't have undermesh either, so it does sting for sure. Half the damage hitting in there. Now we're adding in spears. Makes a lot of sense, right? Poppypaw is just doing this very one-dimensional, could see it in Silver League build, right? The classic, I like French Knights. So if you get into spears now, even though there's an archer in the field, this one archer is already counted. He's not having a good time. You're at a stage where you can kind of afford less efficient trades where you give more XP over just to keep her out of the game long term. It's a nice little snipe in there coming out from Poppypaw, though. He's able to claw back 2 more eco. Loses 1 knight for his trouble, though. Another dock is going to be coming in, so Shelby's about to be working with a hell of a lot of food here, which is dangerous for Poppypaw, considering he's adding these 2 Raxes. The amount of speed you could get out, even maybe going into some Samurai as a follow-up to just dive into the base layer could be good. Right now, though, tanking with Jean is something to be careful of. I think if she's ever around half HP, there's a risk she just dies to an attack. The crazy part, by the way, is with 6 Shinobi, if you are down to about, or 6 actually, if you're down to 120 health, you can insta-die to them with the Shunshin. So like, you won't even get XP. And by the way, that's the type of trade you probably consider making a Shelby. Depends on the position of the Knights, right? So you need to be close enough that the Spears and the Horsemen can bait the aggro, but he'll look for it. In fact, he's fishing for a kill right now. Horseman moving in. Body blocks are going to come out. Shinobi looking for that dive in. There's the Shunshin, there's the stab straight away. Jean brought down Divine Restoration. Is not going to save her. And immediately he needs to deal with these Shinobi before he loses everything. Spearman coming out as well, so it's essentially just choose your poison. Do you want to die by Hemlock, or do you just want to die by Acid? And right now it seems to be both. What a move coming out, and not just that. Check the add-on detail here. Shelby has just got the Daimyo coming out. That Bannerman impacts Shinobi as well. So these Shinobi hit even harder, now hitting for 30 damage. Dude. Shelby is giving us a masterclass here. This is so sick what he's been able to do consistently for 14.5 minutes. 14.5 minutes up against arguably one of the top micro players, I'd say, in Age of Empires 4. Like, Poppy Paw is easily a top 15 player for Micro. Like, you guys remember when Poppy Paw was kind of just innovating when it came to mangonel dodges? I'd say to this day, Poppy Paw is considered the best mango dodger in the game. Yet he is getting well and truly handled right here. Shelby putting him on the leash. And shout out to Voldemar with a big boy raid. We need to see some big boy raids because right now Poppy Paw is looking like a kid who's getting disciplined. Whew. Knights can't even hang around for a single villager here. And this, folks, is getting scary. Jean dead for, I've lost count. Is that 4? Is it 5? I think it's 4 times now this game. She's still level 2 at 15 minutes in. Wouldn't be surprised if she's still going to be level 2 at 20. Whew. Dude, I actually love that we're seeing Bannerman with Shinobi, by the way. I think this is the first game I've got to cast where Shinobi are still present when Bannerman come out. I really hope he adds in additional Shinobi, because these units scale phenomenally with Bannerman play. They also scale with age, so whenever he reaches castle age, Shinobi are going to get an extra, I think it's 18 health and about 5 extra damage. So definitely worth using them long-term here, especially if Poppy Paw continues to refuse to counter them. It's kind of surprising that Poppy Paw still hasn't tried to counter them, right? Like, he has an archery range, but just hasn't been using it. Probably feels like he can't take a direct fight even if he had that. Instead, he gets caught out on the berries here before an outpost can go up. It's like the Horsemen will be able to find one villager for their trouble. Jean is back up and operational. We are now going to see archers being queued up for Poppy Paw. This game is looking grim right now. Shelby does need to fix his gold, holding way too much in reserve. Could see him actually buy into Castle Age. I think it'd be a very sensible play here. We are now seeing the farm starting to come out. It's a really good time for that, by the way. The fish is going to start drying up soon, but on top of that, he got the Daimyo, which means he's got that 25% increased gathering rate on these farms. So they become quite valuable to play into. Little raid in, though. Poppy Paw. Always the multifaceted lad. We'll find a villager for his troubles. No textiles, so it's quite easy to snipe these villagers. Charging towards the gold here. Shinobi count. Almost non-existent. Only 2 of them to work with now. Villagers have to run away. If he turns around with the spearman now, it's going to be an absolute massacre. And here we go. Shelby gets in with the stab. Straight away grabs them all. Villagers have to stand and fight. They literally go into A-click mode because right now, Poppy Paw's only hope of getting back into this game is off of level 3 Jean. And I hope to hell he just got it because it just cost him all those villagers. Not just the villagers, the knights as well. Dude, what a great read there by Shelby. Can I just emphasize, by the way, this is not easy to do what Shelby's doing. Not just the fact that he's up against one of the best players in the game. It's the fact that he's taking these trades against Jeanne d'Arc. You have to be damn well certain every trade that you commit to is worth it. Because what you're doing is you're feeding your death sentence if not. Because Jeanne will level up, she will reach that scary level 3, and then the panic begins. But there's no panic from Shelby. He snipes her again! Now, that looked insane, but guys, remember, this is double melee upgrade, and that's Hunter Jean. But that was still 6 spears. I think if there's ever been an example of why Jean Hunter specifically needs to be buffed, someone needs to clip it and ship it, because that right there is the #1 example of why Jean Hunter sucks. Dude, she's meant to counter this unit. She does not counter this unit whatsoever. Ay, ay, ay. Archer's finally there for the chase down, so Spearman will get it cleared up. And level 3 is in. So this is one hope moment for Poppy Paw. This is go. If you wait, if you hang back, if you do not play aggressively now, the game is already over. Because Shelby is on the way to Castle Age with a 22 eco edge. Jeanne d'Arc definitely could be a little bit annoying here. One upside of being the Hunter form is that you can try and harass these boats out. You do 18 damage now on the fly. But still, just doesn't feel like it was worth it. The pain, the suffering on the way to get there. A rough game here for Poppy Paw. I imagine he was treating this as an experimental game when he went with the Archer anyway. It might have been that he thought it was a good idea to get the Archer against the Kolka Township. It would make sense. Like we said at the start of the game, it's logically you think it's the counter, but the problem is that Jean Hunter is way too weak. Way too inefficient. I think as a bare minimum, a very simple buff that Jean Hunter should probably have, the same movement speed as the Women at Arms. The fact that you can run away with the Women at Arms from Shinobi, but you cannot run away as the Hunter, is insane. Dock's now being burned, but so much food gathered and tech up now came through. Let's check the lay of the lands. It looks like we are going to get Yoroshiras being dropped in the stables, so not optimal here with that floating gate placement in that regard. But we'll still get there. Would love to see him just add one dropped into the racks as well so that he can get into either, a few samurai or even spearmen here. I think you have enough food for the time being as well, actually. So we'll see. Could drop it in the marketplace if he just wants to get some gold, but it is indeed going to be Rax play. I love the fact that he puts it in the heavily just like damaged Rax instead of the full health one that's closer. But now he needs to start moving for those relics. He needs to time it right as well because he's going to be contested by Knights in the mid-map. John, meanwhile. Don't you just love that by choosing Hunter form, you get an extra unit that counters you? There's going to be a little bit of harassment coming through. You can put Yoroshiras in the marketplace. Last time I tested it, yes. I don't know if that's changed since then, but yes, you definitely could before. Pretty sure you still can. Just functions the same as a Forge. It's not as broken as it sounds as well, because like the reality is that a Forge costs less, right? If you go for the marketplace, you pay 100. Forges are only 50. And in terms of space, they use up less, right? So if you're looking for gold, Forges are still the way to go for marketplaces. A marketplace at the time being just exists to trade across. Plenty of food to work with, wants to fix the gold. A lot of stone coming in as well, so I'm expecting Daimyo level 2 here soon instead of second TC, just because you want to set up these farms and make it worthwhile, and the food, it is dwindling, right? It's going to run out soon. You can see, in fact, Shelby is playing risky onto economy here, going for the berries on the flank. Something that's not easy to do against Knights, folks. I'd actually love to see Shelby consider just going into Onimusha here. I think Onimusha is a super sick counter. Even those archers on the field. One, those are feudal age archers. Two, those archers don't have as much range as your Onimusha. For the time being, just happy to do the Mount Samurai plus the spears. Looks like the Knights are marching south. Dude, how did Puppy Paw sense this? Did he see the short wall and get suspicious? I think he's just checking for the gold and the berries because he understands at this point the gold has to have ran out. Instead, he came looking for gold and found the food. Good raid by Puppy Paw. And good night to 7 villages stuck in no man's land. Meanwhile, a clash towards the base of Jean. Spearman looking in the wrong place here. Are going to start getting sniped down. Has also added in, I believe, the Samurai coming into this mixer. Yeah, so have they got the Odachi yet? If they've got the Odachi, they're scary. Okay, that hasn't come through yet. Once Odachi is in, that's going to be a counter to archers, folks. Remember, that +4 damage for Odachi is against infantry. That doesn't just mean spears, men-at-arms. That means archers, crossbows as well. Village is also being idled out and sniped down as wave after wave comes in. Spearmen have been kited out, but the upgrade just came through. They weren't vet until now, so these Knights are scared. And Puppy Paw, he was saving bank, man. He wasn't even looking to fight this long term. Instead, he wanted to age up. Now, that might be his undoing here. It just feels like wave after wave, right? Like that harassment on the other side has stalled. Puppy Paw has not moved from that area for a while now. Meanwhile, he's being harassed left, right, and center. Just feels as soon as he's recovered from run raid, another kick to the teeth comes in. And as I say that, another spot has been found. Double outpost is here, but these spearmen should be able to find some kills. Once again, spearmen, they're really scary at this stage in the game for the Japanese, right? They got the +3 damage due to 3 melee tech upgrades. So substantially more spooky than most side spears. And now the Knight joining in. It's an absolute massacre. Puppy Paw just looks lost in this game right now. Dude, this is kind of crazy. It's like Puppy Paw is not an easy player to do this against, but essentially he's just being out-microed everywhere. There's just too many fires to put out for Puppy Paw. Obviously, this is, you know, a big element of this is what happened in the early game scaled into the mid-game, sure. But what Shelby has done with that mid-game has to be given due credit. This guy was smart, he was flexible, he was engaged. He didn't just look for this greedy approach. He's been playing the map wide consistently for several minutes, and it's paid off. That's a little snipe there on the Samurai. Almost cost him another Knight, though. Even the villager joining in, I'm not sure that was intentional. Relics have started to be picked up, but not many right now. Only one so far for Shelby. Keep in mind, Puppy Paw still hasn't aged up, though, folks, this entire time. Oy, oy, oy. Spears. He could go for a brace and get a kill here. If he micros it right. Looks like there's just too many to deal with, though, so won't be able to get a single kill in return. So good trade there. Right now for Puppy Paw, he does have the army value heavily in his favor. In fact, double up. But that's kind of deceitful in that, sure, the army value says this, but if you think about the value of each unit, because it's Castle Age versus Feudal, I'd say you have to add on like 1,000 to Shelby's army value. Like if both armies clashed right now, I think the Knights would still win with the healing ability, especially off cooldown, they'd annihilate. But the Spears would take a decent chunk with them. And the Springle ships are kind of weird in this calculation, I guess. Like we actually need to remove them. Now that I realize that with double Springled adding in so much to the cost, Realistically, yes, Poppy Paul would still win a fight if he could get it right now. It would cost him about 6 knights. But that's if he can get the fight now. If the fight is heavily delayed, I'm a bit scared. Shelby, which, by the way, did go for a second TC, so very greedy of him to do this. I don't think this was necessary either. They were in a very firm position, but this has slowed down their military escalation. More relics being picked up in the meantime. Notice Poppy Paul immediately pivots. He needs to go deny that. It's crucial that you don't let him get this free gold. You can see how desperate he is on the front side. He's almost already exhausted the second 4k gold. I don't know whether Yoroshiro's been being dropped here. Probably Forges is usually the go-to. Actually, has it been long enough for a second, a third Yoroshiro in total? We must be, yeah. Okay, he put it in the house, so was desperate for food. Interesting, but makes a lot of sense, right? He wasn't deep in the farm transition. I think that's one lesson for this game from Shelby. Great aggro, but I'd say, like, where he was a little bit weak, his farm transition was quite slow, right? He definitely suffered from that. Poppy Paul is still on point with the micro. Does need to find more buildings to buff. I'm really surprised that he never consecrated the TC, considering he's been sitting on 2 consecration charges, right? But probably saving them for like a triple stable drop. Not sure if he can even afford that many stables, though. That would be 5 stables total for a guy who has a grand total of 35 eco units. And by the way, still no wheelbarrow. Oof. Another villager being sniped. It is literally just knights right now. I'm really hoping that Poppy Paul has a transition in mind, or this game's going to get pretty spooky for him. Dude, if he got that low enough, by the way, keep in mind Jean could have finished that off for 100 damage with Divine Arrow. That does work against buildings, against ships, against anything. I've actually used that to snipe, finish off buildings before. It's quite funny. Army came out. I think Shelby's jumping the gun again. He just needs to kind of bide his time, wait a little bit. It's almost like he's scared of losing the docks. Even though there's no fish there, I think for him it's more about the loss of vision that would make them more paranoid. But they're close to what they need to fight here. Samurai count is increasing. And was that the... Yeah, that was the Royal Institute. So makes a lot of sense here from Poppy Paul. The logic is that he has kind of a one clear win condition and it's not playing long here. He knows his eco is much weaker than the Japanese at this stage. So his only play to get back in this game is probably going to be Royal Bloodlines into a fight. But you need to be so fast about this. I feel like you've given a lot of time over for Shelby to scale. Samurai going in, look for that gold. Dude, are you kidding me? Look at the health bars right now. Look at the health bars! Oh, man. Is he going to get baited into it again? It looks like it's going to be a back away for the time being from Shelby. I mean, if he sends in the deflective armor knight, he can just kill this Veteran Knight without losing anything. Which is kind of insane to say. Spear's now coming in. No Bannerman in the mixer, though, and Shelby just realized it on a delay, so that's not going to be there for the fight. But the amount of losses here in this clash. Poppy Paul, who still does not have the Royal Bloodlines, but is forced to engage. I mean, he got decent XP, but this was not worthwhile. He loses 10 knights in the blink of the eye. He might lose more because the Samurai found the villagers! Okay, I think that's it. Like, that is legit it. Poppy Paul, 28 minutes into the game. He's been losing on pocket ecos 24/7. He still doesn't have wheelbarrow. And it's not just 3 knights now. The main army's on the way. They're going to split and run for the food instead. Looks like knights are going to peel back a little bit late here. But I don't think it really matters anymore. Just so many losses adding up. Poppy Paul now a third of the size of the Japanese economy. Soon to be a quarter. Here's a thought for you folks. Poppy Paul just lost a fifth of his economy right there. Oh god, that sounds cruel to say. Here's a thought for you folks. Poppy Paul just lost a third of his economy right there. Oh no. Poppy Paul, just give it up, buddy. It was a respectful effort. There was a window, but that window has well and truly shut, and the room is heating up. What a great game. If you guys have not checked out Shelby, by the way, I believe he streams occasionally. I believe they do YouTube as well. Be sure to give them a follow. Give them a subscribe on YouTube. They definitely earned it. I mean, once again, Poppy Paul, I think most people on the list would put him top 10 right now. And the way he's been handled in this game. Now, you can argue, oh, it was the Hunter choice, but let's be real. It wasn't just the Hunter choice. It was the things that Shelby done in the early game to get him to this very comfortable phase. Definitely a very promising player. Excited to see what he can do. 36th on the leaderboard for a damn good reason. We just saw why. I like how Sean's like, come back, you coward, I will kill you, putain. Dude, that was a sick game from Shelby. We have another one between them, so we're going to do a follow-up game because I'm curious to see how the follow-up afterwards went. So let me just grab that one now. That was such a cool game. So they had that game on, that was Rocky River, right? And then they had another game on Rocky River. Do you guys want more Rocky? Do you want to see another one between these two, where he plays the Japanese again? Puppy Paw plays the Bastards though, or do you want to see some other players? I feel like you guys want to see. You want to see the second take, right? You gotta see the second take. Let's get to it. All right, this is an important follow-up game. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We literally just witnessed Shelby versus Puppy Paw. If you have not seen that game, you need to go back and watch it. Because Puppy Paw was playing Jean. He's playing Hunter Jean. People will make arguments about, oh, that doesn't count because Jean's involved. Oh, it doesn't count because Hunter's involved, right? There'll be people on each side of the argument, for or against. So we need something more definitive to decide it. So how about this? We head back to Rocky River for a rematch, but not with Jean this time, with Abbasid Dynasty, easily a top 2 Civ before the expansion dropped, versus Shelby, once again on the Japanese, this time in the pink to the north side. Fight! I actually would have done that even if Japanese weren't playing, by the way, just to emphasize. I've done that so many times. But this is going to be a fun fight because we've got Abbasids that are able to quickly rush out onto those docks for 75 wood. Exactly what Puppy Paw is doing at the beginning of this game. Puppy Paw, who's definitely looking for revenge after what we just witnessed, which was an insane game, by the way. Let's see if he's able to get it because Shelby isn't going for fishing. It is going to be the fast Coca Township again. And I'm a really big fan of this build. It's cool as well because although Puppy Paw saved wood on building this dock, he now has to spend a lot of wood on fishing boats. I actually think that the Abbasids can be a counter to a certain degree to Coca Township play, but it's weird because what you have to do is you have to play double dock, 2 fishing boats each pond, which sounds super inefficient, but the logic is that you can't be blocked by the initial Shinobi entirely, right? You play multiple lakes. There isn't even an argument that maybe you run one villager to the opposite side of the map, which isn't happening in this game for Puppy Paw. We'll see what he wants to do, though. Second fishing boat's about to hit the rocks. I'm hoping we're going to see another dock being built after that. For Shelby, it's all too simple. You guys know exactly what he's going to build. You know what's interesting to me, actually, is like, if you were Shelby in this game, he'd just done a Coca Township game. You know what would be super sick is if the reaction was to not build Coca at all. Because your opponent is like, oh, actually, I know he's gonna go for the ninjas. So because he's gonna go for the ninjas, I'll go for I'll react to it. But no, Shelby says ninjas too strong, need nerf. Sengoku say what? He's gonna be going for the township again. Oh, dude, I love this build so much. And it's one dock, 4 fishing boats, most likely from Puppy Paw. Actually, he's interestingly stopped at 3. I'm wondering if we're going to get the 4th. It looks like he's just happy with 3 and is just going to go up. This has to be a military wing. So this is why Abbasids could be a bit better against the Japanese, is if you go melee wing, you have 2 archers, so you have a reasonable answer against the Coca Township play. It has to be melee wing, though. Yeah, there we go. Without hesitation, Puppy Paw will be going in for it. Another reason is because you have to be careful. You go multi-TC, you can be torched down on those with sabotage. It could screw you over entirely. There is also this weird bug where Shinobi attacking town centers don't get attacked right now. That needs to be resolved. So you just can't go towards Eco Wing here. And there's nothing else really there for you. Like if you go trade rather, you die as well. The problem with traders is they move too slow. The traders move too slow while the Shinobi move too fast. And the Shinobi have such high base damage, it doesn't matter that it's not a melee unit they're attacking. They'll do 20 damage per strike against a unit of only 90 health. So trade isn't an option either. We don't need to go over Culture Wing, do we? I think by now we're all willing to accept that Culture Wing just isn't working. I feel like I very, very rarely ever get to see Culture Wing made in Feudal Age. There is like maybe one in every 300 games someone goes fast castle, but that's it. There we go. Age up. Another cool thing whenever you go Koka Township that's super sick is you immediately get a Shinobi. Remember that. Like, don't forget to check your township for 1 for free. Which is cool because if you plan to play Shinobi anyway, you've essentially now just got a tax rebate on your landmark. You paid 600 resources and then get a 20% discount, essentially, because your Shinobi comes out. Already, Puppy Paw's keeping an eye on that Shinobi. He knows exactly where this guy's going. He's going to pull the villager away just in time. Dude, look at the vision on that. That was so close. Did it? He yoinks the sheep? Oh, I love that. So torches are coming out. Second Shinobi's on the way. Doc is also going to follow up. Shelby just has the right read. I actually think this is a much better build than the ones where people have been going Doc first, because you're inherently delaying your own feudal timing. You can argue you have more resources to work with when you get there, compared to this build-up, because the fishing boats wouldn't have been there all along. But this guarantees there's no reaction easily for Puppy Paw. He's going to try to now, the military wings on the units on the way. But keep in mind that Shelby's already aged up, so he could immediately build an archer ship to counter this. The question mark is whether he's going to see it, because right now the scout's coming around late. I don't think he even knows it's a military wing yet. He's about to get eyeballs on. I really hope he's saving for the archer ship. Okay, there we go. He sees the army. Sabo is still operational. He should be able to get another one out in 15 seconds. He needs to back away now. He could actually blink in, folks. Like, do not underestimate the power of free Shinobi here. If he gets him close enough on the stealth forest, the archers are still chasing. Shelby could just turn on him. Fourth Shinobi is in. A little bit of a miss micro there as he tries to reform the lines. He's going to charge in now. There's the blink. Forward stabs come out. One archer down. We'll turn around for the scout now as well. Spin be engaged with. They should be able to get the bonus melee damage there. You need a Shinobi to stop this, though. Village is going to be pulled. Archer ship comes out the other side. Now, this is critical. The timing is going to matter a lot here. Shinobi have backed up entirely. He needs to snipe the villagers, though. Instead, he goes after the archer. Dude, the micro back and forth here is just actually making you sweat. Shinobi moving in. He knows he needs to get the Sabo. It's about to run out in about 8 seconds here. So critical, he snipes out the archer and moves on. Instead, he's attacking onto the fishing boat by accident there. So we'll go in. We'll be able to find the archer kill. We'll turn around for the spears, and the sabotage comes out again. So that is it. Puppy Paw is blocked off of the pond. And instead, he will go for the TCs. But now, Puppy Paw, you have to argue, like, did he get anything out of this, right? Like, he delayed the fishing. That's good. He forced his opponent to go more Shinobi. I don't know if that's entirely bad. And now he has to go for multi-TC. And he's also going to go into Camel Archers, which is bold. The reason it's bold, folks, is Shunshin has the same range as Camel Archers, which means if you go to attack them and your opponent Shunshins you, Camel Archers aren't that tanky, so you can just get killed. Oh my. Now fishing online, I imagine we'll be moving out for a second lake soon as well, right? Like, this should be 2, 3, then easy 4. Puppy Paw's going to have to be very careful about his position to deny that. It might be that the idea of the Camel Archer is to stop the villagers from coming out and building those up. Shelby. I wonder what count he's going to... Okay, so he cuts up there. I wondered if he'd go beyond 5. I think 5 is a decent point until you see a reaction. It's always one of those hard lines to skirt with Koka Township, because if you do need more Shinobi further down the line, every second you're not producing out of this is just dead time, because you can't fix that, right? Other unit types, if you're like, oh man, I don't have enough samurai, you drop another Rax, right? You can't do that with the Koka Township. This is the sole building in the entire game that can build Shinobi. Archer range is also coming behind the TC as well. So it looks like it's going to be mass archers. Shelby's just smart about this, man, though. He's already got horsemen coming out. Cool thing as well with his timing on the transition to horsemen. At this pace, it shouldn't take him too long to get towards the Daimyo. And then we're probably going to see Uma Bannerman. Uma Bannerman is really cool here. Like, the fact is, like, Puppy Paw is trying to get into Camel Archers, but as we already highlighted, those units can be sniped with Shinobi. Horsemen can also chase you down easy peasy. So even though you're debuffing, you're not exactly going to survive. Okay, so the comparison between Shinobi and Zhuji's Legacy's monks isn't entirely accurate, because the Shaolin monks can be scaled into, you just have to drop pagodas. So I think What's the limit on... I don't think there is a limit on pagodas, right? I can't remember if it's 4 or if there is one. It might be 4. But like having 4 of those, so 5 in total producing Shaolin monks is insane. As much as in. This is just not good trades for Puppy Boy. You can already feel it, right? Like the cost. Can he get the body block? Dude, Shelby, I love that he's trying for this. He's actually doing it as well. Oh, no. Okay, he actually... there was a little bit of a slip up there. Shelby could have just locked on the tree and forced a wraparound. But that's a heavily injured Camel Archer. And in return, look at the damage he done on the Horseman. It did not counter at all. And those Camel Archers, folks, they're a lot more expensive. That's the price of 2 Horsemen. So you can't afford to take damage like that. It's why we often don't see people going into Camel Archers, because it's just hard to skirt that line. Usually the reason you go Camel Archers is because your opponent is massing Horsemen, but we can see that Shelby, now understanding what's ahead of him, doesn't want to hang around in Feudal anymore. Castle Age is on the way already. Pre-10 minutes. Flowing Gate, rather, on the backside. Probably going to be Stables play again. Once again, if he wants to keep doing this, I think he needs to kind of optimize for the Flowing Gate to be closer. It sounds like it's nitpicking, but a few extra seconds can be the difference between yoinking the majority of relics and missing out. So optimizing those first few seconds of Castle Age for your Shinto Priest is critical, because in this case, it's not just about moving out for relics faster, it's also about the timing on the initial Horsemen, or rather the initial Samurais in this case. Wall's going up, so I think Puppy Boy knows exactly what's happening. He's going to try for his own Castle Age, but there's no denying you're going to be much, much later than your opponent here. Third dot going up. This seems expensive, like it would slow him down, but remember, these fishing boats are super cheap. So there we go. Tech up complete. Shinto Priest, he hasn't even loaded his animation yet. This is so quick. And look at the speed now. It takes a mere 12 seconds to push Mount Samurai. Don't even talk to me about the Uma Bannerman. 5 seconds, rather. 5 seconds from Uma Bannerman is insane. And he is queuing up the Daimyo mana, so it is going to be on the way. Camel moving in. Can't get the snipe. Instead, he goes down, dude. Once again, Shelby, the last second garrison there to get the final flurry of arrows out. So Camel removed. Tech up on the way from Puppy Paw. But it's just Archer Spear right now. And with the way that you can scale into these Mountain Samurai, it's scary even with Bastard Spears, because he only has a single Rax producing right now. Oh, man. And the melee techs. Keep in mind that the entire army of what Shelby's focusing on is melee. So the value he's going to get out of these techs, the fact that he has 3 of them ahead of him, and they're quite cheap at this stage, only 100 because it's level 1, this is going to be very scary for Puppy Paw. Still has to wait, though. Trying to set up more production buildings. Boys are going to be moving in. Horseman will get addressed, but immediate blink in there to just start assassinating out the spears. Nice back away, but that's going to expose the way for the cavalry to now come in. Spear count is also lacking. Horsemen are going to be targeted down, but Samurai follow-up is the issue here. Those warriors just so ridiculously tanky with the level 1 undermesh. That's going to force a lot of idle time. 16 villagers running back, so 20 in total not working as your tech up is about to complete. And folks, this is not a strong tech up from Puppy Paw. Look at his economy right now. He's got nothing in reserve. And you know the Warriors are just going to keep on coming. Right now, Shelby's only issue is he needs to get more buildings because he's kind of lacking when it comes to a way of using this. In fact, at this pace, dare I say Shelby just tries to go Imperial Age? It's kind of greedy, but like the amount of time it's going to take to fix where his production building count is, it might just be more beneficial. In fact, right now he has 13 people working on the gold. This is fast Imperial Age. He's going to go for Imperial about 14 minutes. I imagine we're looking at Tanegashima Gunsmith just because the Ozutsu are way too strong right now. And Ozutsu versus Mass Archer, that's GG. Knight's also now marching around and at the worst possible timing. Puppy Paw walking out into no man's land. It's about to be deathland for him. If he doesn't rush those walls up, if he gets sniffed for a second here, if Shelby just gets a whiff of it, and he knows, he sees the second wave of villagers. Puppy Paw, he needs to get that wall up ASAP. He's now going for it. But that means he's going to wall out some of his villagers here. Tries to rush through by getting the gate up, but it's already going to be losses for him. No textiles to work with. So Puppy Paw losing about 5, maybe 6 villagers in total before he gets to safety. And now there's still a threat here. Now he knows you're here in this corner. And the problem is this is just wave number 1. Shelby scaling more Samurai Warriors, looking for more entry points elsewhere. He has started to at least reinvest the gold. So the upside for Puppy Paw is it's not Shelby immediately going into Imperial Age, but this is still doable, folks. In fact, if he just switches into the actual Samurai Warriors instead of the Mountain Samurai, he'll be saving enough gold that realistically he could just go Imp. He could just also Flood. My senses are telling me this looks like a Flood game now. If he was going to do Imperial, he would have done it now. Instead, he doubles down on the Cav, now up to the double digits. Puppy Paw feeling quite strained at this point in the game. Oh, dude, are you kidding me? No way. Shelby doesn't know. Is he about to realize it? He could still break that wall. Okay, thank goodness for Puppy Paw. That would have been so painful if he got him because of that. If Shelby had realized that one weak wall segment and he torched that down, remember, the way walls now work is all the areas around them get burned. That feels like a kind of buggy wall segment because I don't feel like that should be there anymore. That should have been fixed because he built one past it and one before it. But unfortunate for Shelby, fortunate for Puppy Paw. That might not be fortunate for long. Adachi is being researched, so we are going Mass Samurai. I wouldn't even be surprised if he considered just dropping one of these Yorishiro in them, but at this point, 4 racks should be good enough to get the numbers together. Shelby, once again, marching in. Keeping those archer numbers low. The actually really uncomfortable part about this game now for Puppy Paw is the more he sees these samurai on horseback, the more spears he's going to build, the less archers he's going to build. And that means that these samurai are going to slap harder. Not just samurai, by the way. We're actually seeing Ono Bugisha coming. And, well, there's a reason I call these Ono Bugattis, folks. These units are absurdly fast. Look at their movement speed. 1.5 movement speed when not charging. That means they're able to gap close and annihilate. It's not just their movement speed that's fast, it's their attack speed as well. You're seeing that correctly. 0.9 attack speed. That's good. That means they're doing 0.9 attacks a second. Actually, I said that the wrong way around. They're doing an attack every 0.9 seconds. So usually when you see numbers like this, 1.62, that means it's going to take 1.62 seconds for another attack to come out from an archer. So these Ono Bugattis are almost attacking twice as quickly as archers. Now, admittedly, these archers will be improved when composite bows comes in, but they're still not going to get close to what the Ono Bugisha can do, especially when you scale them. But now, has he made the choice now to just go Imperial? Like, I said it before, but we're reaching a point now where this food amount is just getting ridiculous. He just doesn't have the income. I think he just needs to get maybe more Raxes added in here. He's already got 4 of the 5 relics on the map. The final one seems a bit impossible to reach, but I wouldn't be surprised if Shelby tries. Katana Bannerman also now being added in. Gold has been exhausted near the base, but luckily for him, he has another one just screen away. This game is looking difficult. I mean, I'm not really sure how Puppy Paw gets out of this bind at this pace. Villagers at least aren't going to be idled up, so that's one upside. But it's kind of crazy, right? Like, you know, you looked at that last game between Shelby and Puppy Paw. You might argue it was a bit of a fluke. You might argue certain details one way or another. But right now, despite the fact that you can see a clear military lead for Puppy Paw, the map tells an entirely different corner. One of absolute domination by the Japanese, not upon them. So Puppy Paw, he needs to do something, and he needs to do it fast to rewrite that script before all this eco might turns into military. At least be able to decap the Sacred Site. So a little bit less gold going in the pocket of Shelby. Shelby is, by the way, adding in mangonels now. That is not a common play by the Japanese just because they usually rely on raw numbers to swarm. But considering the comp that Puppy Paw's made, I mean, he could end up just losing fight after fight. And that's a dangerous position. Losing one fight, it's an issue. If you snowball that into 2 or 3 losses, that's your base. If the mangonel count reaches 2, which it has, and he doesn't see this coming before it arrives, he's not going to have the counter. If he spots it ahead of time, it's a very big deal because it means the Abbasis can just build siege in the field. They'll have an answer. They need to see it ahead of time. Demo ship also coming out. Shelby. Puppy Paw quick to realize what's happening there. Does peel away. Demo ship will find nothing. Dude, that was brilliant reactions there. Puppy Paw, I mean, he was seconds away from losing a lot of spears. It wouldn't have outright killed them. The demo damage is too low, but you take these guys down to half HP, the follow-up troops on the way in would have killed them. So critical that he keeps everything healthy here. Outpost being rushed up. His archers would look to swarm on that junk. Main army now arriving. Junk brought low, but is barely going to survive. Shelby, 2-1 right now in terms of raw mass, but army value is well and truly with him. You can see it right there. These are cheap units. Archers, spears versus the premium. The horsemen, the samurai, and the mangoes. Mangoes, which have now been scouted. Puppy Paw knows what he faces. He's also running out of food really soon. And that's a dangerous point in the game for Puppy Paw. Like, if he loses his army, if this is a draw of a fight, he doesn't have the ability to rebuild right now. Farms only now being added in. Judge comes in. Horsemen need to back away. Mangoes shuffling forward. Doesn't look like Greased Axles has come through just yet, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, we can check for it. Am I blind? Where is the siege? Wow, that's really far back. Okay, no Greased Axles. Surprising there, considering that he dropped the Yoroshirin, it'd be very fast. Mangoes coming in now, being counted out by the Springolds. Men at Arms are going to clash with them. They'll get to that backside. But the Samurai just keep on chasing in right now. There's not enough Ghoulims to deal with this. You can see the Spearmen are just struggling to hold their ground. This might be a breakthrough. Shelby, just look at the military numbers. Keep an eye on this because right now he is outnumbered. But look how much quicker Puppy Paw's count is diminishing. Although he'll be able to hold, the worry is what comes next. Because in terms of food, farm transitions are coming out from both. But that farm transition should initially be stronger for Shelby, considering that he should be able to get quickly into the level 2 daimios. And actually, dude, that hit a lot harder than I expected. I expected the numbers to kind of be diminished on both sides. I did not expect Shelby to keep this many samurai alive. Oh my. And now I get more worried for Puppy Paw from here. Remember that the Adachi is also a counter to the crossbow, so if you get caught, you're taking +4 damage. It's kind of crazy, right? Like, you're meant to count on this unit, you do +9 damage. If you think about the collective damage at this stage in the game, against the samurai, you're going to do 22 damage. In return, these samurai are going to do 19 damage to you. Not exactly the count you're looking for, right? Even more so when you consider that first shot on the samurai is going to be countered by the deflective. So kind of a hard one for Puppy Paw. For the time being, he'll be able to hold. The Shelby has to reset. The Shelby now starting to add in farms around both of his TCs, so food gathering is going to be good for him. Farms also now set up in the corner for Puppy Paw, but Puppy Paw never went for the eco wing, so doesn't have access to the agriculture, didn't have access to the cheaper farms. Also, another detail that's really important here, Shelby's playing on those central berries, something that Puppy Paw isn't willing to risk. So this is full farm transition requirement from Puppy Paw, partial farm transition requirement from Shelby. Oh man, you have to wonder, if Puppy Paw knew that he had the bigger military mass, would he try to dive? I imagine no. I think if you look at this game from Puppy Paw's perspective, his goal right now is to reach late game. True late game. Because that's when the Abbasas can swell ahead of pretty much everyone else. So it's going to take some time. But if he can get there, it can be a strong point. You do need to be careful against the Japanese because one of their big edges is their ability to go Uzutsu. It just pounds you to dust. So while the Japanese aren't, I wouldn't say they're the best late game civ. Some people would argue they're kind of weak there right now. Not weak, they're about average. The Uzutsu can be the game changer. Mango shots coming through. Spoon also now added in, so not easy to get the anti-siege, but Castle's going to go up. So Puppy Paw able to hold firm in the choke. I don't expect a dive to come out. Shelby's not big enough on military to do that yet. Even though there's no bull and all, it's just raw numbers, you'll just lose too much. So we'll back away here. Treb's now being added in, so willing to admit this is going to take a slow siege. A lot of stone has just been secured in this area, by the way. 1,000 here, 2.4k. So if Puppy Paw wants, he could turn this into a line of castles to defend him. I'm wondering, chat. Give your opinions now. One's if you think Shelby's in a better position. Two's if you think Puppy Paw is. I don't know if it's too easy when you see Shelby's already coming back with the 5th relic. I like Shelby's position in this game right now. Like, I think his comp is going to work well against what Puppy Paw has. And I'm not really feeling like Puppy Paw is able to push into the base, right? That's one of the big issues, is he needs more time. And while he needs more time, the raids are coming in onto the farm. So that's going to force a migration away, right? 9 villagers who won't be working. Oh, man, I can't help but wonder if he could have just repaired the wall there. So that's now 9 farms abandoned. Even less food income. So Puppy Paw, his numbers probably going to go down to like 1.1k if he's lucky. And that's only because of the berry gathering on the front side. Okay, actually, maybe it's going to go up because this isn't fully equated, but this is limited. This was meant to be eternal. And you're being shut down on your eternal resources. Meanwhile, Shelby continues to add in. And I wouldn't be surprised if Shelby, like, I mean, this has to be the Shogun Castle, right? I'm surprised he built this many farms around the secondary TC. Realistically, you want to be just fully fledging these around the primary and building Shogunate Castle for the 75% increased gathering rate, which I know that sounds like a broken number, but I really want to just reassure people that the food gathering rate of the Japanese in the late game is actually very reasonably balanced. It's actually weaker than a lot of other powerhouse civs. Like HRE will gather more food, for example. What you have to remember about this gathering rate of 75% faster, the trade-off is you don't have any fertilization tech. You don't have any food gathering tech in your mills. Which means that actually what's happening there is compared to every other civ in the game, every other civ will get 45% from those techs. So then you're only getting an extra 30% on top of that. And someone might say, why are you saying only KP? I'm saying only because you have to pay a ludicrous 2,100 stone to get that tech. And then it only affects a single area on the map compared to those eco upgrades for other civs, like the Abbasids, that affects everywhere. And in fact, in this specific matchup, keep in mind the Abbasids also have the increased gathering speed via the Golden Ages to look forward to. This civ well and truly excels past the Japanese when it comes to food gathering in the late game. That makes me wonder more and more, does Shelby want to get to that late game? Poppy Paw is close to what he needs to go there. Fully pop capped. Just needs to get the gold, and then we're going to see an age up coming out from the Abbasids. Likely we're going to be looking at the Eco Wing to fuel the meat grinder that are these main frontline fights. Squirrels, in the meantime, just going to keep sniping each other out. Trebs halfway through the keep, but Trebs just don't feel fast enough, right? They just feel kind of underwhelming with their siege point in this game. Feels like by the time that trebuchets have usually broken through a castle, your opponent has already gone to Imperial Age. Which is what's kind of happening in this game. And an even more interesting detail, actually, is that Poppy Paw doesn't think he needs more food. He's going for the trade wing, which makes a lot of sense on this map. I'm wondering if they do have enough food. Like, realistically, they might be worried about the gold, but the way that I'd approach this, you have 8k gold here. You've almost exhausted this one, sure, but you still got 8k gold to work with. It seems that they think this game's going to go late enough to justify the trade over the food surge. Push forward in the meantime. Poppy Paw, interesting choice here, right? With the military lead, he sees it, he tries to push it, even though he's going for an age up behind this. Shelby, there you go, they're going to buy for it. I think it's going to be Imperial Age on the way. They know they need to go for it as well, and it's going to be the Tanegashima Gunsmith, as it always is. This landmark just feels too damn good to pass up. The Izutsu, remember we said this earlier, that could be the game changer. Expected to be here. Another interesting detail about the Izutsu matchup, though. Because Poppy Paw has Springolds, if he sees Izutsu and targets them, Springolds get bonus damage against Siege. Now, something that's usually glazed over when you look at Izutsu, Izutsu are actually a Siege unit. So, kind of a weird counter, but an effective trader to deal with those limited Izutsu. If you've not seen the Izutsu before, boy, have I got a treat for you folks. They are basically mortar crews. One-man mortar crews at that. Tech up complete. Shelby needs to get one house up, and then I'm expecting an immediate spawn of 5 Izutsu here. So there we go. Even additional houses to be safe. And boom, straight away. No hesitation. 5 produced. Even Q some up to pay. 35 seconds to get them out, however. No military academy is kind of surprising here, actually, at Shelby's point in the game. I imagine he'll fix that soon, though. Shot triggers is going to be a priority. On the other side, Poppy Paw, I don't think he ever got a Siege Workshop, right? No. So, he could lose the Siege War very quickly here. This is... I can't emphasize how dangerous this is, what he's about to do. The Shot Triggers comes in fast as well, because this is a Yorishiro buffed Siege Workshop. Oh, man. Does he even realize that? I mean, he needs to get a Siege Workshop for anti-siege in general because he needs Culverins, right? Culverins are also, because they do anti-siege damage, a really good answer to Izutsu. They're just not coming. Instead, the upgrades are coming. Now, Shelby, if he waits for Oda Tactics, I think he just wipes this fight. Oda Tactics is super scary here because of the ability to torch down buildings as well. But I don't think he's going to even want to wait that long. Might just be he waits for the upgrade to Elite Samurai plus the melee tech and goes. In fact, he's getting all of it. The Onobugisha, the Samurai, and the melee. So Yaki Ire on the way. That's going to make him do an absurd amount of damage. You can see these Varen Samurai already. They're going to be, in total, I think they're going to be doing like 26 damage against infantry. Here comes the clash. Ahead of the upgrades. Horseman, betting a little bit of a response here. Azutsu are scary though, so Puppy Paw hesitant, backs away. Shelby getting the needed time. As the elite status is about to kick in now. And now the fight comes. Healing near the keep. The keep's not going to last long. Trebuchet's the siege through it. It's not going to take them too long to dent this one. Azutsu can also target to make it even faster. Boiling All is about to come through as a tech upgrade. He'll get a single tickle, and then it's gone. With it, his foothold in this area. Villagers now also being sacrificed. Puppy Paw knows he needs to defend this area, but the Samurai, so difficult to address. Mangonel shots now coming in. Good dodges there from Puppy Paw as he retreats towards home. But keep in mind that this isn't a strong late game of Acid yet. Trade only just began. He might be shut down faster than he'd like here. The push continues on in. Shelby scaling more military behind this. Puppy Paw still got better numbers. But the Mangoes are still unaddressed, and they hit hard. And folks, he still doesn't have a siege workshop. He still doesn't have shutter triggers. He has no way of getting anti-siege right now, and the Zutsu could be the answer to everything here. Sniping out anything that gets close. In fact, they're dealing with a melee that would counter out the Mangoes. Second wave of Samurai comes in. It's a small one, but realistically, all this is about is delaying, because what's happening here is Shelby is trading incredibly efficiently when it comes to things that matter. Azutsu survive, Mangonels thrive, and everything else dives. Not just that, a castle now on the front side. Shelby looking to restrict 13 Azutsu and scaling. The fact that he's been actively going into this uncounted unit is where I'm seeing issues now. Puppy Paw has to dive them. And diving them means that you're going to be clumped up. It means you could die fast. Mangoes, turning and burning. Whew, Puppy Paw, man. This man is made of magic. Always so good on the counters. Always so good on the dodges. He's able to minimize the losses. Both of the anti-clump go down. Another Mango comes out to play. There's got to be a point where if you're Shelby, you're like, why am I even doing this? He'll always dodge them. But Shelby don't see it. Shelby doesn't care. 14 Azutsu now. Look at the damage he's just doing to this mass here. Puppy Paw has to commit. And the losses is going to encounter the retreat away. I mean, that was a heavy wallop to his front side. Heavily damaged units as well. So the chase continues. Azutsu, the one upside right now for Puppy Paw, Azutsu cannot reach him. They're a 1 tile a second unit. They do not move fast. But the castle, which has not been coming in fast, is finally on the way. And this is the stakeholder he needs. Azutsu will stand their ground here. So you have to kind of choose your poison. Do you deal with the villagers? Do you deal with the Azutsu? Can you deal with either? Try to split up, deal with both. Villagers have to pull back for the time being. Azutsu willing to stand their ground, though. Horseman baiting the fire. Count looking decent for the time being. Shelby needs to get reinforcements out here, but 9 Azutsu, I don't know if that's going to be enough on its own. Puppy Paw's army is getting smaller, though, down to 46. So it's going to bail. So it's going to cancel the keep, a retreat again. Now, Shelby, correct read there, but what I want people to focus on is what's happening on the wider scale of this game. Trade hasn't really been booming. Puppy Paw went from having a double up to less so now. In fact, they're pretty even Stevens. Remember that a big chunk of Shelby's army is in siege. And Puppy Paw is facing off against a comp that's hard to counter right now. He needs gold, he needs wood. If he can't get the culverins together, he has no efficient answer to dealing with these Uzutsu. If he does get the culverins, he'll get bonus damage versus them. He has a lot of ranged base damage. He'll basically be at a point where I think culverins with gunpowder, if I'm not mistaken, can one-hit Azutsu. It's close. I'm pretty sure they can, though. We'll see when one comes out, because it's about to arrive. So, culverins take to the field. So here you go. 85 base damage, plus 100 siege. They will one-hit Uzutsu. There's a lot of extra micro, but it's worth it. And yes, Japanese have all the relics. Not only do the Japanese have the relics, they also have Yoroshiro's garrisoned in any forges they own. So he's got the real relics, and he's got 3 discount relics. It's a hell of a lot of gold coming in the bank for Shelby. He's still got a big fat gold vein over here, about to exhaust, but he's got the plentiful small ones around him as well. Once again, into the fight. Spearman Not able to get those workers, though, so outposts are going up. Culverin there to finally react to the Zutsu. But now I'm worried about this. The Onabugishas, it's mass crossbows, and mass crossbows do not deal with Onabugishas well. You can't run, you can't hide, and you definitely can't kill fast enough. It's a glass cannon, sure, but you're not getting bonus damage against it, so trades tend to favor mass Onabugisha, and the space being gained here. Shelby now moving up the castle. Culverin's there to try and snipe out, but that's not going to be a good enough answer. Build speed too quick. Army pushed back enough. Puppy Paw cannot stop the keep this time. They don't get bonus damage against Zutsu because they're not siege. Oh, you're right. Wait, what? Was that a bug before then? Okay, you might be right about that. Oh, my apologies. We had a game between Jean and Abbasids where... Oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. I know what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Jean. My brain has farted today. Ignore me. Right. They are still decent in Dilm. They won't one hit, but it's 85 damage against a unit that you can almost two hit. In fact, yeah, if it wasn't for the range damage upgrades, you would two hit them. It's still decent, though. Problem is, to that point, you need so many of them, right? Azutsu's and Bombards. Are you kidding me? He didn't get the castle up! Oh, no. Bring villagers. Just do it. Don't hesitate. Don't shortchange it. 14 villagers on the way. A 99% castle must be complete. And this game looks like it's almost complete. Puppy Paw's eco sucks now. 1,000 food income compared to 2.2k. Yeah, apologies about the detail around Zutsu. You know what it was? We had a game between Pathalus and Kalp, and my brain was remembering that Jean gets countered by Culverins. That's the layer I put these on the same level of, as late game siege Jean with Azutsu. I think Azutsu, if they were countered by anti-siege, they'd be a more reasonable unit, actually. That would be a creative counter. Then again, like, these aren't bad little Barrett 50 cals, but as I said, the issue you have is you need 3 of them. You need to be able to protect them as well. If you have 3 of them, they insta-kill Azutsu without being at risk, but you need to be able to hold, and right now, I don't think Puppy Paw can anymore. Castle's at least being assaulted, so that's affording stone to repair for Shelby. But the army's getting together. The boys have come for the party, and he has a military edge here with 13 Azutsu. There's no clear, easy answer right now for Puppy Paw, as he's losing more of the buildings. Culverin. Uh-oh. Looks like he might be able to get it back just in time. So Horsemen are going to be thrown away. The walls are now going up, and this is a pretty cheeky play by Shelby to deny the attacks onto the castle. Pretty cool read there. In fact, he needs to be careful, because the new walls, the way it works, if you lose part of it, it's going to crumble the whole thing, so the Bombard will be able to see again. It's at least delaying the assault in here. This game is looking very scary right now. Puppy Paw just trying to set up full farms behind this to keep himself in this. Shelby, on the flip side, has sacrificed a lot of villagers to get this castle up. You can see on the count. You can see on the kills. He has a very strong position in this game right now. Plenty of Onabugisha and Samurai, but he needs that definitive fight. As things calm. Looking at the control, thinking about long-term resource, there is a weakness for Puppy Paw here. He's close to out of wood. In fact, he's almost out of wood entirely. It's fair to say at this point, even though he's got a big eco lead, they're not exactly optimal in what they're doing. Meanwhile, for Shelby, plenty of wood in reserve, plenty of gold, and definitely plenty of food with this many farms. In fact, he ended up upgrading the Shogunate Castle over here in the end. I think it makes sense because he had a bunch of buildings blocking in this area, whereas this is fully unleashed. Castle now being dove. Puppy Paw, I don't think he's ready to come out and dive this yet. This is very surprising. Puppy Paw doesn't have any torch units. He only has a single bombard. So the fact he's trying to dive this keep, you're just wasting resources for nothing in a game where you have no gold. In fact, let me really emphasize that. He has no gold at all. No relics, no sacred sites, no real trade going on. Like, he has one trade route, so he's getting 500 gold every 2 minutes. That's not going to cut it here, folks. That means if Puppy Paw loses the siege at all, he's going to call GG. All right, he just calls GG before Puppy Paw. A kind of anticlimactic end, but understandable here. Completely strangleholded out of resources. Calls the GG. And Shelby proves it's not just locking out in a matchup. It's just how good he is with the Japanese. Back-to-back wins against the Canadian star here. Whew. I love how I was like, if he loses the siege, he'll GG. Doesn't even wait to lose the siege. Really cool game there coming out from both players, though. Really great read by Shelby. Shelby has a lot of potential. I'm looking forward to watching more of him in the future. Sup, Hollow Legend? Thank you, man. Appreciate that. First time chat as well. Welcome, my friend. Hopefully you're enjoying the streams, enjoying the casts. I'm going to snack on a biscuit. We're going to do that biscuit snack thing here. What I'll do is I'll find a game to start. I'll let it play the first minute or two while I munch on these biscuits, because I get really hungry when I solo cast. But we need someone to cast first. Let me look at the games, because there is a few that we could go towards here. I think Vortex has some interesting ones, right? So Vortex had one or two interesting games. He had one versus Lash. Byzantines versus Jean d'Arc. In fact, what we'll do Vortex rather versus Jean d'Arc. Let me just update title. Vortex versus Lash, sorry. Why did I say Jean d'Arc? My brain. It's because I'm hungry, because I'm thinking about the food in front of me right now. So what I'll do, we'll start the game. I'll watch the openings. I'll munch on this for a sec, and then I'll come in about 2 minutes into the game. Okay? Let's go. I just realized I responded to that person while I was muted. Yeah, so I have done some like those liquid kind of foods before. They're not too bad. I don't know if they fully help. I'm just very, I don't know. Like, if I cast, I can eat so much because I burn a lot of energy. Because I'm definitely not low energy, I think would be fair to say. I think the best way someone described me before was I'm the Energizer Bunny. While I'm finishing this biscuit quickly, by the way, how do you guys feel about the Byzantines? What do you think the issue is right now? Why can't you make them work? Be honest. And we're back. Not gonna lie, Ilse, if your wife is saying you're the Energizer Bunny, I have a feeling it's not child friendly to say what she's referring to there. But good for you, buddy. All right, let's get to it though. With 2 minutes in the game, nothing weird about the openings here. We've got Byzantines in the hands of Lash up against Vortex on Jean d'Arc. Looks like we're not going to get anything out of line here. It's going to be Grand Winery, isn't it? Of course it is. In fairness to Lash, that's a very close berry swarm. And it's protected by the forward wood line here. So maybe not the worst idea to go Grand Winery in this game. But you are now choosing to go for the greedy choice against a Civ that looks to play exploitative aggro. Jean d'Arc's definitely going to be doing that, especially in the hands of someone like Vortex. Vortex is a player who is well known for going all in when he sees a sign of weakness. On a Civ where he can do that, that's a scary proposition. But we'll have to see what Lash can do. Lash is a very talented player, has a lot of potential. Also is very familiar with both Vortex and Lucifron. Don't know if you guys know this, but you know, back when Empire Wars was going on, there was kind of this triangle of scrimming going on between Lash, Vortex, and Lucifron. So he's part of that posse. So if anyone knows what these guys are going to do and how to counter it, should be Lash. We'll see if he's able to do it. Tech up completes. Should be immediately onto the berries. And I'm wondering what kind of build we're going to be going for here. Considering you're up against Jean, considering you're up against Knights, you're probably going to have to open Limitane. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Merc camp going into, say, longbows afterwards. Looks like Jean is ready to party. Something to keep in mind whenever you play on this map. One side is going to spawn dense amounts of resources for you compared to the other. You can see for green, it's going to be left side. For Vortex, it's the blue for the right side. Usually, it's on the same side. So this is kind of a funky spawn in that regard. The reason that's important is usually wherever you've got more density of resources, you'll find the boar. The funny part is as well as also the fact that this map tends to spawn sheep heavily on one side versus the other. So it's a little bit RNG in that regard. People asking, do the pro players still playing big free-for-all tournaments, or has that faded into obscurity? I think that's kind of disappeared for the time being because everyone is prepping and practicing for the EGC finals, right? You have to remember we're in the middle of the final big tournament of the year. We literally just had weekend number 1, weekend number 2 starts soon. Then we've got one more weekend after that. Wouldn't be surprised if over Christmas a bunch of them are playing those type of things, though. Might be also, if we're being totally realistic about this, some of the players probably aren't going to be playing as much because they'll be busy playing Stormgate. Stormgate just went into its new beta phase, I think, yesterday. So, for some of them, they'll be playing there. I know Lucifron and Vortex, for example, have been playing a bunch of Stormgate. Lucifron even came in the top 3, I think it was. Actually, I think he won the last little tournament they done. So, there'll be a lot of different things to kind of distract people. I hope we're going to get a bunch of free-for-all games. I mean, if they're not going to play them, I just need you guys to get to play them, and then I'll cast them. That's how that works. Boom. Someone's saying they'd probably go Jaffros to kill the archers. The reason why I would go for Longbowman instead is I think Longbowman gives you better flex to go into Lanzknecht later, which can be super effective against the melee comps that Jean does in Castle Age. As a lot of Jean players tend to lean into men-at-arms, Lanzknecht is a really counter to that. I'll have to see, though. It's interesting, actually, because it looks like they're not considering Keshix, right? I kind of feel like whenever I see someone get archery range and racks already, it's Keshix. It could just be that he feels that he's been pressured too much already, so he needs the archers ahead of time. But it's definitely a curious choice being made here. Arislit's also coming in. Lash playing a very defensive Byzantines. So defensive, in fact, I feel like I just want to imagine that he's playing against the Ottomans right now, and that Lash is basically living in the Constantinople capital. Yeah, I genuinely think you have to go Snakes here. He might just go Eastern Mercenary. There we go, yeah. So it's going to be for the Longbow Lance next. He could have went for the... The reason why you could have went for Keshix is to chase down Jean when she does this. Because if you caught her doing this at half HP, 2 Keshix might be able to kill her, or at least pop the Divine Restoration when she doesn't have reinforcements. Really cool split right now by Vortex, by the way. Pulls all the knights north and then goes in with Jean on the south, just trying to find targets. It's not usually going to yield results because these outposts are great from Lash. I love that he done this because he sees everything. And he had to do this as well because he lost his scout so early. Borea is still available, by the way, so if Vortex ever wants to go across there, that is an option. I think Vortex now seeing this comp his opponent's doing, a really good option is actually just to go for Fast Castle. The reason why you do that, especially on a map like Gorge, Gorge has very, what's the word on before? Compacted sacred sites. They're very close together, right? So you're able to move back and forth between them easy peasy, capturing them for 50 XP a pop. But for now, looks like instead Vortex sees an opportunity to keep exploiting. So we'll continue to go into military force and feudal. Vortex not really looking to come out anytime soon, right? Like I think his goal is to gradually get 20, 25 longbows together and then be strong enough that he can't be dove. It can work quite well, especially against Jean, just because the longbows have higher base damage and range, right? So it means that you do put more through that armor at scale than other unit comps would. Dive attempts can come through. Need to be careful not to ever get pinched by these guys. This Limitane will run you through. Where is Jean now? Wait, am I blind? Oh, she's still back here. That's interesting. I thought he'd head for the boar. But yeah, he did scout the boar. It's kind of interesting he hasn't gone for that 50 XP because it's just for free. Love that he's here, actually, with Jean from the aura perspective. These villagers were building this quicker until she ran away. Accidentally. That was not intentional. They just pushed her away that much. But when she's nearby, she gives a building aura out to nearby villages. So these outposts, these mills will be built quicker, which means you're more efficient. Nice micro there, just pushing all the deer in to try and keep that as condensed as possible. With food and gold building again, I do think we're looking at a Castle Age build. If you do it at this point, if this is when you pull the trigger, I don't think Lash's army is big enough to come out. If you wait to do this, the issue is that Lash will keep getting this olive oil, and then he'll have an extra 10, 15, 20 longbows to play with. Because the next step for Lash is going to be to set up olive groves. And that's when you have to get uncomfortable. Is when he's able to do that, you know this is now an infinite resource trickle for him that you have to worry about. In fact, he's trying to avoid the olive groves by going on the berries. Nice mirrored move coming out from Lash here. Right now, Vortex, because he wants to go Castle Age, he's not scaling more knights, so his numbers are limited. So he will be scared away. So, if I was Lash, just to be safe, I'd take out this ball. You maybe get hit twice to get rid of 50 XP, so there we go. Smart move there by Lash. Got to make sure that there's no opportunity for Jean to get level 3 even quicker here. But she will find a way through different means. Guildhall now on the way. So, Vortex rushing up with 13 villages. That means Jean will be able to start capturing these sacred sites. With 50 XP a pop, I imagine that would put her over the threshold and into level 3 Jean. Meanwhile, Lash isn't really working hard on the gold. Doesn't really have much in reserve. So, Castle Age for him would take about an extra 2.5 to 3 minutes to achieve. And that's if you halt all unit production. So, unrealistic to expect him to go up anytime soon. And remember, although he's gathering on these berries, although he does get the olive oil, it's not a great gathering rate by default. In fact, one worrisome detail to me is that Lash never went for horticulture, despite the fact that they want to play food gathering so much. It would at least made these berries forgivable to gather on. Instead, it just feels like you're behind. The crazy part to me, or crazier, is that Vortex still hasn't gone for his food gathering tech, despite the fact it's so cheap. But then again, the mill only... Well, actually, no, it came out here, right? So, yeah, there's no real logical reason why he wouldn't have got horticulture. It's a very big boost for someone that's playing deer and playing berries. And playing bull. In some ways, he got the cheap horticulture right because he got survival techniques, but I think it's worth getting that extra surge now, especially considering he wants to go into knights for a longer period of time. Archer and knight upgrades coming in. Lash, notice that he did not even come out from that tech up. That's what I meant about timing and why it's important. Vortex identified that if you wait 2 or 3 minutes for that tech up, Lash could have came out. If you've done it now, Lash has to stay at home. The surprising part to me is that Vortex still doesn't want to capture the sacred sites. Instead, he's looking for a fight, and that might be a mistake. Divine Restoration needs to be used. Vortex! Okay, it doesn't even matter. He's dead. Vortex! An unusual thing for a lad like this. Not someone who's known for mismicroing like that. Big mistakes made there with the hero unit. So Jeanne d'Arc needs to be brought back, and there it is. Immediately commits the 250 gold. Trade's coming out, but there's no denying that what Vortex just done there forfeited some ground in an awkward way. If Lash just kept pushing, he could have done some serious damage here. Instead, he goes back to his base. And now if Vortex just recalibrates and takes the Sacred Site instead, I think he's in control of this game. There it is. Yeah, really big mistake made there by Lash, not coming out sooner. Really surprised that Vortex isn't going for those Sacred Sites still. I feel like it's a missed opportunity here. So he's going to go for the dive. Catches the Limitane not looking. So good initial hits there. Jean just kind of baying. He knows that he can't dive in with her. The one big issue you're seeing is he doesn't have the level 2 ranged armor. So it actually takes quite the wallop from these longbows. We talked about this, right? Why longbows are good for this comp is because they do more damage than archers. So you do more than just tickle. Flash comes in again. You can see Vortex just trying to stay in range for that XP farming. And now he's in deep enough. This should be the moment where Vortex is able to dive in with Jean. There's no archers remaining. Knights are dying, but it's worth it. It's a complete rout here. Lash losing the entire army and Vortex getting in time for the celebration. And to die again. Dude, he does not respect these defenses. Oh, man. So that is Vortex now without Jean again. Jean has gone dark for 2 minutes at least, so she's gone. No buyback available for 25 seconds. I don't expect him to commit that. Yeah, that was very weird by Vortex. Honestly, I don't even know why she was there. If he just captured the Sacred Sites, he would have got over double, triple the XP he got from that fight. So kind of unfortunate that Vortex chose to commit that way, not showing enough respect to the static point defenses, not showing enough respect to the Lombos initially. I mean, this outpost, folks, it does 11 damage per shot. This TC does 9 per shot. That adds up a lot on John. John has added up the XP, though. She's ready to go. And level 3 now arriving. This is dangerous. Lash just completed Castle Age. But this is not a strong Byzantine tech up, folks. Remember, he lost everything. He threw pretty much his entire army, mind, body, and soul in that fight. The only reason why it was a reset in the end is because of the static defenses. Those don't benefit from these age ups to the same degree. Now Lash has to play a bit risky on the deer on the front side of his base. Berries will still last a little while on the back here. He needs to get these upgrades, and I don't think he went Dialecticus, right? So any upgrades coming through are not fast. That's a critical error by Lash. I mean, if he had Dialecticus, the Wedge Rivets would already be there. Instead, he's going to be in trouble. 5 villagers get caught. Archers ready to milk that as well. So Jean will even be joining that party, XP farming for her. And the champions are in, folks. They're going to begin to dive. Lombos will do nothing against this unit with +3 ranged armor, courtesy of the aura that Jean emits. That's going to be a complete dive. Probably a complete wipe. And I think a completed game. Doesn't even get the brace. Cleave comes through as well. So Jean not going down anymore. Limitane count is going to be decreased to 0. And this game looks cooked. Dude, that's kind of crazy to think that Vortex played this in such a suboptimal way. But the Byzantines are so far behind. I mean, some people are going to cry for nerfs to John, but to me, this is more, what do the Byzantines do, with a big question mark next to it. Good plays by Vortex. And a smart idea by Lash. I think his static defense has helped him a lot, but there's still just this big-ass question mark over the early game of the Byzantines. And it's a hard solve. I don't think anyone's found like a clear-cut rule. I do think going for Grand Winery sets you up for fail in these type of positions as well. Like, you're playing against a Civ that you know are going to be relentlessly aggressive. You're not doing anything to like negate that, right? I like the idea of relying on the static defenses. That was pretty cool. Lombos is 100% the correct call. To address the comment about Javelins before, just go Lombos. If you're not coming out your base, it's better to have a slow-moving unit that is better at range with good base damage. Javelins do more, sure, I'll give that to you, but you also get less of them compared to the Lombos, right? Overall, I would always rate Lombos above Javs for that defense. I think he had the right read there. It's just, there was never, and what now? Like, it's crazy in that game where Vortex is just like trading poorly. He can still be so far ahead. I do think the issues that don't come necessarily from Jean. Like, sure, she still eventually got level 3, but she died so much in so many silly ways. But what really kind of screwed the pooch on that is that the Byzantines struggle with the early game. And I've said this before, and I stand by it again. Grand Winery is a bait. Every time I see someone go Grand Winery against an aggressive early game Civ, I'm face palming because they're setting themselves up for death. Okay, let's have a look at the other games that we had listed to check out. I think there was one between... Who was it? I think I saw one between Voldemar and FAQ. And FAQ has been a very curious one, but I think FAQ might be privated. I know Voldy's privated now, so I don't know if we can do that game, which would be unfortunate. I have a feeling we won't be able to check in on FAQ via Voldemar, which is sad because they had what looked like a very interesting game. It's always annoying when you have to search through all these people called FAQ to know you're just going to discover the one that's privated. Yep, there we go. Called it. God damn, that's annoying. What's up, Neri? How's it going, buddy? Winery should just act like a mill and give techs. I don't know, man. Winery should increase system level by 1. I feel like the problem is Winery is really good in the late game. So yeah, whatever it does has to be like an early game boon and nothing else. At the same time, I'm kind of like, it's going to sound weird, but I'm kind of against buffing the Winery specifically because I just want people to actually build Hippodrome more. I think Hippodrome is going to be really strong in the right circumstances. So I'm just checking games played. Who was Beastie playing last night? He had a few different ones that were interesting. Okay, how about some old China versus new China? That's an interesting idea, actually. I like that. So it was Cliffside where Crackety played Beastie. Give you a priest with winery? Maybe. Could be strong. I think like insta priest spawning things are really strong. Like there's a reason why you're always seeing the floating gate. It's not just the Euroshiro good, it's the fact that you literally get the guy that uses Euroshiro and gets relics straight away. Those are really strong elements. You can see it with HRE compared to Order of the Dragon as well. Like Order of the Denta just doesn't look right because they can't play relics. And the reason they can't play relics is because they can't have prelates in Feudal Age like the HRE. They have no buff to wood to get faster farms. Oh, sure, but they like pay less for the farms. In fairness, they pay 60 wood. Like actually, if you think, I don't think the olive groves are the problem per se. Olive groves are very efficient if you think about it. 60 wood for something that is 20% better than standard farms by default because you've got, you know, the extra olive oil you get, and then on top of that, if you have a grand winery, they're insanely efficient. Floating Gate is so strong, yeah, but I hope they don't over nerf it. I'm expecting them to nerf it a bit, but I think they need to focus more on making the other landmark more unique and worthwhile. Because right now, there's only one situation you build that other landmark, and it's when you're playing against the Japanese, against the Order of the Dragon, and you need to debuff strong units. That's it, though. Even then, it feels bad. I almost feel like the alternative unit needs to be horseback and needs to spawn one at the start. Let's get to it, though. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, I had to do this. It's old China versus new China. Which is better? Let's find out. I don't know if the matchup is fair. I mean, in fairness, we've got Beastie, one of the absolute tippity top players in Age of Empires 4, versus Crackety, arguably the Chinese aficionado. If there's anyone that knows every single stat by heart, it is this man. He goes to bed at night, and he plays Chinese on his ceiling like he's in Queen's Gambit. And he's got arguably the better Chinese. Most people feel like Zhu Ji's Legacy is a stronger Chinese variant, especially in the early mid-game. So I'm wondering how BC's going to address that, because if you get late game, I could see normal Chinese being a bit more useful. But that can be a long way off, especially with the fact that so many people focus on the Feudal and Castle Age timings now and how to use them aggressively. First thing I'm looking for is a disgustingly aggressive placement of a meditation guard. That's the one. That's the chosen one right there. Is Crackety gonna see it? Let's check his scout and pan. Oh, he went the other way. Oh no. Has he lost the 50-50 flip for the sexy meditation garden? I think he has. That's, I want to say unfortunate, but you know when someone says unfortunate, but they've got a creeping smile on their face? That's me right now. And I got a creeping smile on my face because the wonderful Matisse has just come in with a raid. Shout out to you, Matisse. Much love. If you haven't checked out Matisse, you should definitely check him out. Very talented player. I believe he's been doing a bunch of coaching. Honestly, I still remember the early days of Age of Empires 4 when Matisse was what I referred to them as the HRE Grandmasters, and he was one of them. Dude was doing some very innovative things with that Civ back in the days. Looking forward to what you've been able to do with the expansion. I was planning to check out a few of your games later, actually, so seems fitting. So Crackety literally scouted the wrong place. Is he going to get it in time? Like, I think there's enough time to see where the good drop's going to be before he starts moving for the meditation garden. He might just settle for something casual here, like wood and food, but I don't know, man. That sounds kind of cringe to me. I want the biggies. There it is. Okay, he sees it. So realistically, he should be able to get a meditation garden drop that barely clips the stone here, hits the gold, hits the wood, hits the stone here, and then maybe hits 3 or 4 of these berry bushes. Let's see if he goes for it. It'll be a disgusting amount of resources. There is one downside to doing this, and it means that you're putting your meditation garden on the forward on a map that's very small. Oh, interesting. So he goes for the... Okay, that, in fairness, it's missing out on gold, but that's going to be a lot more wood. And he's definitely getting all the food. I agree with what Crackety's doing here. So the difference here is you get gold. But the reason why he doesn't want the gold per se is realistically in the late game, Zhu shouldn't struggle too much with gold. 30 gold trickle isn't going to matter that much. In the early game as well, you don't have that much to spend gold on that taxation doesn't cover. And the cool thing about this Civ, Zhu has a lot better taxing in the late game than the Chinese. Because although the Imperial Academy will give you double the amount, the difference with Zhu's legacy is when they get into the Lu Academy, they're able to get all these crafty techs. When they go up into Imperial Age, they're able to get even more. You can get to a stage in the game where you have 8 Imperial officials, which is just, I mean, that's insane. I don't know how people are meant to afford that level of taxing. That's like officially living in 4 different countries and paying taxes in all 4 of those countries. Which we know some millionaires do. They don't do the paying taxes part. They just say they paid their taxes in Ireland, I guess. That's usually how it works in Europe. Moon on the stone, though. All right, give me the numbers. Do people know their numbers by now? Should we run it through? Stone is going to be 30. 2 stones. That's 60 stone. 48 food coming from the berry bushes. And then on top of that, this looks to be a very healthy 30... I want to say 38 to 42 wood. This is bonkers. Oh, dude. I need to stop watching Zhu's legacy games. They're gonna give me a migraine. I think I'm not alone in that. I think there's a bunch of people like, I need to stop playing Zhu legacy games. This is not a fun Civ to play against right now. Such a powerful landmark. Already in the first tick, boom, coming in with some juicy resources. So considering the 48, so actually maybe this is a 24 wood. I'm kind of surprised it's only 24, but 24 wood, 48 food, and 30 stone is still an insane amount. Someone saying no golden range. We already discussed this. There was a gold one up here, but it would have meant less food, less wood. So for Krakity, he says, okay, maybe I need to be a bit harder on gold early on, but do I really need gold? I have taxation. On top of that, I'm going to have plenty of taxes in the late game. So 30 infinite gold doesn't really matter much compared to the extra wood that he's going to get. Meanwhile, Beastie goes for the barbican play and goes onto the flank of the pool. Now, I like to see this because I don't remember the last time I saw a good old barbican. I think it might be the right call as well, because this will allow him to compete with the push of units Zhu brings. And the reason is that right now, Zhu's legacy gets 48 food over what you're able to get. We also do need to look at sheep count, because sheep count's going to matter a lot here in what is essentially a Chinese mirror, where they could both end up doing Chuginu. If I'm not mistaken, Beastie got more of the sheep as well, so another deal in his favor. Let's have a look. Yeah, 5 remaining. He's clubbed about 6 down by the looks of it. Meanwhile, on the other side, yeah, he 100% has the food mass advantage there. So that's going to be another element to keep an eye on, especially with the ball play now. It means that if they both now just go raw repeater crossbows, Beastie has more runway. But Krakity, he doesn't want to go raw repeater crossbows, folks. He wants to get raw villagers. It's going to be the second TC being added in. Beastie, meanwhile, now moving on the stone on the delay, is going to be playing for multi-TC. Keep in mind that Krakity can do this a lot more efficiently. He paid a ridiculous amount less for his tech ups collectively, right? Because each of those feudal landmarks cost him 15% less. And now, with the Song Dynasty activated, he spent 160 wood less on that TC, which means he can more easily get into that third TC than Beastie. And this, by the way, is why people have been saying that Zhu's legacy is a better Chinese. The early game, mid-game escalation is a lot faster, a lot easier, I'd say, than Chinese. But I think if we can get to that late game, China has some big thumbs up. For a start, Chinese tends to get more easily into Nesta Bs than Zhu's. And also, those type of units scale a lot better for them in longer games. And it kind of feels like Beastie's going for a longer game when I see walls like this as well. Just trying to condense the map, turn it into a funnel point fight. So maybe a little bit worried that his opponent's going to go into stables, play wide flanks. When realistically, I think he wants to play mass Chuginu, if long feudal at all. We are going to get the third TC. I think that Zhu's are doing this way too much, by the way. The free TC condensed, and it's detrimental. You have such an easy ability to scale TCs. You have an ability to do it at such an early point. Why restrict yourself? You could argue maybe there's not much for him to play towards, but I'd say like trying to gamble a bit, go on the front line and go deer here would have been huge for him. Dropping a TC on the north side of this gold would have protected your gold and got you a deer stack. Now you put it safely towards your TC, you get the gold and nothing additional. You don't really secure any additional ground either. So Second TC up now for Beastie. Another thing that means that he's not as far behind as he would have been otherwise is the fact that because he's playing standard Chinese, the Imperial Academy lets you produce Imperial officials. Meanwhile, your opponent, the Zhuzhis, anytime they want IOs, they have to produce them out the TCs, which is why you can see the eco lead isn't really scaling as quickly as it would have for Crackety due to having to stop off for those. Ball's coming in. Dude, that's cheeky. Crackety keeping it open. Moving forward for the outpost now. However, that is supervision for the Chuganu, so he'll be able to block this out and kill off the villager because there isn't any wheelbarrow here. Okay, maybe he's able to get away from this. Looks like he's going to be fast enough. 1.12 versus 1.12. Good quick reaction there by Crackety, but now that he sees the Chuganu, it's going to be immediately into Horseman. And people say that you can't supervise the TC, so it would mean less food. The whole logic is, it's not that you need to have the TC here. Notice that I said you drop the TC here. So you drop a TC on the north side of the gold, it protects your gold, then you still drop this mill. The reason you do that, I mean, one, it's so bloody cheap for you, it's only 30 wood. Two, it means that these villages you're producing, look at what happens. He's rallying them now. Look how far they have to walk. That's a full screen length. If you build the TC here, they're walking 2 tiles to farm. It's a very big difference. And also, once again, that TC would have been there to protect you. Instead, villagers now being harassed. Chuganu being a little bit of a nuisance. Horseman being scaled into. Beastie behind this, by the way. He's going for fast castle age. Ooh. Damn, that's vicious. I'm not sure if Crackety is going to have enough horsemen quick enough here, folks. I mean, it's a single funnel point. Walls are going up. Like, if he can keep this open, it's a very big deal. It looks like he did. Nice snipe out with the hand cannon slit. However, Astronomical Clock Tower is now on the way. Crackety, is he going to sniff it out? It looks like he's going to snipe a villager and back away for his troubles. Now, Crackety, at this point, only has a 4 villager lead. On top of that, he does have the Meditation Garden, essentially giving him about another 3 villagers worth of income. The Beastie about to have an entire tech-up advantage. And keep in mind that you've created a choke point fight, right? That's not good for Crackety. Crackety went cavalry. He wants width. On top of that, you're now playing a choke point fight against the Civ that has already got Nesta Bees accessed. Not just any Nesta Bees, better ones. All going up, Beastie. Ooh, just in time. And now immediately into the Palace Guard. Okay, this is where things get spooky because now you're playing front side if you're Crackety, right? He has got double hand cannon slit towers here, but if you get 6, 7, 8 Palace Guard together, it's going to idle him out. And the scary part about that right now for Crackety, he's running low on food on the backside, so being pushed off this deer right now could disrupt his transition. You have an extra 2 or 3 minutes with these deer that would allow you to get into granaries and farms. If you're missing that element to the build, you tend to just flop flat. Horseman raiding round, but they're not going to find easy targets here. Remember, the Barbican protects the food source on the left side here. That's another element that's crucial for Beastie. The way he's laid his base means you should have easy access to food long term, which means you don't have to make this awkward farm transition early, which would favor the Chu-Shi legacy. Ascar coming in. Should be targeting out those Imperial officials, right? That's the maximum value pain. So we'll chase him down now. And Crackety, oh, not quick on the pull away. We'll at least be able to get towards the outpost now. This is wave number 1, folks. More is going to be coming behind this as the food gets calibrated. It's not really a scary number just yet. And credit to him, Crackety already reacting with the crossbows. So we'll have the counter in time. Beastie doing his classic play for the greed now is going into the relics. Would really benefit from getting a siege out here. Like, 1 nest of bees could be a very big deal now that you see crossbows. But a decent position. I really love that Crackety played for the high ground here with the outposts. I think that's actually been a redeeming quality. If he didn't have those, the Palace Guard would have killed an Imperial official and probably 4 or 5 villages before the crossbows arrive. But not to shy away from a fight. Beastie says, okay, more Palace Guard, but also crossbows this time. Look at this right now. Like, it would be fair to say that Zhuzhis is in the driving seat at this point. They've got eco advantage, well and truly, by the way. And they also have a much easier farm transition ahead of them. And both players have similar access to food. So I'm wondering what BC's play out of this predicament is going to be. It is going to be the Nesta Beast finally on the way. Has still got to worry about a few horsemen on the flank because it looks like there's a patrol on those relics that BC was seeking. But walls are up, so outside this small little point, there's nowhere else that Crackety can get in. He's got limited troops in the back of BC's base. Blacksmith now coming out. Monk is going to be spotted, so there you go. Should be sniped out before he can do anything about this. Palace Guard now knows they should be able to react to the horsemen and get them out of here. Meanwhile, behind this, Crackety also now picking up relics. He has access to 3 on the map, 2 being walked back right now. Of course, this was Mount Lu. Did he go for the... No, he hasn't gone for the red seals. I always forget what the first one is, because you've got the increased supervision, you've got the supervision to reduce damage, and then you've got the extra IOs. I can't remember if this one was extra tax carried. It's interesting because I've talked to a few players about like this matchup and which is better. And some felt like the Chinese are better in late game. It's the move speed, thank you. Yes, you are correct, it's the move speed. I think, was it a 50% increase as well? I think it was, right? Dude, 1.69, I know they done that on purpose. So insanely fast. Well, LoL did slow things down, but Relic is still being blocked out for the time being. Now, I honestly think, like from a taxation perspective, sure you have to wait an extra age to get into your tax-related benefits, but the fact that in return you get taxation as food as well, I think makes up for it. Palace Guard, Crackety. Oh my god, is he gonna lose another monk? Dude, that's 300 gold. Oh no. And now the Palace Guard just run on. Like, fun, bye, have a good time. Okay, good raid from BC. Like, that raid has done similar damage to what the Horseman done over several minutes. And now he's starting to block him out, right? So the walls are open. He's going to march through. It looks like Crackety didn't wall himself in. Although long-term, Crackety's looking stronger for Eco, there is a window of opportunity here for Beastie. He has 3 Nesta Bees, and Crackety has infantry. He could easily lose these engagements if they get funneled. Palace Guard also in the villager line. I mean, it hasn't been reacted to. Feels like Crackety is just a little bit slower to react to these different maneuvers. I mean, you saw him not dropping the relic off. He's doing it again. Oh, buddy. Oh, wow. That is not it. Was at least going up. Crossbow's having a field day with that, as that's freebies onto the Palace Guard. I like how he just walled in this Palace Guard and left them to die. BC, dude, he's playing wide. You can't let him do this. This is his favorite style of play, right? We've seen it so many times from Beastie. Not only did he get the long protective wall, but now he gets to flood Palace Guard left, right, and center. And you have no clear answer. Crossbow's now moving in. You'll be able to start sniping out a few villies. Even looking for a few Palace Guard, maybe. Good micro there from BC. Still going to like lose out overall army value on the trade, but gets what he can out of it. And meanwhile, we've still got the Palace Guard running wide laps around the back of the base. Meanwhile, front side, an army is building up. So Nesta Bees count is getting a bit spooky here. And yes, so I'm glad someone brought that up. So I noticed this was getting highlighted. In terms of the taxation behavior when it comes to shift drop-offs and whatnot, it is not working very well right now. So Mr. Taxmans aren't doing everything they should. It's weird because some units work fine. Others don't, like the Taxmen. Palace Guard just idling this out. I mean, this is crazy because Crackety should have had this fully blown out and complete about 2 minutes ago, but he just got heavily delayed by these raids. I mean, Crackety right now, he's got huge issues on the macro. This is crazy. 2k wood in reserve, 2k gold. I can't help but feel that Beastie's just in a much better position because despite the fact of how strong the Juji were looking, Crackety just got distracted. Heavily distracted, in fact. Like these raids on the right side, the back side as well. The delayed transition here, it means that Beastie's already underway with his own, and sure, he has to pay more for it. But it doesn't really matter who's paying more when Crackety's sitting on 4,000 resources in reserve that's not being spent. Yeah, this is a big whoopsie. I don't know if this was like late in the day for Crackety, maybe he was tired or whatever, but I feel like Crackety's usually a bit more optimal with the way he spreads his economy in the mid-game as the Chinese and the Juji. But this feels like a complete mishandling. And now, the frontal assault comes in. We talked about this timing with the Nesta Bees. 3 Springles as well, so Crackety is going to queue up 5 Springles to react to this, but it's just not going to be a good counter. STB's Rams moving on to those outposts, burn through on the walls in the meantime. And after that, Crackety's head is going to be on the chopping block, and it has to be said, his army is not looking threatening here. He has less Palace Guard, similar crossbow count. Beastie is easily able to run him over here. He's going to look to do exactly that, a charge in. Into the choke point, STB's Flurry comes out, and if he just holds in this area, Crackety cannot fight. And I think Crackety knows it. I don't think there's any greased axles by the look of it. Yeah, hasn't been researched. So the STBs can't really gap close quickly, but they don't need to. They just need to force the matter as they shuffle into the base. STBs still alive, so Springer won't be able to clean it up. Nice micro back there by Beastie. This reaction coming out is going to be a spooky one. Crackety now up to 4 Springles, but they're a little bit split on position, and one gets taken down. Palace Guard now flooding through to look for the siege, and this looks done. I don't see a way in which Crackety is able to hold this. Round the back he goes. 3 Springles splintered, only 1 remaining. Siege advantage clearly with Beastie, and now the Nesta Bees are unleashed, and well, Crackety's had enough bad experiences with those. GG's going to get called. Xu losing to the Chinese. I don't know if I'd say this is matchup specific as much as it is Beastie specific. Let me know what you think in the comments. Yeah, I think that was just really well handled by Beastie. I love the Barbican play. I love the play on the flanks. I just think overall he was juggling his opponent very well in this game. Crackety looked very discombobulated about what to do. I think one big crippling detail for Crackety, that TC needed to be looser. He needed to be more efficient with his early eco. But then again, the bigger issue in that late game is he mismacroed hard. 2,000 wood in reserve, 2,000 gold in reserve. And by the way, that was 2,000 wood in reserve after he committed to all the farms anyway. So like at that point, maybe you could have walled a second layer to keep them out. Maybe you just needed to be a bit quicker on that farm transition. Could have meant a lot more Palace Guard and a world in which Crackety could have fought back. But can't take anything away from Beastie. Understood his timings, played them well, and done what he does best. Plays those flanks, draws his opponent away. Okay, so looking at Beastie's games, just see if there are any other ones that sparked my intrigue. There was a game against Rack Attack, but I have a feeling Recon's not going to let me look at that. Bruh, Recon. Is he in chat right now? He's probably not. I think he's working. That's unfortunate. They had a really cool looking game on Canal that I really, really want to cast. It's Order of the Dragon versus the Japanese, but they're both privated, unfortunately, so we can't watch that one. What I can do is there's some people clashing on the ladders, so I'm going to check who they're matching up against quickly. I'll even let you guys see what I'm up to. Vienne, wait. I know that Vienne thing. Wait, who was that? Vienne Hung ADC. Who is this? Do you guys want to watch this one? This is... I don't know if this is actually a Vietnamese player. Recon. Yeah, that's why I call him Recon, dude. Blocks the data from me, then still talks to me in DMs all the time. What the hell? Alright, let me just update Tal then. I guess we'll do some live casts. I actually prefer live casts because the problem is every once in a while I'll glimpse what the outcome is by accident. And that sucks. I actually like to not know the result. Like, I really wish that devs would introduce a way that you couldn't see the result. Like, you could check the game, like, oh, well, they're playing what map, but you didn't see who won. I don't know why that isn't the default behavior. I'm pretty sure that was the default behavior for Dotska. But let's go. Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's time for the Killjadi fun time. That's right. The reason we call it a fun time, this guy doesn't have chill. He doesn't know how to stand back. He doesn't know how to wait for the late game. Who wants that? Killjadi has it in the name, so he wants to kill in the game. And in his way is going to be VN Hung ADC. I believe this is meant to be a Vietnamese player. I haven't seen them before. They're ranked 88th right now. Killjadi, of course, is really high on the leaderboards, as he always is. In fact, the time recording 56th in the world. So we've got a pretty balanced clash coming out. This is live from the leaderboards. Jeanne d'Arc versus Order of the Dragon is especially interesting. It's not something I see often. And this is the first time I've seen this. I don't know if that's weird to say, but I think... No, it's not weird to say. Order of the Dragon rarely comes out on water hybrid maps. And I definitely never see them go docks. So this is cool. Himeyama, a map where 90% of the games, people do not fish, despite the fact it is Cauldron. And we've got the Civ that usually wants to be more land-focused going in for this early. Super cool to see. Already on the straggler trees. I want to see if it actually works out for him. On the other side, Jean build looks like it's going to be pretty standard. I know I said this is live, but I think we're a few minutes behind, so we'll speed up for the early game, because considering that one opponent has gone for fishing, the other is playing Jean on gold with no outpost, no racks, I don't think we're going to see aggro play per se, which is kind of unfortunate. I think that if Hung saw this, they could have tried to rush it down. The problem, however, is that because your gold spawned on the backside of your base, running across here now to outpost rush this just isn't efficient. So instead, you just have to go for your tech up. We'll be fast about it. Meanwhile, Killjadi much slower. And yes, I know it's Cauldron with 1/4 of the fish, but the idea was to combine Cauldron with, I'd say, like Prairie here. If you look at the map design, it was very clearly kind of a Cauldron Prairie-esque map. Obviously, this isn't Prairie with the wood lines further away, but the ones close to your base are very loose and small. It kind of reminds me, actually, the way that it's got little wood near your starting base and a lot out in the center actually reminds me quite a bit of the old King of the Hill, if you guys remember, where the one basically that the people begged to get reworked because it basically RNG'd some of the matchups for big matches like Nilly's tournaments. But you had loads of wood, the northern and southern corner, and little at the start. It's got that similar kind of feeling, but with a lake in the center instead of a hill. But for logical simplicity, usually saying it's Cauldron X Prairie makes a lot more sense to people. Well, Tech Up has come out. Jean pretty much done it on her lonesome, so I think this house should be built, and that should be good enough to get her up, right? Maybe the lumber camp. Because I think you had 1 or 2 villagers helping, right? If you have only Jean, you should always have her ready to go the moment she techs up, but looks like it's going to be a little bit of gathering before she's ready to ride. In the meantime, First Knight is going to hit the field. Tech Up is going to be coming out from Killjadi. He did go for the Minework Palace. Now, I've talked about this before, and I stand by it. If you're going Minework Palace, you really need to be playing into Archers as part of your comp to justify it. Otherwise, Arcan's a little bit better. Even Men at Arms don't make sense to me. Langsneck later on can be really good for the Minework Palace build due to the Zonhao, which is a unique tech you can only get with this landmark. But looks like we're going to get Stables opening. Interesting that he's gone for the Stables opening, considering this choice, but actually, in fairness, these stable units, when you've got fishing as well, this is a good way of contesting knights. Like, these Gigantism horsemen will actually slap knights. It's kind of crazy. They have similar damage, but the health pool difference, right? I think it's I want to say 260 health. That sounds a bit too high, though. Is it 240 for the horsemen? It's bigger than the knights. 250. Dude, I was right. Don't doubt. So, 250 health, then look at the damage comparison. When you're attacking with sword, it's 19. So if you don't get your charge out, yeah, you've got more melee armor, but these Giga Charge just have so much health. It's more like an even exchange, which is kind of logical when you consider that these units cost the same. One difference to keep in mind that gives the Knights a slight edge one-on-one low is the fact that their attack speed is a lot lower, 1.5 compared to the 1.75 of the Spearman-wielding Horseman. I like how I say... Now, I'm going to stand by that statement of Spearman-wielding Horseman, which suggests that he's holding onto a man holding a spear. These guys are big enough that they could be holding a Spearman and using them as a weapon right now. These boys are huge. The interesting part to me, actually, is that Jeanne d'Arc, when she's on horseback, is the correct size for Order of the Dragon units. Now, I'm just saying, it sounds like Jeanne was actually born as a member of the Order of the Dragon and then got adopted by the French. Maybe it's time for a family reunion. Okay, I'm not going to... Think about it, guys. Everyone says Jeanne d'Arc civs OP. So if we take Jeanne away from her and give her to Order of the Dragon that everyone thinks is underpowered, have we not technically balanced the civs? Okay, I'm going to stop. Jeanne's on the way. She's clubbing her way through. It looks like she already took out one of the... Wait, no, Boar's up here. Okay. So she should be moving towards that one immediately. And then I wouldn't be surprised if she's going to try to dive towards the base. It's not easy to kill these villagers, but the thing that I think is very powerful against Order of the Dragon is just forcing idle time. Each of these villagers, like each one you force to go idle, it's actually 1.25 villagers being idled, right? So it's actually a substantially bigger deal than against most civs. Meanwhile, home we are going to get the blacksmith, so probably looking to get into the melee armor, which I really like here. It's going to guarantee these knights can trade up against the horsemen. And the cool thing is if you peel them back, you'll be fine. Okay, this is not fine. He actually might lose Jean here. I was about to say, if you pull them back and heal with Jean, it's good. But part of the condition of that is that Jean is alive. And right now, she is not having a good time. Hung, a little bit slow to react to this. I actually think Jean's going to maybe be popped. He has got the Divine Restoration. Gets another cleave out. Does set up for the charge afterwards, but I mean, if you just commit to this, she's dead. Like, there's no way she can run away from this. So good snipe there by Killjadi, killing off the XP farmer, getting away with no casualties whatsoever. This is cool as well because as you take these trades and force Jean dead, you can take the injured horseman and then send them to raid Eco away from Jean. So keep an eye out for that in the next 2-3 minutes where Killjadi will try to keep them away from Jean to make sure that he's not giving over a lofty 24 XP per death. Now Smimman be added in. This guy's like, I'm hungry. Can I eat that horse? Jesus. Don't touch him. Whoopsie. Dude, I was like, why is he going fast? I keep accidentally thumbing the speed up button when I hit the reset camera. So if you killed a Spearman added in, and interestingly enough, this is kind of bad for Hung. Hung went into Spearman, not into Archers. So right now, they don't have the answer. That doesn't feel good. And already losing a knight, so... First blood and then second blood being drawn in favor of Killjadi. Now, he has lost a single unit somewhere by the looks of it. I don't know what he would have lost at 120 resources, though. But that must be... Oh, no, it'll be a cancelled building, right? So it was probably... I don't know what building would have been cancelled, but it's anything that would make sense here, because there's nothing that Killjadi would have built. There's actually nothing that Killjadi can... Wait, did he lose 2 kills? Oh, damn. He lost 2 workers. Okay, that's actually a big deal. That makes sense. I was like, the only thing that makes sense if he lost 2 villages, but it looks like he must have got sniped either on the gold or on the wood line. Still, either way, really good play by Hung. He needed to do that as well because Killjadi's playing onto fishing, which is really good for him. That fishing is going to dry up eventually, but it kind of insulates his economy in the interim, right? Damn, I didn't spot that raid. I mean, I don't know if that was where the Knights were coming away from the gold. That would make a lot of sense here. I don't imagine a world in which he was allowed to get back to that wood line because the vision, you would have seen it coming in time. Another issue that you do have if you're Killjadi here, you haven't got Wheelbarrow. You absolutely need to be getting Wheelbarrow up against Knights. It's so worthwhile to protect your economy. I mean, look how helpful it was there. These mini Knights would have pinched 1 or 2 villages there if it wasn't for the Wheelbarrow. Instead, they're going to have to settle for housing. Cool little idea by Killjadi, just try to prevent Hung from getting number advantage here. Now just trying to poke and prod in. We'll turn on to the Spearmen, so good read there. Horseman tanking a lot of damage here with the Undermesh, even targeting on the villagers now because Hung didn't pull them back. Luckily for him, he's not going to lose too many for it, though. Quite fortunate the way that played out. Only losing 1 villager and Killjadi losing the scout plus a horseman. Losing enough health off the horseman that only 1 is effectively able to dive now. Meanwhile, Hung parks himself outside the base of Killjadi. And things are starting to look spooky for the Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon that right now have got that fishing we talked about. But it's shoreline fish. It's not that fast. It's actually worse than a villager gathering here. He's only got 3 fishing boats. On top of that, it's finite. In fact, comparatively, Hung is now going to have more food out of this boar than what Killjadi gets out of this pond. Hung. I'd love to see him just peel the Knights here, go around the back, right? Like, just actually start diving here, force the army to position in this area, and then let the Knights snipe on the back. Because if 2 Knights get a charge in, these units have 65 health. 2 Knights hitting that, that's 30 with a Lance, right? So, like, if you just essentially just, like, Lance 1 together, and then one of them taps a sword, that's a dead villager. Go see if we can get it in time. Nice little snipe of the archers, actually. Makes it more efficient. Garrison's going to come in, and you don't want to be torching this down because this is Order of the Dragon, which means they do have the emergency repairs as an HRE variant. Instead, it looks like Killjadi's looking for a counteroffensive. We'll find a trickling of horsemen here. And what is up, Sir Bismuth? Thank you very much for the Prime, man. If anyone does have Prime subs, be sure to drop them here. I mean, the goal here is to stream at least, I'd say, 15 to 20 hours a week, so you'll definitely get your share of ad-free viewing experience. Not to mention, we have got some of the best emotes on the platform. In fact, if we get enough subs, I unlock additional sub emotes, which means I can add even more. And I already have some cool ideas. Let me know what you guys want to see as well in terms of sub emotes for the channel. I'm curious which ones you guys like the most, which ones you want to see. And keep up the support. You guys have been incredible. I have actually applied for partner for Twitch. Fingers crossed we can get it this time. Fingers crossed they don't take months to respond. Which would be super sick, because then we could also rename the subs to something that's easy to type in chat instead of Killer 1. Might kill more than one here. Nice little poke. Manages to get one villager immediately. Looks like it's going to be 2 more dropping. Made that 3 more, so 4 dead in total here. Really good moves here from Hung. Hung is doing a phenomenal job up against someone who's considered to be one of the most aggressive players on the ladders. Like, honestly, if you put top aggro players, I put Killjadi as a top 5 right now. Like, this guy has a reputation for making players uncomfortable. People queue in to him on the ladder, and they roll their eyes because they know how relentless it's going to be. But this game right here has been nothing but comfort for his opponent. Hung ADC having a hell of a time. Spearman are going to get the fight here, but it's spear on spear with archers plus Jean. You do not want any part of this. The problem is, as you walk away, that's going to be 16 XP a pop. Every time he loses like this, remember, Jean gets closer to level 3. Ay. Oh, this outpost. I don't think this outpost is even necessarily going to protect. I mean, if Hung wanted, he could dive this. Wraparound from the Horseman is an ambitious one because that's into spears. Cleave comes out as well, and looks like he's willing to commit, but the price is going to be high here. Jean not dying quickly. Divine Restoration comes out. If she can get another cleave, she could get the XP required. Instead, he's going to keep running away as the archers have joined it in. So actually, Killjadi with a fantastic read there. Times it perfectly for the archers to show up and uses the raw HP mass to take a win in this engagement. Jean now at risk of being eliminated. Reinforcements have arrived. That's going to force Killjadi to reset, but right now, he is in the driving seat. Militarily, he has the same number of units as Hung. That is never a good sign. That means that he has double the military might in these fights. Damn, what a cool read there. I was a bit worried. I actually thought Killjadi was feeding the game away because realistically, that should have been another cleave. That should have been about 3 or 4 more horsemen going down. And then level 3 Jean on the play. But instead, Killjadi resets Hung, slows him down a bit, and the timing could not have been more perfect. Killjadi's now ready for Castle Age. And I'm hoping we're going to get increased Gilded Archers. I love the fact they added this unit in. Gilded Archers, if you scale them in Castle Age, they're actually an effective counter against Knights. I'm not even kidding. With the movement speed, the extra range, the fact that they have enough damage when buffed up with the Inspiration to do half damage to Knights, they'll kill everything. Right now, they might be looking to kill Jean. He's not targeting her, but realistically, you could just get rid of her right now, easy peasy. Villagers are going to get caught out. A few going down here. Cleave comes out as Killjadi looks to retreat. Jean is still alive by some miracle. I'm surprised the Gilded Archers didn't finish her off there. The 5.5 tower range. I think he's a bit distracted. Horseman went in onto the farm, disrupted that. So Hung ADC now running out of food quick. Has moved down to the deer, but level 3 Jean is in. Killjadi gets the spears in, and a mistake is made. Hung goes down before he's able to find the real value. Does at least get the spawn of champions out. With the army trades said and done, Killjadi in a very comfortable position here as he resets the night count. He has some map control, and that's going to be critical considering the Regnitz is almost complete. Man, what a great read by Killjadi. Like, be honest, who in chat thought this game was looking just very kind of parked and comfortable for Hung? I feel like his first 10 minutes of this game were really solid. Like, he was outplaying Killjadi. He was outmassing him. His position on the map looked good. But we think about the last few minutes. Killjadi, he was essentially losing, like, looking like he's losing the game, but then using that with bated breath to draw his opponent into bad positions. Especially this area around the marketplace and the ball, where he essentially forced him to wrap on himself and allowed this archer follow-up to just bait Hung into a bad fight. Then the follow-up over the outpost, sure, you lose a few villagers, but it's worth it to clear the army and now get up an entire age. And now this response by Hung to go into Rams is bold at best, foolish at worst. This is... You're doing this against a Civ that has emergency repairs. This is not going to be a quick dent. It's not going to be a quick breach. In the meantime, because you're wasting time sitting here building up Rams, Killjadi is already on the move for his first relic. In fact, yeah, I love how he starts sending it. I was about to say, I don't know why he's sending another relic gatherer down here. There's only one on the south side. He could easily yoink 2 relics in this game, though, which is a good starting position, especially considering that Hung is now an entire age behind and shows no intent of aging up. Yeah, this starts to feel like someone playing for the GG, either one way or the other, right, in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Problem is, you can already see Killjadi getting these heavy bad boys out. The Gilded Knights, 400 HP. You pay 480 resources for it. Can be worth it when your opponent lacks the spearman to counter you. Rams are moving into the stables. Remember, he has got the E repairs to work with. Being careful about the way he engages here. Now, Knight's could easily clean this up. Daddy Knight says hello to Baby Knight. And it'll be good night to the poor baby. It looks like the stable is going to be brought low. E-Repair's coming out, though. Jean looking for that cleave. Won't be able to find it. Villagers have to garrison and run away. In fact, the cleave is decent, but not good enough. Hung needs to move away from this. The Gilded Archer count is scaling. Now, keep in mind the crossbowmen have also been added in here. Divine Restoration is going to come out. Knight's tanking this. Cleave's coming out as well, but they're just so bloody tanky against this. John being forced away, has got more cleaves coming off cooldown, but I think the damage is kind of done here, right? Like, this assault didn't do much work. He almost loses Jean down to 6 HP. The final arrow is 1 HP. She gets out by the skin of her teeth, but it just doesn't matter after that. Too much lost. Killjadi, despite the fact he looked down and beaten in this early game, he turns it around and shows you that even with level 3 Jean popping out, she ain't unbeatable. And the timeline tells the tale, right? Like, look at that fight just before the Castle Age that we talked about where he went for that trade. That was critical. If he went Castle Age without making this trade happen, he gets flooded, he gets killed. Killjadi read the importance of that fight. This is the thing to take away. This is the critical element about facing Jean. Is she strong? Is she hard to deal with? Sure. But one big problem people have right now, they don't know how to deal with her. So their immediate reaction is this is just too strong. The reality is, Jean forces you to make hard choices about when you're trading. Something that a lot of high-level players have identified because they've already been doing it for so long is if you want to take trades efficiently against Jean, the goal is just what you do in any game, where you don't look for that one to equal it, right? Where I counter your units, now we're even Stevens. You look for the knock-on effect that I'm going to counter something and achieve something elsewhere. That's what Killjadi done phenomenally well in this game. By going for that Castle Age with 4 villagers, not rushing it up, it gave him the ample eco to push units out, to take that fight, and then when that age up comes out, it's an uh-oh spaghetti-o moment for Hung ADC. Whew. Really cool game. I wonder if we got some more live ones, actually. Let's have a look. Let's have a ganders from the menu. So Killjadi just got in another one. Who's he up against now? Dude. I think we know we have to cast this one, right? Right? What do you guys think? We have to cast this, right? We would be remiss if we did not cast this. I'm 100% casting the crap out of this one. I usually try to avoid like casting streaming players live, but like I wanted another Killjadi dose after that because I knew he was going to keep practicing Order of the Dragon, so we will be tuning in on this one. All right. Whoopsie. Wrong thing. Oh no. And we are immediately back at it. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action for another Killjadi Order of the Dragon showing, but in his way, we've upgraded the opponent. Jean d'Arc from Hung was impressive, but Dumu, well, he has his own lofty low to flaunt around when he plays the Japanese. He's actually got some very creative builds at the moment. I'm intrigued to see what he can do in this particular matchup. Killjadi, I imagine is... Yeah. Wait, what? Okay, that is cool. No, they're not both on water. One's getting ready to be sunk. What a cool reaction out of Killjadi. Dimu goes for the logical dock opening for the Japanese, because remember, their fishing boats are so cheap, so it's very efficient. And the reason why Dimu, this is logical to him, is because Order of the Dragon usually don't try to aggro. They just try to be greedy, right? It's HRE. Why would they want to fight you? For very good reason, folks. Their boys are pretty big. Turns out that each of the people recruited into the Order of the Dragon had to eat their twin in utero. Which means that this gigantism boy that's going to be coming out when he gets that little bit of food is going to be enough to start burning down this dock pretty effectively. And the thing that is deceptive is you're going to think, oh, 1 spearman, that's not going to do a lot. Oh, 2 spearmen, still not going to do a lot. It will, because those spears have a lot more torch damage. So it's going to add up. Really cool read. And well, Dumu's not going to have a quick reaction to this because he's going to have to wait for Feudal Age to do anything. If he tries to react in Dark Age, these spearmen will kick the teeth out of Samurai. I'm not even exaggerating there, by the way. You do 8 damage to a Samurai, you have more armor, you have a lot less health. So there we go. Moves in the spears, and this is what I mean by the torch damage. Look at how high it is. 18 damage. Pretty bloody respectable for a Dark Age unit. He's going to be adding in more spears. So I imagine he's going to go up to like 3 spears, which is equivalent to 6 on torch damage and on health. I would have started building docks on top of the fish and then cancelled to kill fish. Yeah, you get banned from tournament play. You literally wouldn't be allowed. That has been banned for well over a year. In fact, it was quite comedial because I legit recall, and I'm not saying I doubt it was me that got it done. It was just comedial timing. I was casting on EGC when we first introduced Frisian Marshes. I went, wouldn't it be hilarious if they just walked over and started docking their opponent's fish? And then, I can't remember who I was co-casting with, but they tried to draw attention away from it. And then the next tournament, the rulebook said you couldn't do it. So I imagine someone did do it. If the person responsible in the competitive play done it, let me know. Let me feel good. Did I actually inspire you? Hit it in the comments. But for the time being, I'm focused on this inspirational build. Free Spearman, a heavy investment at this stage for the Order of the Dragon. Even with their increased gathering rates, this is a grand total cost of 480 resources. Quite a bloody lot. That's almost your tech up. But in return, what you're getting for it, you're denying the dock play. And on top of that, Dimmu is actually playing Cocker Township, which I don't know if that plays well against spears. You don't have to choose fights with these spears because they're so slow. But even though you get bonus damage against these spearmen, they hit so hard that you need to be very careful about the way you fight. Realistically, long term, Shinobi just win because they can keep disengaging after they attack you. Let's see if that's the way he wants to play it. It might be that Dimmu is just worried about the dock coming out because Killjadi now can set up his own. The worrisome detail is if he does set up docks here, it means he's playing a long, long Dark Age. And yeah, he's actually going to go for it. Oh, wow. I think this is more necessity than desire, though. I'm looking at the sheep count. He's got a few to bring back home, right? So he's got 5 with his scout right now. But if you look underneath the TC, Killjadi has practically no sheep. So I don't know if it was always the plan to go for this dock, but to me, this starts to look like a requirement more than a desire. More Cocker Township. Just a few seconds out. And of course, that's going to instantly spam the first Shinobi, which means he could disrupt the fishing at a critical point, at a critical juncture. See if he's able to do it. First Shinobi comes out. Immediately starts helping out with the deer. Nice little guy, but it's time to go kill something a bit more meaty here. Now, if you get enough of these Shinobi, you can swarm these Spearmen. Because something to keep in mind, Shinobi have quite a low attack speed. 1.25. Compare that to the Spearmen over here. They are going to be a 1.88 attack speed unit. So it takes them a lot longer, an extra half a second to get strike out. Shinobi comes in. Wait, is he actually going to... No. No. He run the numbers! I did not expect it to counter that hard. Oh my god. Now, keep in mind, the reason that worked is because there's not more spears here. And remember what we said, the importance here is that I expected this to win over time, but not instantly, because the thing is, the moment he pulled away, he can start healing up these Shinobi. But he immediately brutalizes him. 1 Spearman down. Dimmu coming back with Avengers. Now, keep in mind, this is not a fair fight right now. This is a Fuel unit versus a Dark Age unit, so it's even more heavily skewed. And he's going to sabotage it, isn't he? Yep. No more production for you. Oh my god, and he's still got the Shinshin, so he could finish this guy off. Instead, he sabotages the dock as well. That's 3 Shinobi, 4th coming in. This is going to block him out entirely. Oh my god. Killjadi misread the situation entirely. Like I said, I don't know if he wanted to do this. I wonder if he wanted to maybe just play sheep, but he ran out of food. But the fact that he's had to play it this way, this is borderline GGing it. Shinobi going in now, looking for another spear. He'll find it. Oh, and the micro is just on point. I mean, he loses a scout, but you don't need to see more than what you're seeing right now. You've got pseudo scouts on the water. Shinobi, Shinshin away. Dude, the health, 1 HP? Twice with 1? Dimmu. He's out of control right now. That's all the spears down, and now that's going to be sabotaging the docks. I mean, this is such a crippling position, folks. I'm not exaggerating. Killjadi is so late on his feudal timing. He's lost the racks. He's going to lose the docks. Dimmu comes back in for the fishing afterwards. And now, you're up against 6+ Shinobi. You need to make a hard pivot into Dragon Archers, and you need to do it yesterday. Dude, what a game. I mean, you would expect Shinobi to win because, like, what we're talking there, right, is like it was, so 150 health at that stage. Spearman, 10 damage versus a unit with 20 damage plus 5 melee. The numbers speak for themselves. The attack speed then on top of that just being better. Logical. I did not, however, expect Dimu to do that with the first Shinobi. I did not expect Killjadi to get caught split like that with his Spearman. But he gets punished to the maximum, and now he's been completely denied out. This game, dude, this is like 95% in favor of Dimu, if not more. In fact, we might be just watching Ninja Gaiden 4, because this man is only pushing Shinobi. Oh man, now the fishing boat's gone alongside it. Not that he really gets anything from them anymore now that they've lost the docks. Imagine if you could accidentally Shunshin into the water and drown. You instinctually just press the button because you want to kill it. But here we go. It's Ninja Warrior. Dimu is going to be facing off against the Gilded Archers, so realistically he should not win this anymore. Dimu shouldn't be diving either. But if he can bait him out, if he can catch the Gilded Archers away from the TC, he runs quicker than them. And in fact, 7 Shinobi at this stage, that's enough to insta-kill an Archer. An Archer will be insta-killed by 5 of these guys. So 6 of these guys. Because I've got the... Actually, it does need to be 7. If he gets the melee tech, which he should soon, it'll be good enough. And oh my god, straight away! Gets 1. He will lose a single Shinobi for it, but a worthwhile exchange, folks. That's a unit that's meant to count you. Killjadi just not paying attention there, was distracted elsewhere on the map and pays a price for it. Dimu now going for the fast castle build, a great read in this type of game. Hasn't had to build another type of unit in Feudal outside of that one archer ship to guarantee central control. If he just, honestly, like the melee tech, if he had the melee tech, he'd still insta-kill this. In fact, the wolf might make it so... Oh, no. Oh, that is pure pain. And Shinobi, they still roam the earth, right? 2 Gilded Archers dead. 2 more built. At this point, you are in the territory of paying more than your opponent, right? So you just lost 2 Gilded Archers. You pay 160 each. That's 320. Your opponent has lost 1 Shinobi. He built 1. That cost 120. In total, beyond that, he built 6 more. Like, if you consider the investment on each side, they're even Stevens now, but the difference is an entire age, folks. This is insane. This is pretty much over. I don't know how you get back in now if you're Killjadi. You would have to micro these fights like a god, but the problem is floating gate. Yeah, okay, he's going racks. I was about to say, he could actually just go stables, drop the Yoroshiro, get 5 or 6 knights, and it's GG. This is a little bit slower, so maybe it gives Killjadi false hope. And it would feel like false hope. If he Shunshin's in here, he's going to... Oh my god, Killjadi, please tell me he's looking right now. He's busy building the ball. Stabs come in, and that's going to be 3 villagers dead. No getting away from that. That's a huge loss. Killjadi now 14 eco behind. And Dimu an entire age ahead. Killjadi trying to channel his best anime character right now against the Japanese, though. Refuses to give up. I'm just not sure what's left to fight for. Not trying to be a negative Nelly, but I mean, you're already on berries. You had to play dangerous under the ball. You're insanely far behind. If he loses these Gilded Archers, I wouldn't blame him for tapping out. I think that's the final stretch, right? These Gilded Archers could find the 5 villages. It might be a good start. If he wraps around from the north side, it could be big. But the problem is Killjadi lost his scout. He's playing blind. Both of them are playing blind, sure, but one is more heavily impacted by that blindness, especially considering that Shinobi, as you can see, have extra vision, and Dimu already knows what's going on down here. A movement to the south. If he gets the blink right, he could instantly kill 2 or 3 villages before a reaction comes out. He's thinking about it. Skies comes through, but obviously that doesn't work against the outpost. He's going to go for the blink in with the Shunshin. A good garrison. But the sabotages, that's going to be the problem there. A lot of damage being added in. However, he Shunshined in, so Dimu's kind of stuck here committing. Otherwise, he's going to die anyway. He will get through this, by the way. He'll probably lose 2 more Shinobi before it goes down. In fact, there should be a rush to repair here. He traps the villagers instead. We'll continue the torch. So it looks like Killjadi cannot repair. And now the villagers have nowhere to run. Run, they'll have to. Wheelbarrow will get them away at a decent pace. However, the Shunshins mean you can body block them on the retreat there, and that's exactly what Dimu's looking to do. So another villager hits the deck. Behind this, Killjadi is teching up. But folks, he's officially out of food. I mean, he's on the last berries. After that, you're going to have to come out your base, and the issue he has now is he has nothing he can build. And also his archers in the meantime now being chased by the samurai. Are those Odachi'd? Oh god, they're Odachi'd as well. So yeah, he's taking substantially more damage here. 14 damage from these veteran samurai. And they haven't even got a single melee tech, right? I think that's still holding true. Yeah, folks, we are 12.5 minutes in the game. Dumu has played Shinobi into Samurai, and yet he's still not gotten Tatara, the level 1 melee tech. Kujadi. Is he going to have to build farms right away? I think he is. Either that or he plays Desperation Mode out into the deer, but the problem is there's still 2 Shinobi, there's still more Samurai coming. Also, Shinto now playing out for the relics. Unfortunate circumstance for Killjardy. Probably going to be lucky to get 1 relic on this map at this pace. Wolves even joining in. Killjardy has known this pain before. See, people are like, oh, Killjardy's dead. But, like, I mean, he hasn't seen a killing blow, right? I kind of don't blame him to an extent. I think the melee tech's being slow for Dumu wasn't optimal here. He has got 2 TC though, and that's going to get scary. But that's something also Killjardy can't see. All he can see is his opponent has an age up, hasn't really killed him. I actually respect that Killjardy's trying to figure this one out. See if there is this strong point in the mid game for Order of the Dragon. It's a civ that hasn't been played that much, right? There's a lot that hasn't been discovered. And I come from Dota, man. I feel like I say that a lot, but like the reason I say it is because I believe in the comebacks. I come from a game, I'd say that bore the truest of comebacks over the years. A game that was designed wholly around the idea that any game is turnable. And we are talking about early days of the expansion, 2 new civs. People don't know entirely how these function yet. There's always a way back. Samurai aren't here yet, but the Shinobi are. They're going to move in. Will be cleaned up by the Knight. Wololo is going to be a whiff, though, so Samurai blocked this one out. Are they going to see the second Prelate? Oh, and Killjardy pivots just to be safe, so he might get the further off relic here. It all comes down to timing, because Dumu should be moving out with the Shinto Priest now, so he might be able to intercept. In fact, a bit greedy, yeah. I think he's finally, like, pivoting the other way, but maybe a little bit late for that. Fishing has expired, so now Dumu has to go for that full land transition, but is already underway with the Daimyo buff for the farms. Got more Yoroshiras being garrisoned. Looks like it's going to be going into the Forge, into the racks. Big shout out to Ben for IDing this. Like, I've talked about this a lot already, and I stand by it. If you want to optimize your floating gate, you need to be building what you want to buff next to the floating gate location. It's such a fundamental element of efficiency for the Japanese Castle Age timing. Samurai. Oh, nice play there, actually. Like, the deflective armor was already gone, so the Knight Charge actually hit for maximum. Second one, not as good here. But these Samurai should realistically lose this fight. The Gilded Armor costs, the Gilded Knights, rather, cost a lot. Dumu. Actually going into Onobugisha is a very interesting choice here. I guess it's about sniping out the Relic Gatherers. Dude, I love this from Ben. Dumu yoinks the Relic and knows it's not safe to leave yet, so he hides it in the corner. And this is a corner that actually, like, Killjardy hasn't even discovered yet. That's a super sick read. And he's going to keep it. So this is, like, the reality is you want to get this home, but at the same time, it's a bigger deal that you make sure that Killjardy doesn't, because it's double the resources. He is going to snake his way out now. It's a bit dangerous, but he knows, once again, Killjardy does not have a scout. So it's very hard for him to see the Shinto Priest running back. Needs to be careful that he's waypointed around the Sacred Site, otherwise he's going to give up the game here. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's going to clip it. Oh. Keeping me on the edge of the seat there. If that got scoured, this Gilded Knight would be heading there. But instead, he's heading into the base with no clear target. So, good read. Means Dumu's going to get 4 of the relics on the map, compared to poor little Killjardy, who only has 1. The Onobu douchebags are coming out, man. Like, it's just unlimited Onobugadi, which is... It's not a good idea against Knights, folks, because, like, you just do no damage. But, in fairness, with the tech advantages he has and how far ahead he is, it's not the worst of ideas. This would be maybe not an ideal counter or an ideal unit comp, shall we say, if your opponent had similar eco. But, folks, this is a game where Dumu is 27 eco ahead, and that's raw on land. This is a game where it's probably going to be getting, yeah, he's already got level 2 Daimyo upgrades, so he's got 50% more efficient farms against no Arc in play, now setting up farms Killjadi. So this is a game where, despite it not being the most optimal solution to Knights, it actually is in terms of its ability to keep chasing you, and it is in terms of its ability to overwhelm. Good micro from Killjadi at least deny the Shinto Priest, but I mean, there's no reason for the Shinto to be out here. I don't even know where he was going. Maybe for the Sacred Site. Second wave is coming. Dude, this is looking like a Zerg right now. Dimu, the betrayal. You're meant to be a Terran player. I mean, it has quality as well as quantity right now. Knights are going to try to ride into the back of the base, but I think Dimu doesn't have to care per se. Outpost is going to give early warning, truly early warning to this. So he'll be able to pivot in time. The difference on the other side, I don't know how Killjadi is able to react to this. I mean, he's built 5 Gilded Crossbowmen. These are not sufficient answers for mass Naginata wielding on a Bigisha. This unit will tear you asunder. More Bigisha coming out. Just trying to idle out these Gilded Knights, stop them from attacking anything else. Meanwhile, main army forms up and gets ready to start moving in. Level 2 ranged armor is also there, so negating any sort of armory upgrades we're seeing coming out from Killjadi. Now Sprune placements coming through. So good read there. I like that from Dimu. He didn't wall this up. That might be the next step. Just wall towards the TC, force a funnel point. As the Knights are proving a little bit annoying, but the amount of kills they'd have to get for this to be worthwhile, it just seems impossible to fathom. It's impossible to fathom how he takes this fight. Bigisha moving in. Looking for the clapping. Gilded Knight needs to hold the choke point. In fact, both of them need to stand their ground here to minimize the damage of the crossbows. Instead, there's going to be a bleed through from the flank. And the crossbows, they're not fast moving, folks. This is not your standard HRE. No marching drills, no movement speed. They hit hard against these Naginata wielders, but they do not hit fast enough. Just feels like there's simply too many here. The other thing that makes these units pretty efficient is the second wave, as you can see, is able to strike. So Gilded Knight goes down, and now that they're let through, you can see them flooding into the economy. Gilded Crossbowman count just seems irrelevant at this stage, and I think we've reached the end of the road. Killjadi, he looked for a recovery. I just don't think he's found it. I think he got baited as well, actually. If this had been mass Gilded Archers versus the Onibugisha, the bonus damage might have been good enough for the attack speed, but this just doesn't look like it's it anymore. It's wave after wave time. I mean, earlier on the game, Killjadi at least had maybe a way of just denting his opponent's economy with these raids, but with 5 Knights, he has to defend fully. Now, army value, he has the lead right now, right? Dimu has got to get through this awkward farm transition, but the fact he just drew him all the way back home is very troublesome for Killjadi. And the only way he can make this good is if he now moves on the offensive. In fact, he has to be really quick about this. There is a window. There is an opportunity. But if he doesn't start to shrink this 2TC economy, now that it's completed the farm transition, he's going to die to it. Oh, man. This is the worst part. This is what I was worried about. I was looking at the economy and trying to figure out where Dimu had put it. He put it into stone. This is a super scary position in the game, folks, because now your Killjadi, you have to dive that TC. That TC that hits for 190 damage. That will free hit these Gilded Knights. In fact, it's fair to say that the Shogunate Castle is more efficient against Gilded Knights than it is against Standard Knights. Because Standard Knights would take 2 hits to kill. Gilded Knights take 3. Dimu. Now the second wave there. He doesn't even want to take the fight. He understands at this stage. With the melee tech upgrades, just look at the damage. These guys hit for 11 each time. You can only negate 6. And that might sound like a lot, but when you're being hit by 20 of them, it's kind of a moot detail, really. You're dying a bit slower, but you're still dying. What? No, guys, don't say it. This will pay off in about 10 minutes. I think it's taking about 4 seconds to do that trade. Boom, there you go. Long-term investment, baby. Killjadi says, I'm not leaving anytime soon. I think we may have a slight misclick here. Oh, man. What a rough game for Killjadi. I respect him for hanging in there, though. Like, this is one strong point he has for him, is Inspired Warriors. this can sort of recover your games. The 15% damage buff is substantial on a lot of these units, like the crossbowmen and the knights, considering how high their stats are. It sounds like a whole lot of copium, and yeah, it's kind of a lot of copium because of what Damu's doing. Damu is he's going for Imperial Age, folks. He's got a lot of gold, by the way. And that means a lot of Azutsu. So the reason why he's holding to his gold, by the way, is because Damu can't really come out of his base yet. He doesn't want to. So he's only playing small golds, unless he wants to invest hard to defend the front side. By hoarding all this gold from all the relics over the minutes, it means he now has that lifeline to get all the Imperial Age upgrades, and then has plenty left for Onibugisha spam. So pretty smart read, actually. And now, with the Tanegashima Gunsmith coming in, I wouldn't be surprised if we get 5 Azutsu tickets, as well as him actively producing them. Here you go. Like there's any doubt there's going to be Azutsu, right? Hold the button. You know you want to hold it. Just go... Brrr. Unless he's planning to wait until he goes Samurai. Usually, like, Azutsu feels a bit weird with Onibugishis because they move too quick, right? So, like, you either stop them moving, or they run off without you, and then the Azutsu die. So it looks like maybe because of that, he's kind of holding back. Love this idea by Killjadi, by the way. Going into the Lanzknecht is a solid answer to Onibugisha. It's probably the single best answer you have as the Order of the Dragon, but it's a very pricey one here. Yeah, no, this is truly Protoss versus Zerg, folks. Which is quite comedial considering that Damu was a pro StarCraft player and played neither of those civs. Oh man, he needs to fight before Oda Tactics. If Oda Tactics gets in with the level 4 melee, I mean, it's just kind of GG. Right? Like, Oda Tactics, the damage add-in here is going to be insane. These Onibugisha are going to be hitting for like 15 each. I've got Lanzknecht with the Zornhaus, though. Decent frontline of Knights. Killjadi says it's not over until it's over. It's over. It's so over. Oh my god, it's over. It's so over. Onabuga clapped, baby. Meet the Horde. Killjadi completely swept away like a pile of dust on my floor, met by the biggest broom ever. Oh, still get that in your Bugatti and smoke it. Good lord. Now, guys, that is a big reminder about why it is very important to subscribe to this channel. Because had an ad played at that very moment, for just even 30 seconds, actually 10 seconds, you would have missed the entire fight because of how fast Onibugishas are. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and don't miss out. Also, you know, maybe it's Prime time. Maybe it's time to check if you haven't used your Twitch Prime yet. I know a bunch of people will have it coming up for renewal. Good place to spend it. Considering actually now that I'm back, so I think the goal is going to be at least 4 streams a week because I've got no other events this year, which means, like, what, 20 hours of stream time a week at least? Sub-value. Sub-value. Oh, man, dude. What? That was such a vicious game, man. I feel so bad for Killjadi. He's like, where there is a will, there is a way. Yeah, but Killjadi, he now has, where there is a will, there is a way. Yeah, but Killjadi, he now, where there is a will. No, there's just your will, buddy. You're dead. Oh, man. It's one of those games where afterwards he's probably just like, why'd I even bother? Okay, is there anyone else playing live right now we could snoop in on? I don't know who Pop-Up Pirate is. Louis must be, yeah, Louis doing private games, so we can't look at him. Kalp is playing. Do I dare? That. Yo, what's up, Pleco? How's it going, buddy? You're queuing right now. Cool. Yeah, that sounds cool, Cow. What have we got here? There's the so Kalp's having a Jean d'Arc versus Arc. I kind of just want to do it for the tongue twister, to be honest with you. Or we could try to do some wow. Actually, how's FaZe games been going? I'm not seeing an unfathomable amount of red, so that could be good. Who's Random Civ? I don't know who Random Civ is. Soon? Who's Soon? Wait. Who? Oh. I think I remember casting this player before. SC2 Soon. Maybe I've cast him before? Interesting. Want to see a sick clip? Yeah, link me. What's the sick clip? Gimme, gimme. You can't just say that and not give it to me now. You got to give it to me. Gimme, 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 gimme. I need it. What you got for me? How good is it? Let's have a look. Also, I need to get display cap.
They're waiting for your units.
Oh, wow, I lost Nemo that I literally.
They're waiting for your units.
Nice stream quality, by the way.
Wow, I lost Nemo that I literally got on the.
936p. Ugh. I'm a 1440p gamer. Oh, here we go.
Waiting for your units.
Wow, I lost Nemo that I literally got on the.
Dude,
Dude, this guy.
Don't say anything. Don't kill any of his villies.
Oh, dude, is that perfectly timed? Oh, oh, dude. The timing on that was literally frame perfect.
The timing was perfect.
Oh my god. What a Chad. Okay, no. So that was literally a millisecond away from a fail of the week. God damn. It don't get more perfect than that. All right. I have spotted another replay, though. I haven't checked in on Faye for a little bit, and that feels sinful. If you guys have not seen Faye, you should check out her streams. She plays usually a degenerate amount of games, more than almost anyone on the ladders. And she has some really creative strategies. She had a game versus Byzantines on Golden Pit that I wanted to check out. Wait, would you guys like to see Japanese versus Byzantines or Byzantines versus English? Oh yeah, I love how Jap is now a problem because, like, obviously we're abbreviating. The reason why Twitch blocks using the word that abbreviation for Japanese is because of after World War II that was seen as a derogative term for referring to the Japanese, which kind of makes sense when you consider like certain other countries such as like the short abbreviation for like someone from Pakistan and how that started becoming inappropriate. Faye's strategies only work because she's playing it in 8 times. That's cruel, but probably true. So we've got versus English, Jap, Byzantine, Biz English. God, okay, you guys are actually quite vocal today, which is quite nice. Crackety, why did you add that to accept? Jesus Christ. In the UK, that is definitely not an acceptable term. I think I had this discussion with Gromnak when he came across from America. He's like, is that not allowed? Is that bad? I mean, in my country, it's considered bad. I don't know about other countries, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Brits are in the minority here, but, like, I never use that term. It's used as, like, a widespread comment, usually offensively to people from the entire Indian subcontinent. Okay, one sec. I'm going to put a poll up, seeing as it's close for you guys. So the choices were, it was either which to cast, which Faye game are we casting? Is it going to be Biz versus English, or are we going to do Japanese versus Biz? You know, technically, if the Byzantine still existed, the term Byzantine could be considered offensive, I'd imagine. What I mean by that is it was a false identity. Did you guys know this? The like they weren't called the Byzantines. There is literally no point in history where they referred to themselves as the Byzantines. So the Byzantine namesake was one actually created in like, I think it's the 18th century, 19th century, or 17th, 18th century, somewhere around there, by German historians who decided to rewrite their names. And the reason they'd done that is because the actual name for the Byzantines, they called themselves Greeks. They identified as a Greek culture, but they were the Eastern Roman Empire. They were the Roman Empire. They're the true continuance of the Roman Empire. So the reason why they got given the Byzantine name was because of German historians, basically the HRE, were looking to rewrite that history, because otherwise the argument would have been that the true continuance of the Roman Empire was questionable. By essentially defaming the Byzantines, right, dethroning them of that title, what it allowed was this decree that the Holy Roman Empire was the one true continuance of the Roman Empire. So that was very critical from a legitimacy standpoint for the HRE. That's why it was so hard pushed. Let's talking more push-ups. Ah, dude, you guys. I haven't eaten. This is unreasonable. Guys, I can't cast the game if I'm doing push-ups. What the hell? Why do you want me to work out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But yeah, that's why the Byzantines are the Byzantines. Because the Germans. So it's Crackety's parents' fault. Okay, how many is that? Did you guys do? Of course you done 3 more. I should have known. I always do an extra 3 to be safe with you guys. Jesus. Shame you won't have them for the giveaway. Because you're putting all those points into push-ups. Let's be real, I fooled no one with that. Okay. How do you know you're not resting and counting? I'm not a pussy, I don't want to rest. Dude, I literally was in Germany for 2 weeks eating pizzas. I actually need the push-ups. No worries. Dude, if you refunded them, I'm banning your ass. Crackety. Crackety's going to get unmodded. I'm calling it. I can check the history. You know that, right? You start this crap. This is literally the crap I have to deal with on my friend's quizzes because one of his mods, like, refunds all the points for us to drink alcohol. Okay, so Bees versus English 1. It was a close one, though. Maybe we'll have time to do both. Why do you guys do push-ups? This is why we can't have nice things. Once again, a reminder, all you're doing is bringing the day when I'm able to seduce your mother just by flexing on camera closer and closer. And before anyone's like, their mother is dead, fine. Your sister. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the way, the game is playing. I done another 3. I knew what Hakan was going to do. Oh, it's way too predictable. And we're dead. All right. Boys, gals, non-binary pals, let's get to it. It's time for more Age of Empires 4 action. We're checking in with a wonderful Faye-chan. Oh, it's been a while, actually. I always love watching Faye's games. She's very innovative, very creative, and I'm hoping to see exactly that. In fact, the last time I watched her play Byzantines, she'd done the full Byzantine trade build. She was actually the first person I saw at all to go that hard into it. And she, of course, done that against Winston Waffles. But this time, no Winston. We've got... I am not even going to attempt to read that. You know, it kind of looks like the second symbol kind of looks like looks a little bit like a bird flapping its wings. So something bird AJ. That's all I got from that. I don't know. Did someone read that? I think that's Chinese. I haven't got my glasses on right now. Innovative. Whoa, no. I'm not going to have this said about Faye. She's not a troll. She's legit. She can win games. She's very much a believer you miss every shot you don't take, which is why she throws more basketballs than most other players out there, in that she has more games played each season than almost any player on the entire leaderboard. But let's see what she can do here. Byzantines versus English is an interesting one because It's essentially the Spider-Man meme, right? You can just build Lombos to counter the Lombos. But the nicer thing is the Byzantines is you can just build Javelins to counter the Lombos. So curious if Red has had this matchup much so far and how they want to approach it. I'm expecting, actually, like, what would be really cool here for Faye is if you tried to play into Hippodrome. But considering what I just mentioned about Mercs and the back spawning berries and the double berries, I've got a funny feeling we're looking at Grand Winery here. Other side, I mean, who cares? It's English. You know what they're going to do. It's gonna be the Hippodrome. What up? Okay, now does Red? Yes. Standard play. Council Hall, 2 villagers rushing up now. I like how I said 2 villagers rushing up. Hey, if they'd done as many push-ups as I did, they'd be able to rush it up. So we are going to be getting the Hippodrome play. Now, the interesting part is, like, someone mentioned Abby, and they're just kind of, like, memeing, but at the same time, it's like, if you thought your opponent was playing Mercs, maybe Abby could be more useful to raid them early on. But you'd be building it to the Limitane, so it's kind of dicey anyway. What's interesting is the fact that this is going to be Hippodrome play, which you can easily support with like Limitane afterwards, which is pretty cool, even against Lombos. It sounds bad, but the shield wall makes it good. Alternatively, this could just be a kind of a cut and dry 2 TC build behind Feigned Aggro, which I quite like. And Red now does know that it is indeed going to be the Hippodrome. I love the fact, by the way, that Faye didn't even try to hide this. She literally just built it right in their face. Like, this is me. Behold my glory. And the reason it feels very bold is you're doing this against the English that have the double TC arrow fire, so it's hard to dive their TC, on a map that by your own spawn's definition is kind of a bit too easy. But the funniest part of all of this is actually Faye Chan clearly works at Microsoft. Because look, like, her gold and her stone are 3 and 2 tiles respectively away from the TC. Look at Red's. 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. So these outcroppings for Red are out of range of the TC. You could harass them, you could shut them down. There was no realm in which you could dive with melee units into phase. Like, if Red had opened with men-at-arms in this game, he would have already lost. So, thankfully, we get more of a game than that. They didn't go for the men-at-arms play at all. They are, however, going for the multi-TC. I'm wondering where they're looking to drop this. Probably on the deer on the north side. Like, if you actually... I think the coolest thing they could do is drop a deer... drop a TC, rather, right between these 2 berries. Push the deer in, and then wall the north side. That's a really cool idea, because then you've got these funnel defenses. We'll see if they want to go for that, though. I don't think you can try to play to the south side. There's a lot of deer and boar down here, but it's so far out that you're going to cut yourself off. And remember, full proxy TCs are less desirable nowadays, because one of the big issues that you'll run into when you do full proxy TCs is that you have too many villages. You have full villager overload almost instantly, because there's only room for 7, and also the TC range is not impressive on the secondaries. So, Tech Up comes out. Hippodrome, how are we looking? We've pumped 1 horseman there on the way. I hate... Let me squint and look. Garth for making me lose my glasses for 5 minutes on the stream, considering that I'm casting a game where someone is playing as green. That's fun. But these green horsemen are not going to be fun to play against. It looks like, wow, it's going to be full condensed double TC. So this, I hope he's got enough sheep. 6 sheep, probably 2 more clubbed. You're going to have to go farms. I mean, you're playing as English, so you can afford to do so. It's not the end of the world, but this is a very, very defensive constructing by Red. It does also reveal your intent. If you go for a second TC on the gold like this, you just scream to your opponent, I'm going Castle Age. It's the only reason you build it next to gold like that, right? Like, if you would just, you know, if you're thinking about just being a bit more greedy, playing prolonged feudal, you drop it on the other side of a wood line to fully protect that, because you need the wood. But this seems like Castle Age Rush. We'll see what Faye's response is going to be. 2 systems so far. Hard onto the stone. So it looks like we are going to be getting a multi-TC approach out of Faye as well, but she can drop 1 on these deer, which is going to be much more valuable for her. I'm not even sure if you can contest with a scout either due to Akratoy. That's an interesting idea, actually. Is like, if you know your opponent's going to contest you, you just activate Akratoy straight away, and when the scout comes out, you stab his face off. That got a bit graphical. Is she going for a retracted TC? I mean, the thing is, this isn't hidden, right? Like, it'd be different if your stone outcropping was in a position where it doesn't get seen. Yeah, I think she's prioritizing the berries because she wants to play into either javelins or lombos. And, oh, she's going to get the berries and the boar. Interesting play here. That's pretty optimal from, like, a grab perspective. This position makes more sense if she wants fast castle. This back position makes more sense if she wants, one, and more easily defend a location, and two, wants to play a longer feudal age. Horseman now on the way home. They say, okay, if we can't murder that, we'll just murder the scout. Better to not let him know what's coming next, right? Meanwhile, red side. No extra stone being gathered, so yeah, this... When I see that many people smashing into gold, this 100% looks like it's going to be a fast castle play. Already setting up for the farms as well, getting into the wheelbarrow. Kind of all speaks for itself. I can see a chain in with the aqueducts in the cistern. So the daisy chaining along. So this is going to quickly be a level 4 cistern. And with this amount of food income as well, you can easily just inflate into cav numbers. Getting a bunch of horsemen together, if you get the undermesh as well, is super effective here. And considering that Red's being ultra greedy, you know they're not going to go for blacksmith upgrades. Not even the steel arrow, which I think that's maybe a difference maker between the top 20 and the top 400. Is in this position, they'd read what their opponent is doing, and they say, okay, steel arrow is actually worth it because I'm English with double TC. So at +1 damage, negates the undermesh that could make it very easy for you to dive. I would love to see Faye, if she is intending to play this as a full-in feudal play, to just go for undermesh in the next minute or two. In the meantime, Scout is going to be denied. Only 9 HP remaining. There's no way you get back to safety. 0, and then 0. But she looked like she'd pulled away, right? Like, was I the only one thinking she'd cancelled that attack? Does go through. So gets rid of the Scout, and all of a sudden, Red's game... I mean, it's fully blind. Like, you know, you're playing a very risky game of Age of Empires now. What makes it more uncomfortable is the way that Golden Pit spawns. When you choose to play towards this forest, look what you can't see. This is exactly what Faye tried to avoid by not going for the deer on the front side. It's because if she was playing against long feudal aggression with Lombos, she'd get sniped from the forest. Meantime, though, more systems being added in. Interesting. Are they actually in range? The range is kind of crazy sometimes on it, right? No. She's just out of range. That's kind of unfortunate. It's weird the way that the glow stays with you sometimes from fieldstones. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised she didn't play this system maybe a bit deeper, like here. When she places one here like this, I'm getting this weird itching feeling that it's trade. Because I know Faye well enough at this point. But for now, she will resist the temptation and just return to her duties. Hasn't gone for a mill yet, so no wheelbarrow. Kind of feels wasteful at this stage with how much your economy is moving around, right? But she's going to get the level 5 system, so everything in this area is going to be buffed up the wazoo. What is Red doing? Well, Red, he actually went back for spears, so feeling the paranoia, they realized they couldn't just fast castle. This is now more detrimental for you as the English because your opponent's playing wide, better economy right now. And you, even though you went full condensed 2TC, you're not even going for your win objective here. You're not going for Castle Age. No, so it means you're spreading out for the Horsemen to start raiding you. They'll move in for a pinch. And she has got Expilatores, so she's going to get paid gold for this. There's the Triumph being activated, going to run around the backside. This could be a lot of villagers going down, folks. The plus damage is in. The panic is also going to set in for Red. He tries to just flood back towards safety, but there's not going to be enough room for everyone here. Everyone goes down, so that's going to be 40 gold already paid. No Horseman lost, and that was the first activation of Triumph, which means she's got a lot of time to still work with. She could even try to raid again. Dude, Red is playing a dangerous game as well. Like, this late into Spears, didn't wall himself in. Look what happens. That right now is almost all your Spears out of range. She's going to choose to start engagement, but that's just an auto aggro. Instead, she's going to go after the House Worker. Another 20 gold. Now up to 60. Going to look to tick that up more. Sees the low HP villagers. Will pinch them off, so another one goes down. And 80 gold now paid into the pocket for Faye. And all it cost her was a single Horseman worth 120 resources while killing 4 villagers. Oh, wait. Oh my god, she gets 2 more! Okay, so that's a full tax rebate on the Horseman. Oh, Red, why? Oh, that was insane. Like, they built this wall after they got raided, right? So they actually actively tried to get this wall up after they saw the Horseman running through. Big mistake made. Now this Horseman count getting even more scary, up to 13. Answered almost comparatively by the Spearman count, but the issue here is, like, you know, you're thinking Fast Castle, you delayed yourself so much with those losses and the walling now. And of course, we were right. It is the one and only Faye. It had to be Byzantine trade. So she's going to be later on her Castle Age timing, but once she's there, her eco is going to be so much stronger. And the worry that I see is with what Red is building, and the way that they've built and what they're playing and the way English play Castle Age, I don't know what the reaction is going to be. I don't know what they're going to do to punish this. I don't expect any punishment anytime soon, especially considering that Faye has gone for the bestest of techs. That's going to be the word I'm going to choose there. Border settlements. Look at her vision. From the outpost to the houses, like she sees everything here. It's a very easy game for her to see any raids coming and kind of mask herself accordingly. Horseman raiding again. It's going to be another triumph. No villagers found this time, but idle time achieved. And that's once again just kind of denting these efficient points in the game for Red. Red, who is now on the way with the King's Palace. However, he's pushing you towards it. Oh, mistakes made. If she runs past and sees this, she might just dive onto it. Horseman, seeing the villagers. The quick wall attempts by Red. I mean, it's cute, but it's actually bad here. Losing more villagers for your troubles here. Expilatore is still paying more as well. So she says, okay, if I have to hang around, I'm going to go back to the back of your base and idle you out again. Thank you very much. Oh, man. I don't think that was the read for Red. Like, a lot of horsemen died, right? But look at Faye. She's ready to go. Oof, almost got another 20 gold. Does just miss out on it, but idle time once again achieved. Some horsemen still alive. Red now teched up, but doesn't have that reserve to work with. Now with 3 TCs, that's going to put more pressure on the food. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Faye on her way up, did go for the Merc house here. She could get Sipahi if she wanted to. Damn. We could even see Arbitrary, which against mass men-at-arms would just counter entirely, right? The interesting part to me is that Red is choosing to go longbows. And I think we just got Eastern Mercenaries, right? So we're going to be getting Keshiks. Ooh. Or, I mean, even Gullums. Like, actually, Gullums destroys this army. If he's legit planning to play longbow spear, you lose everything to mass Gullum. That's super scary to be doing against this. Like, and he's doing this blind, and I think that's the reason why, is because Red can't see anything. The whole idea is that spearmen keep cav away, and then longbows can poke at anything behind the walls. So, kind of makes sense, but at the same time, the issue is, you know, if Faye is intending to just go into, like, say, mass Gullum here, she will win. She's also got the Sipahi coming out for free, right? Yeah. Remember, once you build a Merc house next to the trade post, the Golden Horn Tower can produce the mercenaries that would come from that trade. And obviously, from this one, she'll have access to Sipahi and soon the Crossbowmen as well. I don't know why they're called Merc Crossbowmen, even though they're clearly Arbitrary. It's a bit weird. I think this is just going to be masculine play, right? Just adding a few Limitane, but that just... that doesn't really feel like the way you ever want to have to go here. Like, you're playing against English. I mentioned that it can be good because Lombo's damage gets half, but at the same time, like, why even bother? Army marching out from Red. Meanwhile, Horseman wrapping around the back here. She does get a glimpse of it. She sees him. She could actually cut off reinforcements, start taking out these additional spears. I think that's exactly what she's thinking of doing here. Yep, we'll just swarm them. So brings one down. That's going to force the army to respond. That's actually a good move there from Faye. She doesn't even lose a single one on the cav, and she does still have the Hippodrome charge to work with the Triumph. Bit of a miss micro, Faye. We'll lose 2 horsemen, so actually in the end a good exchange for Red, but keep in mind every second he's running in the opposite direction of Faye's base is a critical element because it's allowing her to get the defensive force together. Right now, she's in a gelato store ordering one of everything. On the mesh on the way. Limitane can just shield all this up, and I think this is where Red realizes he may have overstayed his welcome here. Misread the room. It's just mass spears right now. When you see your opponent has crossbows, when they have Varangian Guard, you know you're in trouble. Just double check. Yep, they are Arbitrary. I do not know why they get called mercenaries. This chase back is going to be harsh, by the way. Like, you've got a wall behind this, but right now, like, your army comp is just completely discombobulated, right? And just a few horsemen can keep you out of the archers. And while this is happening, folks, the trade is escalating all the while behind this. Now, this isn't the most efficient booming a trade we've seen from Faye. Keep in mind, she hasn't got assistant out here, so she isn't booming up the amount of traders at a ridiculous pace, but it's still complementary to her economy as this game goes on. In fact, right now, she needs a way of spending gold. If she can force Red off of Spearman, this is a really good game to go Cataphracts due to hit the Triumph, plus the fact that she has so much gold. Alternatively, it could just be Mass Varangian Garb, which is super sick as well, especially if you get a Blacksmith into the Teardrops. If you get the Teardrop shields, it's huge. Like, that 15% attack speed just allows Varangian to mince anything. And yes, I just taught someone that. Marketplace does indeed get boosted by the systems. So I think with the level 5 Conscriptio, you can push traders out every, I think it's 12 seconds. Which is kind of bonkers. More houses coming, because, I mean, why not? Border settlements, right? You build them so fast. Honestly, I think that it's going to become very much meta to research border settlement almost instantly. The reason, by the way, isn't just the tile range of vision you get. Border settlement, I think, is 100 resources. You build houses so much quicker. You build them 500% faster. The default build house speed is 15 seconds. That means you build a house in 3 seconds. So every house, you're saving 12 seconds. A villager, on average, gives you about 45 resources by default a minute. Do the maths on that. By the time you cap out your houses, you've easily paid for the tech. And in the meantime, you got the flexibility of the villages. You ran into being housed issues less frequently compared to other civs. On top of that, you got an absurd amount of vision on the map. Right now, I don't know if Red's using his vision well here. Does he spot what's happening? The breakthrough on the wall looks like he's going to move off the goal just in time there. Slow reaction by Faye, but that's because she's taking the main fight. She's taking it well here. Use the choke point so that she only requires a few Ghoulems and a few Varangian to hold this back. And Spearman in full retreat as the Horsemen have to think twice about just diving in. They are joined by Keshiks, however, which is why they're feeling pretty emboldened here. Red, slow to move the army into position. It's mainly just Lombos right now. Faye showing a bit of respect. She is going to back away, but she's gaining a lot of ground. Villagers in the center are actually attacking, so they're going to go down. 16 killed so far. No villagers lost for Faye, and she continues on in. Even with the attack speed aura, she just doesn't care because Spearman will not be out against Limitane, Ghoulems, and Varangian. Dude, this is just going to be a wipe of the army as well. I mean, like, he's got archers behind this, but then you become one-dimensional and you haven't got an archer to the Horsemen. Horsemen who right now are having a field day. They'll go for the re-wall, but the price is going to be high as Faye manages to get the trade out with the Lombos. We'll even find some extra village for her troubles. Remember, folks, she's still going to get paid for these. Oh. Okay, actually, she needs to hit with the Horseman. Otherwise, it's not going to be a kill. And she keeps hitting with the Keshik. It still kills all the same right to the economy. It's still a bigger lead. Now 29 eco dead and scaling. Army's reached the walls. Military Academy also come behind this. So Faye looking to swell up her numbers even quicker if that was possible. 61 versus 13. Red, I mean, I don't really know where he's going with this. Like, someone suggested maybe he was going in. I don't think so. I think he was just trying to get crossbows together, but that gold disruption slowed him down. Now the bigger issue is the hit to the food, just not having the numbers necessary to scale that. I'm completely boxed in. And behind this, oh, God, she's done it. She's actually, the crazy gal's doing it. She's connecting it in. I don't know if this game is going to last long enough for her to get the level 5 boost to the system. But God help his soul if she does. She's already from 25 to 21 seconds with level 1 Conscriptio. This is getting a little bit worrisome, folks. Oy, oy, oy. Alright, hear me out. The real insult is if you sneak into the back of your opponent's base and get your hands on Rune Knights. Just saying. I mean, I'm not saying you're a chicken if you don't, but the Colonel would like to talk to you. Machinel Towers in the center, man. These Mango Towers, I'm wondering if they're maybe a bit too good. It's hard to tell in early days, but I feel like whenever I see them against mass melee, it's such a hard thing to deal with. You're essentially getting a baby cannon in Castle Age, is the way to think about it. It's super effective. The Knights are, the tier they are is feudal, but remember the way that this works is this just means when you unlock them. So you'll unlock these if you build a Merc Cam next to it in feudal. This requires castle. But the way the contracts work is whenever you level up the contract, it levels up the unit type. And they do get all the unique perks and benefits that you get. So a perfect example of that is if she was playing Merc House for Lombos in standard contract, those Lombos, when they go up to elite status, they have the volley ability. Keeping the center, man. This is looking pretty rough right now. I mean, English... Red's kind of in a position where he has to go Imperial Age just to get the enclosures so they have any gold. Because they're about to run out. They have one relic. They have, what was that, 2k gold left. And then that is absolutely it. Everything else in the map is on the center. Remember, that's the design of Golden Pit. It's designed to push you towards the center of the map. I have a feeling Red's going to have to do that in a very uncomfortable fashion. Don't you need the foreign engineering skill for that? You might be right. I could have sworn I've seen Lombos have that ability without. I'm willing to admit if I'm wrong on this one. Like, let me know if someone's a Byzantine aficionado. Yeah, you're right. Actually, my apologies. You do need the foreign engineering. But considering what most games have been, yeah, there you go. I could have sworn I've seen, like, Chivalry without it, but maybe I'm wrong. It's very rare we get to see the French Cav. In fairness, most of the time when people are pushing those type of units, the Imperial Age is off the back of this. I think right now, if I had to put a number on the times that these buildings are built, Palatine's school is probably built like 20% of the time in Imperial Age Byzantine games. Everyone goes for this. So, foreign engineering companies in. We've got Smart Demon in the chat, always keeping us honest there. As now, we've got all those upgrades coming in. Now, some of this scary is, one thing I haven't checked yet is whether these Ghulams are Abbasid Ghulams or Ayyabids. I'm going to say they're Abbasids, which the reason that's important, folks, is if these were Ayyabid Ghulams, they would get the Sultan's Mamluks, the Sultan's Ascent, which is the bravery buff that gives damage and movement speed buff. Considering they've got plus 29, it suggests that these are Abbasid ones with boot camps, but that's still insanely powerful. Fight comes out. There's a mango here from Red, but I'm more impressed by the mango for the Byzantines. Oh, man. The damage is going to add up. This is the only time Red can fight right now, as after this tech up has happened, but Nesta Bees are being queued. They're 35 seconds away due to the cistern, and there's a castle to get through. I just don't see a world in which Red's able to do this. He's trying to buy time for the Imperial Age behind this, but the trade-out is already working against you. You can see the shield wall's up, which means they're taking limited damage. The wraparound with the Horseman on the backside will find the mangoes, and this Berkshire drop reeks of desperation. The Horsemen see it! Unlike Winged says they'll look to sweep in. They can easily clean this up, by the way. The Berkshire's not going to be built quick enough. That's just going to be a murder of the villagers. The chase continues, and this looks like the end. Red, unable to get that Berkshire online. They're just going to lose everything. Oh, man, what a vicious game. Red, I think the issues really came from the second TC onwards. This defensive play just read beautifully by Faye, exploited for her own greed, and then she comes back in this late game and shows you why the Byzantines can be spooky. Early game might be a bit of an oof for them, but the mid-late game doesn't pull punches. Spy Triumph active is insane. Oh yeah, extra damage plus Gatling gun, machine gun attack speed. Yeah, they're pretty strong. Red clearly an NA player. Oof, Flecko. Oof. Dude, that's just... have mercy on him. Does he not already suffer enough from that game? I feel like he did. Okay, I think we could probably do another game before I call it. Have we got any interesting replays to look upon before we call it? Because I'm going to have to go eat soon, but I definitely should have time for one more. Who was Dimu playing today? We could do some more Faye if you guys want that. Why are you giving me push-ups, Emma? What the hell? Oh, and she says I don't need to go to the gym. Yeah, no, I don't believe that anymore. I'm pretty sure Sass is privated because he refuses to show his data unless you pay him to do a show match. Kuljadi was privated, I'm pretty sure. Would be nice to get that. Dude, he had another match against Dimu. It'd be nice if we... we could do that. I've got to do push-ups. You guys want Louis? Okay, we could... Sure, we can either do Kuljadi versus Dimu, or we can do some Louis. Louis playing? Yeah, but Louis playing... Here, I'll show you. Louis playing private lobbies, so I can't check. And his data is privated. So I'd have to look for someone on the ladder that he's been up against that's showing their data. That's the only way we'd be able to see him. But let me do those push-ups quickly. You guys can decide between you whether you want Kuljadi/Dimu or if you want some Louis action. Who I could probably find some games in there. All right, push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Easy peasy. Okay. I already done those 3. Thank you, Farakai. No one gave any opinion on which one we're going to do, so you guys want Kuljadi? Oh, for God's sake, you guys. Do you guys just not want me to cast games? What the hell is this? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a pain in the ass with slippers on. Okay. Maybe. Wait, have I got the game screen still up? I have. How's the kiddo doing? Oh, yeah, she's not doing too bad. She's for the love of God, at least someone sub amongst all these push-ups. Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are the teeth coming out yet? Oh, she's had teeth for a while, mate. Yeah, she's doing fine on the Nashes. So we could... Killjody's got a game going on right now. We could look at a Killjody one to round it out, maybe. Roger Scruton? I don't know who that is. They are ranked 56, so we should get an interesting one. Oh, but it's old civs. Yo, what is up, AirCs? Thank you very much for the sub, man. Welcome to Swarm. Yo, I also see VFL coming through. Dude, hell yes. Keep those subs coming in. In fact, especially AirCs. Notice what they've done there? Prime sub. You guys have probably got them. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate you as well, VFL, reaching in the pocket. You guys are amazing. Have I got a sub train going? Dude, is that how easy it is to trigger a sub train for me? I don't think I've ever had I don't know if I've had a sub train before. My all-time record is 94% in level 1. Well, that's lower than I thought. Can we get a sub train going? Round out. We've got 3.5 minutes to wait. If you guys got your primes, get them in now. Considering that I'm not even kidding, guys. Legit. My all-time record. I just looked at it. It's 94% level 1. I'm a small boy, man. Woo. God damn. But thank you, guys. I appreciate the support. You guys are amazing. We've been doing good. It's not too bad this month. I think we're 77 subs for the month, which is cool. Well, not this month. In the last 30 days, which is cool. Numbers rising. Whoop, whoop. Blimey. So we've got 3 minutes to go. I imagine my food is going to be ready after we cast this game. But this is still a good stream. How long have we been going? Yo, what up, Pleco? Thank you very much. Dude, what? Look at that, guys. All-time record shattered. I am grateful. At the same time, it's depressing to think that I've been streaming all these years, and that is a new record for a hype train. I never realized that I'd never had a hype train before. That's kind of wild. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. How many subs to have a handlebar moustache? I don't know if you've got enough subs to give. You do I would look so bad with a handlebar moustache. I'd want an absurd amount of subs. I feel like I'd have to hear a number to react to say whether I think it's good enough. You know what I mean? I have had roughly this type of facial hair for years. I think every year I've been in esports, I've more or less had this. At least double to break the sub. Dude, I'm not saying... I'm not giving the tash up that low. What you guys have to remember is getting hired on other broadcasts, part of the quota is, does he look good on camera? I don't think I look great, but I think that the facial hair makes me passable. Without it, I don't know, I probably look like a naked mole rat. I probably look like a criminal. Funnily enough, I do very questionable things for subs in general. I mean, hell, the nun dress arc is an example. BC versus Numidan is playing. Yeah, but I think what we'll do is we'll do this one. This is going to be the last one we'll do. I can always catch up on the Beastie games on another day. By the way, plan tomorrow. I've got to... So I'm going to be going furniture shopping and whatever tomorrow. Yay, more money spending. Whoop, whoop. But I will look to... I'll look to try and get a stream up in the evening tomorrow if I can. If not, there'll be a stream Friday early on for sure. And then I've got an interesting thing happening in the evening for that. Actually, one sec. I need to check something. Could have sworn there was something legal I had to sign, but someone forgot to bump me on it. So I totally forgotten. I don't know. We'll check them. All right, shall we get to it? Final cast of the day. You no longer make single match videos on YouTube. I'm planning to get back to that. I just need to get someone in to do the editing has been the challenge because I have no interest in like doing the thumbnailing and whatever myself because I was burning my that's a big part of how I got burnt out really hard was YouTube trying to grow it and then like the experiment of what was right and what was wrong. So should hopefully be fixed that. But let's get to the game. Why even bother? It's not new serves. All right, welcome back, folks, to the 8OE4 action. As we've got some HRE versus Ottoman gameplay. Killjadi in the pink playing as the HRE, and Roger Scruton in the red playing as the Ottomans. Now, I'm not sure who Roger Scruton is, but they're a fairly talented player. They're ranked 57th in the world right now. This is a brand spanking new Smurf. It's only been playing on this season. Killjadi, at the time of recording, ranked 45th. So a very tight, balanced map between these two. I'm excited to see what can happen. I mean, I know a lot of people usually like to see your big names, like your BCs, your Dimus, and whatnot, but I think something to always keep in mind is whenever we focus on those ones, unless they're clashing with each other, which makes it very hard to watch them, by the way, because they usually hide their data. I'm not going to say it's always one-sided, but it almost feels like you have to find the losses for it to feel more balanced, because I feel like I've cast a lot of BC wins as an example in the past, because he rarely ever loses. In fact, that even became a meme with certain other casters where they would only cast the losses, right? So in some ways, it's nice to kind of expand beyond the top 5, top 10, and check in on how the upcoming players can do. I think that's especially been enjoyable for people like Myriad, who are going to be very intriguing players to watch in 2024. And I think Killjadi's proven himself to be one of those people as well. Like, what Killjadi's been able to do in this year has been actually impressive, and I think I'm expecting continued improvement moving into 2024. For those unfamiliar with Killjadi, Killjadi had quite the reputation amongst the high-level players as, at one stage, this very meaningful, predictable guy. I think he'd even agree with that. He was just kind of seen as an English men-at-arms spam all-inner 24/7. He's since then evolved into an every Civ all-inner, to the point that he's considered to be one of the most annoying players to play against. Not because of something cheesy or frustrating he does, but because of the immense amount of pressure he puts on his opponents. Let's see if he's able to do that on a map like Rocky River, as we are already moving out into the docks on one side. Looks like Roger Scruton instead isn't going to be doing that. They instead went for the military school opening, so they'll have the torch down. Question mark is whether they're going to be able to do enough damage before Killjadi reaches up into Feudal Age. With only one spearman, folks, I'm not going to lie, it doesn't look good. Villager-wise, like, yeah, I'm thinking at this pace, Killjadi, so 20-minute Madras is going to come out fast, but because Scruton didn't go for docks and didn't add in Iraqs themselves, I don't think this is going to be enough to do any significant damage. The only likely play that's going to come from this is Killjadi's going to have to build an archer ship. That might be part of the plan for Red. Maybe they wanted to force that, and then they go on the other dock, so they play all land into base. But outside that initial requirement of an archer ship, there shouldn't be much to really hurt Killjadi here. He is overmining on the gold as well to an insane degree. Is this Fast Castle? I really can't think of many other reasons why you keep 5 people on gold. Maybe the plan is to drop the Ark in here, and that would explain it. No. Okay, so Arkan's going to go on the south side with 7 villages. Yeah, this is looking weird, actually. 5 villages. I mean, now it's 4, but still. 4 villages on gold here. Either they're planning to go like men-at-arms or they're going for Fast Castle. Fast Castle could be intriguing. Looking at the relic spawns, 3 of them are fairly close to them, but at the same time, your opponent's already showing spearmen on the field. You're playing against Ottomans. This is a Civ that likes to play map aggression in the early game. It would be weird to just do it blindly. To see. Arkan being rushed up now. At a pace where the difference in tech up timing is probably going to be about 15 seconds. If that. Stone being gathered, so of course we will be moving to that multi-military school. I'm wondering what the opening element of Feudal is going to be for Scruton. I could see it being just kind of like Sipahi and then go from there, right? Because realistically, what is the HRE going to build? If they build Horsemen, you mirror them. If they build Spearmen, you avoid them. If they build Archers, you win. So Sipahi as an open definitely makes a lot of sense. Looks like they missed the toggle right at the start there, which is a little bit unfortunate. They could have instantly moved into Sipahi when the tech up completed. No Archer ship yet, which is really surprising. Okay, there we go. Killjadi. It's because he wasn't in yet. I'm an idiot. He's going for the Men-at-Arms. Okay, so yeah, it was what we were talking about, the gold. It was either about one or two things. Castle Age or Men-at-Arms. And it looks like it's going to be the latter. Archer ship is also coming out at a pace where I think he should be able to stop the dock from being set on fire, especially if he's able to aggro one of these spears away. Let's have a look here. Good spread coming out. Roger Scrutton already expecting what's coming. Still got some way to go to get that burn, though. It's amazing the difference it made compared to the old 1500 HP when they moved up to 1750, but Galley Fire coming out. That's already one Spearman down. This is going to be tight, but I think he should be able to stop it before it sets on fire. Beautifully done, in fact. Yeah, he's well and truly safe here. So all three Spearmen go down. Dock is close to being burned, but it's not going to force a villager to come out to repair. Is he sitting in the scout? Dude, this is a little bit much now. If you lose the scout, you're blind. He does at least see the Men-at-Arms and backs up immediately. So smart reactions by Roger Scrutton. Behind this, going for 2 TC. This could get problematic, folks. Men-at-Arms spam, when you go 2 TC, can completely shut you down. Remember, they hard nerf TCs. The secondary ones only have 6 tower range. They only have room for 7 villagers inside. So a lot less sturdy of a defense force than what they once were. We will, however, have to see Blacksmiths coming out from Killjadi soon if he wants to continue this. TC is being well and truly rushed up. 11 villagers to get it up fast enough. Only 1 Men-at-Arms, so kind of feels like Killjadi missed the window there. Can at least try to wrap onto the goal, but Outpost also going up in that area. So good reads by Scrutton, blocking any angle of assault here. Killjadi, do you continue this? I feel like you don't now, right? Like, in some ways, you're kind of happy. You force an Outpost investment. You force your opponent to go for this more defensive second TC. I think now you can go Castle Age. Like, you block the play onto your docks to stop you. He's playing multi-dock now. Yeah, this is 100% Castle Age. Even prepping the additional prelates. This is really cool, actually. By going for the Men-at-Arms, I think he fully scared Roger Scrutton away from more feudal aggro, which means that now when you play Castle Age, you should be able to pick up 2 or 3 relics without any sort of harassment. So pretty cool read. And you see there's a spy on the way, folks, but that's coming out of the military school, so it's incredibly slow. It's not going to be a solution to the prelate spam at the beginning of this age up, because it's already too ready. That's a really cool read by Killjadi. In some ways, it might seem kind of obvious, but it's easy to kind of mistime these builds. And there are some kind of gambit points around what was happening around the dock, right? Like, that was clutch what came in there. 441 health. If that's set on fire, this build doesn't feel as cozy anymore because you might be lacking the food at the beginning of your tech up. But insulates himself accordingly. And Arms looking for a little sneak point. He could try to find his way onto that wood line, maybe idle it out a little bit. Might also keep the first initial Sipahi at home harassing you, which is a big deal because it means when you're building this Regnitz, you can now walk the prelates out midway through the build and not worry about the Sipahi intercepting them, right? Speaking of which, first one is up, walls going up. Second outpost as well. Wow, this is... I think Scrutton's kind of being baited at this stage. The amount of investment they're putting into defenses is weird as well because they've got 5 villages on gold. So unless they're planning to rush gold with 10 villages, they don't need this second outpost here. Sipahi marching in. This has been scoured. Remember, the fishing boats can see a lot. So realistically, from this position, the play for Killjadi should be, yeah, move east side, pick those relics. In fact, now would be a good time to ungarrison this prelate and start walking him. Because the time it would take to get a new prelate out is 20 seconds, right? It means that this buff that you've just applied to your whole economy lasts 30 seconds. So if you start walking about, what was it, 10 seconds before the tech up completes, or let's say 5 in this case, then the Regnitz spawns a new prelate in 20 seconds, you get back garrisoned, you don't miss out on anything. Instead, I think, did he put an additional prelate out the TC? He might have done. Wallow came out. Nice moves there, actually. So he went 3 prelates, sacrificing a lot of villager production, but it's kind of paying off, right? Like, by buying those 3 prelates, it means that you could easily just hoover up 4... Oh, no. Kildadi. Wait, you're missing something there, mate. Oh, no. I think he has the prelates binded on a group, and he selected them together to send back this relic, and accidentally sent back the other prelate. So that's just wasted efforts. And he even loses the prelate to a single Sipahi. Does at least realize halfway through the mistake that was made, so now we'll head back out again. One relic from the center is coming home. Has still got these ones in the corner to play around. So annoying to slow down his timing, but not the end of the world, especially considering that Roger Scrutton's reaction to this is to go for Castle Age themselves, but heavily delayed. Heavily delayed really does sting true here, right? Like, you know, they haven't got much aggro on the field. They've just got the passive production of Sipahi. They haven't even begun the age up just yet. By the time they do begin the age up, you're already looking at potentially 2 relics garrisoned. By the time they complete it, you could be looking at HRE Regnates with 4 relics garrisoned. Oh boy, and he's also going to that backside first. That's unfortunate. The fact that Roger Scrutton is checking there is the incorrect read, is Kildadi left the safest relic till last. Mehmed now on the way, so we'll at least have that tool in his arsenal if the game goes long enough. One of the big issues, I think, with the Ottoman HRE matchup is if you let the HRE kind of pulse forward, compared to you, their whole power is in the surge ability around the economy, right? So for HRE, it's all about these very rehearsed timings to efficiently unlock Castle Age and Imperial Age. That's a weak point for the Ottomans, because what that's saying is you're playing against a Civ that moves into their strong points fast. Ottomans look most comfortable when they're playing against Civs that are slower, right? Like, they might not want to take the direct fight. They allow you to get these good trade-outs with things like Sipahi in the Feudal Age, and you play into more of a slog late game where all that passive reduction adds up. Meanwhile, we're talking about a game where by the time you arrive in the kick-up to your passive production in Castle Age, your opponent's already going to have 3 relics banked, the HRE of Arkan and transitioning farms. By the time you start to see that ramp up in your production, you might be facing Imperial Age armies. Wholly depends on how Kildadi wants to play this, but you can see he's quite light on the military production. Like, what, 3 racks is total, but not all of them operational. Just enough men-at-arms and spears to spook. Prelate is going to get sniped again, but folks, that right there, I mean, it looks kind of bad, but the reality is that's the 5th relic, so it's not bad at all. He should have another prelate already shuffling out soon, and that means that he's going to end up with 5 relics in the next 2 minutes. An insane amount of income for this Civ. Like, right now on free, he's already up to 240 passive gold. And you can see it is exactly the build we were expecting. So Imperial Age is going to be on the picture before the first Mangonel hits the field. Oh, man, this is looking like a kind of cut and dry HRE game. Like, if you can't force them off this beaten path, usually the outcome is kind of written in the stars, right? And I think for Roger Scrutton right now, they're kind of in a limbo state, right? Like, they can't play mass men-at-arms. They haven't got that surge advantage. They don't want to go into knights because they're already facing off against men-at-arms with heavy maces as well as spears. They have to go for something a bit slower. And if you can't start moving that army out soon, you're going to be facing off against Imperial Age, which is going to be 4 TC effective for the HRE. Not to mention the fishing alongside it. So probably is coming out for that final relic. This is one of those feelings where usually you look at this with 2 Sipahi and you're like, oh man, that's a lot of idle military. I feel good. You kind of don't in this game though. Because while it's a lot of idle military, you really do know what's happening behind this. It's so obvious at this stage. If Kildadi wasn't going for Imperial Age, this army would be heading towards your base. He'd be having more troops come out. Instead, it is going to be the Love Hotel on the way. First mango. Looks like we might have been right. 15 seconds. I think... Okay, first mango is going to hit the field before Palace of Swabia, but it's going to exist for about 5 seconds before the Swabia completes. So, not exactly the biggest flex for an Ottoman player. Actually, make it like 8 seconds. Still, first one out. Palace of Swabia about to be complete, and that means now Roger Scrutton has to go. You can't just sit back and talk about Imperial Age Ottomans. I don't think that's your winning play anymore. You have to get troops, and you need to get them now. I think he popped the Janissary point, so already feeling a little bit desperate before he even saw the age up. In fact, Roger Scrutton is just going to wave the white flag. I mean, it seems like a premature GG, but I think they know they misplayed this game. There was no attempt to get the aggression out. The play into spears really needed a Rax to back it up to justify it. Them removing the fishing changes the game entirely. But they could see that the first 13 minutes of play was too suboptimal. It puts them too far behind. It makes it too easy for Killjadi to get a dub. All right, yeah, kind of an anticlimactic game to finish on, but it's the swings and roundabouts of live games, right? And honestly, my food's probably going to be ready soon. So I need to send a few emails, whatnot, and then get to. What I'll do now is I'll find someone to raid so the entertainment can continue elsewhere for you folks. Let me have a look and see if we got any new faces appearing or old faces returning. Oh, I see Cammy streaming, actually. I've seen that name before. That's been a while since I've seen them around, actually. I think what we'll do, yeah, we'll raid a new face here. We're going to raid 1337 Cammy. So go give them some love. I love it when I get ads on, I don't know if there's even an affiliate stream. It's got a subscribe button, so yeah. Wait, are they? No, wait, no. I see that. He's playing StarCraft. We don't allow that. We don't allow that. All right. Give me a sec, guys. Let me have a look again. That is a lot of tags, Jesus Christ. The amount of people who are like the wrong category, like someone's just doing Warzone in Age of Empires 4, someone's playing Halo in Age of Empires 4. Someone says short COD stream, but they're playing AoE 4, dude. Like, oh man, these. Oof. All right. I guess there's no fresh faces to host here then. What we'll do instead, I see Credo's live. Actually, let's go give some love to Credo. If you don't know Credo, the best way to think of Credo is he's one of the best boar optimizers in the game. The way he plays around boars, they could write chapters and books about. So what you guys need to do is you need to go into Credo's chat and ask him, how did he get so good at handling aggression on boars? Okay? You really need to do that for me. So just be sure to ask him, how are you so good at handling boar aggro? Question mark. All right? So go across there now, show him that love, and I'll see you all soon.